I think it's pretty much universally agreed that the release of Final Fantasy IV marked the biggest change in direction for deciding what the Final Fantasy series would become. This game is an entirely different entity compared to the three that preceded it, to the point where a lot of people would even rate this one as the best Final Fantasy, and you don't come across many fans who would make that argument for the ones that came before. So, what did Final Fantasy IV do differently? Why is it still held in such high regard more than 30 years after its original release? Well, I guess the point of this video is to try and answer those questions, as well as a few others that come up along the way, all with the purpose of discovering what made Final Fantasy IV such a culturally significant part of gaming history. So, a few things to say before we get going. Firstly, the format this video will take is basically a long journey through the story with plenty of stops along the way. If you've seen my other videos in this series, you'll know this already, but I try to pick lots of different things to talk about. It's not just like a review, or game design and plot analysis, but we'll also dive into stuff like mythological and literary allusions, figuring out etymology, translation methodology, musical analysis, etc. So hopefully there's something for everyone, and ideally the variety keeps things engaging over such a long runtime. The Final Fantasy III video was structured a bit differently to this one. We talked about some story stuff, then combat, and then something else, you get the idea. But this time I think we'll try integrating it all into one large cohesive experience. Also, in the last video I tried out doing a big music analysis section at the end, where I didn't speak, but instead just wrote down on the screen what I was thinking, so I'm not talking over the music and you can hear it properly when we're discussing it. I'm going to do that again, just so you know, but we'll tackle songs as they come up, rather than all at once. Obviously, I won't discuss literally everything in Final Fantasy IV, the video would be 10 hours long, but everything that I consider noteworthy or important, I'll try to have a look at, even if it's just quick. There will also be chapters in the description, of course, in case you're particularly interested in certain parts and not others, or to make it easier to remember where you were if you end up watching this in more than one sitting, given the video's length. To finish up, I'll use this opportunity to present you with the requisite spoiler warning. It's an old game, but I would say that despite that, it would still be worth going through it yourself if you don't know what happens. If you're new to this game and fancy giving it a go, I'd recommend watching the next part of the video, where we'll examine the different versions of the game and a little bit about its history, and then hopefully that information helps set you off on your Final Fantasy IV journey. Aside from that, thank you all for clicking on this video, and let's make a start. We've got lots to talk about. I'm going to be brief when talking about how this game came to be. I'd rather spend as much time as possible talking about the actual game instead of background info, but it still has to be brought up for context. Final Fantasy I, II, and III all originally came out in Japan within 2.5 years of each other. The first was released in December 1987, the second in December 1988, and the third in April 1990. Final Fantasy IV burst onto the scene on the 19th of July 1991, so still had a pretty quick development like the others. What was different this time though was the console. The first three games all came out on the NES, but around halfway between the releases of Final Fantasy III and IV, the SNES appeared and breathed new life into the gaming scene. The most obvious changes here were the jump from 8-bit to 16-bit, meaning that the quality of the visuals really shot up, as well as the improved sound chip, allowing for much more complex audio arrangements than ever before. These changes helped facilitate a certain level of progression for the series, allowing Square much more creative freedom than they ever had before, and it let them really play with the idea of what a game could be, what it could do, and what it could represent. It's not hyperbolic to say that Final Fantasy IV was a step up in nearly every conceivable sense, but it definitely didn't forget its roots. One of the best ways to get this across is by looking at a recent interview with Takashi Tokita, designer and scenario writer for this game. In a question about the characters, he says this: "From Final Fantasy I to Final Fantasy III, it started with Final Fantasy I being an RPG intended to show off the battle scenes, Final Fantasy II's well-developed characters already establishing a standard for games driven by characters and story, then Final Fantasy III having the job change system, which made for even more invigorating battles. So, with Final Fantasy IV, there was of course an element of wanting to implement what made the three previous titles so good. I think in that sense, we amplified the good parts of 1, 2, and 3 for use in 4. It's pretty interesting hearing that, and it's something that is incredibly evident as you play through the game, which we'll see more of throughout the video. Perhaps it's this distillation of all the ideas in the previous entries which actually worked that led to Final Fantasy IV being such a universal success, evidence of which you can find in the fact that this game has an almost intimidating number of re-releases spanning 30 years of changes, sometimes subtle, and sometimes not. Generally, even if the nomenclature isn't strictly correct, I tend to split versions of Final Fantasy IV into 3 categories: original, remastered, and remade. Original is what you'd expect, the game in its most base form, examples being the 1991 SNES version, or the Pixel Remaster version that came out last year. For remastered, we're still talking 2D, but with significant changes, both mechanically and aesthetically. Final Fantasy IV Advance on the GBA, and Final Fantasy IV The Complete Collection on the PSP being the best examples. And then for remade, we're entering the realm of a full, from-the-ground-up 3D remake, which you're best either playing on the DS or just on Steam. There are plenty more ways to play this game on PS1, on mobile, all sorts, but I think these are the most common options, and for good reason. All 3 of these archetypes for the game will give you a slightly different experience, so if you absolutely want to bleed Final Fantasy IV dry, it is worth playing one entry from each category because you will get something new out of it each time. That's what I've done for this video, so for the first, and I think only time in this series, we'll be looking at footage from 3 different versions of the game. So let's have a look at which ones I've chosen. If you want to play the original version, you have the 2 options I spoke about, as well as a third option that I didn't mention. I have a rule for these videos that I only play officially licensed versions of these games, but that being said, if you're dead set on playing the original SNES release for the purest Final Fantasy IV experience, you should probably go with a fan translation, the best of which is the Naming Way edition. You'll have to do some googling if you want to go down that route, but the changes it makes really do improve the experience, because the original translation is not very good. However, I reckon that the way to go is actually the Pixel Remaster. The script still isn't brilliant, but I think the numerous positive quality of life changes, as well as the visual improvements and reorchestrated soundtrack, make this the best way to play original Final Fantasy IV. It's also pretty much the quickest and easiest edition of the game, so it's ideal if you're inexperienced with the genre, or looking for a fun and engaging JRPG that won't take you weeks to finish. For the remastered category, the best one to play is the PSP version, and as such, that's what I've chosen. If you do any research online on forums or anything like that about which take on Final Fantasy IV is the best, the most complete, the ultimate way to play the game, I think this version tends to come out as a clear fan favourite. It is probably the ideal way to play Final Fantasy IV if you want to stay in 2D, and it has a fair amount of additional content compared to the original, so it's my choice for this category, and it's what you'll see throughout this video. The final way to play this game is the 3D remake. You're best going either DS or Steam, as I said before. Both versions play more or less identically, but there are slight visual differences. I find the Steam version quite ugly, like the menus and battles and map overlay, things like that, so I don't often choose to play that one, but I love how the DS version looks. The 2 screens work to the game's benefit, and even though it looks a bit less sharp than on Steam, every other aesthetic choice, like font and menu layout, is superior. So that's what I've gone for. Regarding some sort of final verdict, like if you're gonna only play one of them, Final Fantasy IV is gonna be pretty good whatever version you choose. If you ask me though, there is a clear winner, and it is the 3D remake, particularly on DS. I think nearly everything in this version is better, with the small exception of audio quality, which is slightly worse than the Pixel Remaster and PSP takes on the game. To start with, the DS translation is excellent. It was done by a translator called Tom Slattery, who also worked on Chrono Trigger's DS translation, and he did an absolutely stellar job. The writing is top class. For context, in making this video, I played through and recorded these games in the order I've listed them: Pixel Remaster, PSP, DS. The gulf between the first 2 and the last when it comes to the script and the quality of the writing is honestly unfathomable. The 3D remakes also allow you to get a better insight into what characters are thinking by way of a thought bubble system in the menu that constantly updates throughout the story for every member in your party. If you check this on the regular, it makes the story and characters considerably more well-rounded, filling in a lot of the gaps in characterization that exist in other versions. For me, this is all hugely important, so if you also really care about the script and writing being as good as it can be, go with the remake. As for aesthetics, it's virtually impossible to be objective, it really is just a matter of taste. For example, I don't find the PSP remakes, including the ones I covered in the Final Fantasy 1 and 2 videos, as visually appealing as most people. The sprite work is impressive, and the environmental design is nice, but there's just something indefinable that puts me off. It's hard for me to put my finger on it. This is just an example of what I was saying before though, that when it comes to visuals, preference is almost exclusively subjective. All versions have their merits, and if you really vibe with the PSP one most, then that's fantastic. But personally, I like the 3D remake most, and it's the one I find easiest to recommend. I think it conveys the spirit of Final Fantasy IV really faithfully, and allows for a much more engrossing and captivating experience. It doesn't really bother me that character models can be a smidge blocky, because the added dimension gives the wider game a whole new sense of scale and scope and grandeur. There are loads of other amazing quality of life changes and small details I won't go into right now, but the only other thing I really ought to mention at this juncture is difficulty. The general consensus is that the 3D remake, especially if you play on DS, is very hard. The Steam version of the remake has a normal mode and a hard mode, the hard mode being equivalent to what you get on the DS. It is a bit tricky, sure, but I personally think the DS version is a smidge easier than the PSP one, and I wouldn't let the difficulty put you off trying it. People often say you'll need to grind way more in the remake, but I don't think that's really true, provided you just complete most of the random encounters you naturally come across, which honestly isn't that challenging. To compare that with the PSP version, the encounter rate in that game, especially for back attacks and ambushes, is so ridiculous that it almost starts to feel unfair, and you're a lot more likely to run from encounters, leaving you potentially under-leveled. Like, it's still a fun game, but it's one of those where you finish a fight and you've barely taken another step, and you've been ambushed again. I'm not saying that to denigrate the PSP version, but just to get across my belief that the whole idea of the DS version being really difficult is a bit overblown. Anyway, to conclude, all three of these games are really good, and you'll get something unique from each one, but if you're really dithering, I'd recommend giving the 3D remake a go, primarily because of the improvements to the writing and the narrative. If you are concerned about difficulty, or just want to experience the story without delving too deep into the combat, it's probably worth going with the Steam version instead of the DS one, but equally, if you've seen the footage from either of the 2D versions here and feel drawn to one of them in particular, they're still fun experiences, and I'm pretty sure you'd have a good time with them. As for this video, it will feature footage from the three versions I mentioned, but the purpose of the video isn't exclusively version comparison. Most things we'll chat about are present in every rendition of the game, and we'll discuss differences when appropriate, but it's mostly just talking about Final Fantasy IV in a more general sense, cycling between three different games on screen, mostly to keep it a bit more visually interesting. So with that done, let's head into Final Fantasy IV's opening sequence. The beginning of this game is legendary. There's no other word for it. From the first second you hear that music and see the airships flying over the land below, you already know that Final Fantasy IV is going to be a completely different experience compared to the first three. Final Fantasy IV's primary character is a man named Cecil, a dark knight who serves the militaristic nation of Baron as commander of the Red Wings, their elite air force. The game opens with Cecil and his soldiers clearly shaken, discussing the mission they've just been on. They were ordered to raid the town of Mysidia, a peaceful community of mages who safeguard one of 4 elemental crystals. The Red Wings, tasked with seizing this crystal and bringing it back to Baron, succeed in claiming it, but not without murdering innocent Mysidian citizens. You see Cecil's men express regret and doubt about what they've just done, but Cecil is quick to quash any subordination, and he reaffirms that the king's orders are just and absolute, even though it is blatantly obvious, both to us and his soldiers, that Cecil's words betray his true feelings. The more I think about this as an opening, the better it gets. This game is already portraying a literally unprecedented amount of narrative nuance, arguably more so than any game that had ever been released up to this point. Both in terms of setting up the plot and introducing Cecil as a protagonist, information and tone are conveyed with such finesse that it verges on astonishing. This game came out before I was born, but I can only imagine how I would have felt if I'd played the first 3 games as a kid and then experienced this. The introduction of a compelling story, a complex main character, with Uematsu's grand and assertive Red Wings theme being the glue holding the scene together. I'd have lost my mind. It's that good. Let's talk etymology quickly before moving on though. Baron is a nation that, despite its peaceful past, is presently caught up in jingoistic policy. Policy that is enforced at the top, yet met with suspicion and concern lower down in the hierarchy. There's ample dialogue early in the game where citizens of Baron express this concern regarding the king's actions and change in personality. If we're talking real life, barons belong to the vestigial British system of nobility, albeit at the bottom of that ladder. Baron in Final Fantasy IV is possibly named that way to get across the primary idea of nobility, which is the separation of the classes, something clearly evident in Final Fantasy IV's depiction of the kingdom. Another option opens up though when you take the Red Wings into account. One of World War I's most famous figures was someone named Manfred von Richthofen, a German fighter pilot who was credited with more air combat victories than anyone else throughout the war. He was, however, more commonly known by his nickname, the Red Baron. I would think it unlikely that inspiration wasn't taken from this. I mean, we have a nation called Baron with an unmatched air force, and all the airships belonging to it are red. It's just a simple illusion relating one domineering military power to another, but it's really effective in making both Baron and the Red Wings come across as threatening and seemingly unstoppable. Upon Cecil's return to Baron, he has to report to the king. This sequence is a fantastic example of one of the most interesting elements of Final Fantasy IV's storytelling. It's all about the way characters move. Cecil hands over the crystal, is dismissed by the king, and makes for the exit. However, he pauses, looks down, and before he even turns back around, you know exactly what's happening. Things like hesitation and excitement are so often shown by how the characters move in cutscenes, and it really helps the pacing and development of the plot by not having to spell everything out. It's done so smoothly and naturally that you'd not even really think about it if it wasn't pointed out to you. In this instance, his motions, or lack thereof, are clearly meant to represent how he feels about the mission he's just led. He knows that he shouldn't express dissent, but his conscience will not allow him to walk away from this without being honest about the situation. This whole array of emotions depicted by a single pause. It's fascinating how effectively timing and movement can be used alongside the dialogue to add complexity to the characters and allow us to view their inner thoughts and personalities with more clarity. In the interview with Takashi Tokita that we briefly looked at earlier, he was asked about this, and his response was really interesting. Mr. Sakaguchi suggested that giving characters certain movements might be good, so we came up with various generic actions like raising a hand or nodding, and that was how those animations started to come together. It was interesting because characters' personalities also naturally developed as we put together story scenes, and certain animations would become associated with certain characters. Edward often looked downward, whereas Yang wouldn't do that so much, for example. Data limitations wouldn't allow us to keep every single line of dialogue, to the point where we had to reduce it down to about 1/4 of the volume we had planned, so all scenarios could be included. Thanks to that, I think we were able to come up with using poses like casting one's eyes downward to create silent moments in the dialogue where players could imagine what characters were thinking or feeling. There are multiple occasions throughout this game where it is incredibly evident that the script was cut down, but knowing that it was to 1/4 of what was originally planned is actually quite shocking. Despite that, even if they were just introduced as a stopgap to convey emotion in lieu of words, these dynamic sprite animations ended up bringing a whole new dimension of intrigue to Final Fantasy IV's characters, and it would be really hard to imagine this story being told without the recurrent use of character-specific body language. The other main thing that happens in the early stages of Final Fantasy IV is the introduction of two other primary characters. The first of which is Kain, a dragoon and a close friend of Cecil, the second of which is Rosa, a white mage and also a love interest for Cecil. These three have an interesting collective relationship. Kain acts as a foil of sorts to Cecil, something that we'll discuss more later in the video. Rosa and Cecil are romantically involved, but it's a complex romance, hampered by Cecil's worries and self-doubt. Kain is also in love with Rosa, but this affection is unrequited, and although she cares for him, she doesn't love him like she does Cecil. So, we have an unusual sort of love triangle here, one which has a significant impact on the game's greater narrative. At this early juncture, we're not really aware of Kain's feelings, but instead we get a fair bit of focus on Cecil and Rosa's relationship. To clarify, I will talk about these characters in more depth, but it seems hasty to do it when they're first introduced. Instead, we'll look into individual characters when their arc is complete, or at least when it's most prudent to do so. This means there will be a lot more mechanical discussion in these early stages of the video, as we experience what's new about this game and how it works. And as we see more of it, that's when we'll start diving into character analysis and all that kind of stuff, just in case you were wondering. Anyway, Cecil and Rosa. This is the first time I think there's a distinct benefit to playing the 3D remake, as the scene between the two of them here is a lot more emotional and hard-hitting than in any other version. I'm not saying it's the best voice work you'll ever hear, but it is good.
You're a good man, Cecil.
I'm a coward. A coward who cannot even defy orders he knows he ought not follow.
Cecil of the Red Wings is many things, but he is no coward. Not the Cecil who I love.
That little snippet gives us a nice bit of perspective on the relationship between Cecil and Rosa. Cecil is weighed down by shame and self-hatred, believing himself unworthy of Rosa's affection, yet still she stands by him, aware of the fact that ultimately Cecil is a good person. I find it so interesting because this game starts in a relatively uncommon situation where your protagonist is already in a relationship. The heavy majority of JRPG romances focus more so on two characters falling in love, as opposed to that foundation already being present. This adds an element of maturity to the tone of the game from the outset. Rather than developing a budding romance, Final Fantasy IV works on consolidating a pre-existing one. That's pretty ahead of its time. Okay, let's keep on going with the story. As punishment for Cecil's insubordination, Baron's king sends him on an errand to the nearby village of Mist. Kain also entered the conversation and stood up for Cecil, so he's been told to come along too. They have two tasks to complete during this excursion. The first is slaying an Eidolon who resides in the cave connecting Baron and Mist, and the second is delivering a package to Mist itself. If you don't know, Eidolon is the term Final Fantasy IV uses, at least from the 3D remake onwards, for summons, which were introduced in Final Fantasy III. The other thing worth saying here is that how good the translation is really makes a difference. In the PSP and DS versions, the king gives you a carnelian signet to deliver, but in the Pixel remaster, as well as the SNES original, he gives you a bomb ring. Bomb ring makes it a bit too obvious that you're going somewhere to, well, blow it up, but carnelian signet, which is gorgeous translation work, leaves what the king has planned for Mist as more of a surprise, which really adds to the emotional heft of the scenes that play out when you reach your destination. We'll get there shortly. First, we have an Eidolon to defeat. The Mist Dragon is a really interesting first boss fight. The encounter itself is easy, you're almost never going to lose to it, but its purpose isn't actually to beat you, it's to teach you about how Final Fantasy IV's battles are slightly different now. Final Fantasy IV has a turn-based battle system, just like its predecessors, but with an added twist. The ATB system. You've probably heard of this if you've played any JRPGs, it's among the most famous and successful battle systems in the genre's history, and Final Fantasy IV is where it first made an appearance. With the ATB system, characters have a gauge that slowly fills up over time. When it's full, the character in question can make their turn, and then the gauge resets. In the previous games, turn order was more predetermined, and time would essentially stop during a turn until you'd chosen your action, and then whoever had the next turn, be it you or an enemy, would get a chance to go. The ATB system is a lot more engaging and a lot less forgiving, as the enemies no longer wait for you to make your turn before making theirs. This is generally a good thing, and makes the battles more lively and fast-paced, but at the same time it does add an element of stress that wasn't there before. As such, there are a few options in the settings that allow you to fiddle with how the ATB system functions. There's battle speed, which is relatively self-explanatory, and there's also the ability to toggle between active and wait. Active means that you really have to get a shift on because enemies will not hold back at all, but wait means that if you're in a menu looking for an item or a spell, the enemies won't attack. Which you choose is just personal preference. This system also allowed for switching between party members whose gauges were full. So if one character was ready and you didn't need to use them yet, you could just skip over them to another more useful character. However, this wouldn't use up their turn, they'd still be available after being skipped. This is a really overlooked positive change that the ATB system made possible, and adds a lot of variety to how you approach combat in this game. This system was developed by a guy called Hiroyuki Ito, who was actually responsible for a lot of the combat innovation throughout the series. In my Final Fantasy I video, I spoke briefly about an interview with him, in which he talks about taking inspiration from American football to create the side-on, turn-based battle system in the first game. Interestingly, the inspiration for the ATB system was also taken from a sport, according to that interview from Takashi Tokita that we keep looking at. Mr. Hiroyuki Ito created the battle system, and he was into watching F1 races. Apparently, he came up with the ATB system when looking at the cars behind on laps, realizing that if someone was fast, they could attack twice in one turn, while slower characters would only attack one time per turn. I think the process for getting to where the ATB system worked was through rules thought up for each character, like Edge being able to attack twice in a turn, but having low attack power. This makes a lot of sense, and it wouldn't be an over-exaggeration to say that a fair few of the encounters in this game do feel like a race. However, let's rewind a bit to when we started talking about the ATB system. We were about to fight the Mist Dragon, the Eidolon that the king ordered us to dispose of. As I said before, this fight is intended to be didactic. The fight seems normal for a while, and then suddenly the dragon will turn into mist. If you attack the dragon in this form, it will counter with heavy damage on both Cecil and Kain, and the game will let you know that there is no point attacking here. So, despite it being the active time battle system, you learn here that combat isn't always just about annihilating the enemy as soon as possible. Sometimes you need a bit more strategy. In this particular situation, all you have to do is nothing. Just wait. Eventually, the dragon will reform, and you can attack it again. It's very simple, but it's important to know that you can manipulate battle scenarios to your benefit. Enemies are more dynamic and tactical in Final Fantasy IV, and often require the ability to adapt on the fly. This fight teaches you that at an early stage, meaning when you come across more difficult enemies who won't simply roll over after a few attacks, you know that you have some thinking to do. We'll chat about some of those examples later. For now though, I think that's a really cool introductory boss fight, making you learn how the combat has changed and how you can manipulate the ATB system through experience. After beating the boss and getting to Mist, the package you were bearing suddenly comes alive, and somehow multiple bomb enemies appear out of the ring and lay waste to this small town. Then, shortly after realizing that they've been deceived by the king, Cecil and Kain come across a young girl crying over her mother's corpse, and we learn that she died because her dragon did. So, not hard to connect the dots. You've come to this town, killed its guardian, and in turn this girl's mum, and then you set the whole place on fire. The start of this game is actually pretty fucked up, and that shock and drama is magnified by making the victim we focus on in this situation an innocent child. This child is called Rydia, by the way. She finds out that you killed her mum, then overwhelmed by her sorrow and rage, she summons the Eidolon Titan, whose attack rends the earth asunder, leaving you separated from Kain and alone with this young girl whose life you've just upended and ruined. It's not going very well for anyone right now, but that's exactly the point. The real purpose of this traumatic opening hour of the game is to introduce Cecil's character and set him on the path he'll take for the rest of the story. I think the way it's all put into place is really intelligent. It might not seem that impressive by today's standards, but just by having Cecil be complicit in what are essentially war crimes, and then seeing him struggling to comprehend what he's just done, spiraling into doubt and self-loathing, we've already had more effective and convincing story and character development than in any game ever before this point. I know I keep reiterating that idea, but I mean this was genuinely really trailblazing stuff. One interesting detail though, and why I said Cecil was complicit earlier, is that we don't actually ever see him attack or kill one of the Mysidians. It's his fellow Redwings that actually do that. I'm sure this is deliberate, because Cecil's story is, unsurprisingly, one of redemption and atonement, and that's a much harder path to take if the game starts off by making your protagonist blatantly murder innocent people. He still carried out the attack, so he is to blame, but it's easier to forgive him when we don't see him literally bloodying his hands. Like we said earlier, in him unconvincingly telling off his men for insubordination as they question the king's orders upon their return from Mysidia, that informs us of complexity in his character. There's internal conflict between his integrity and moral compass, and his duty and the debt he owes to his king, who, despite his recent uncharacteristic cruelty and avarice, did raise Cecil with love and kindness. I think it's beyond impressive that the game manages to convey that much information about who Cecil is in such a short amount of time. You have a lot to think about from the opening cutscene, and then Cecil gets pretty much every player on side by confronting the king personally and being punished for it. It's a very strong start, compounded by how horrifying the events in Myst are. It's one of those where, if you take the time to look past the limitations of the game and think about what's actually going on, it's really intense. Imagine how Cecil feels after being manipulated into destroying this town and murdering this woman, seeing that woman's daughter crying over her corpse as the houses around you burn and collapse. And then you wake up after the quake Rydia causes, and your friend is nowhere to be seen, and you're left with nothing but your thoughts, your shame, and an innocent and recently orphaned child who acts as a living representation of every mistake you've ever made and all the suffering that you've wrought upon innocent people. That's a lot to have on your plate. The weight would just be too much. And yet, Cecil cares for Rydia, protects her, and asks for nothing in return. You can't help but like him because you realise, just as Rosa made clear earlier, that he is simply a good person in a bad situation. It's actually really great character writing. You have to do a bit of the work yourself, but that's not too much to ask. All narrative media is enhanced by the consumer doing something like projecting themselves onto it, or imagining the situation in much greater detail than shown, expounding within their own mind on the inner dialogues of characters whose every thought we aren't privy to. If you take time to step back and think about the situation the characters in this game are really in, it puts everything into a wholly different light. With the route back to Mist and Barren now blocked off, you have no choice but to go forward into the unknown, with your only companion being a 7-year-old girl who hates you. You make your way to Kaipo, a nearby oasis town, and shortly after getting there, you learn you've been pursued by Barren soldiers looking to finish the job you started and kill Rydia. The king wants her dead because she is a summoner like her mother, and as such, a threat. Cecil defends her, and in doing so, begins to earn her trust. This whole section is noteworthy, especially compared to the first 3 games in the series, because it represents how much more adept this entry is at pushing the story forward in a convincing manner. The story of Final Fantasy IV is very tightly woven, and one of the hardest things about creating this kind of narrative is making the transitions between big moments believable, making the way you jump from one story beat to the next so seamless and natural that it's almost imperceptible. Final Fantasy IV has myriad narrative faults, but usually I find the skeleton of the story, how it's been constructed, and how the gameplay is used in tandem with it, to be remarkably impressive, especially considering how old the game is. What I mean by this is that Rydia's summoning of Titan, splitting up Cecil and Kain, leaving Mist inaccessible, is all absolutely necessary for telling the story, and you have to think about how to do this most effectively. Rydia reacting so adversely to meeting her mother's killers is totally expected, and as such, when she causes a natural disaster out of desperation, it makes sense. You don't sit there at the time and think, oh, that's just a way for them to split Cecil and Kain up and make earlier locations temporarily inaccessible in order to maintain the forward momentum of the narrative, even though that is why they did that. Most of the segues that connect the moments in this game, just like this one, are good. The one we're discussing is kind of funny because when Rydia joins the party, she is incredibly low level and literally does not know how to summon Titan, but it just doesn't matter because this transition simply makes sense and comes across as a natural way for the plot to progress. I personally think Rydia comes to trust Cecil a bit too quickly though. Yeah, he defends her, but that shouldn't be enough to even begin to make up for what he's done, surely. I think the story would have perhaps benefited from drawing out this road to forgiveness from Rydia a while longer, because it would have given an extra dimension to Rydia and Cecil's dynamic and relationship and how they interact with each other. How they did it was fine, but I think it could have had a greater impact and been a much more touching moment given some additional time. Heading back to Kaipo, you find out that Rosa has also made her way there, trying to find Cecil. But she's fallen ill with something called desert fever, and she needs an item called a sand pearl to cure her. This is what I mean about transitions. I could understand people finding this one a bit arbitrary, but as soon as it looks like you don't know what you should be doing next, the game will inform you and do its best to make it so that it doesn't seem overly forced. I think this is a decent example of that, and it has the benefit of making the overarching narrative aim here linked to a character that you probably kind of care about, or at least one that the protagonist cares about. So, you have to make your way to a place called Damcyan to find the cure, and to get there, you have to head through what I think you'd consider to be the game's first real dungeon, the underground Waterway. Dungeons in Final Fantasy IV aren't that different to in the previous entries, but there is one addition to this game which makes things a lot more interesting when it's implemented well. Final Fantasy IV uses the capabilities of the SNES to add extra planes into dungeons, and uses differences in height between platforms to make exploration more, well, three-dimensional. For context, this happened in Zelda 2. Compare the dungeons from the first Zelda game with those in A Link to the Past, and the difference is astonishing. Dungeons feel much more immersive and real when they aren't just flat mazes, and Final Fantasy IV's dungeons are unquestionably a step up. That being said, there are gimmicks that take inspiration from the previous games that just realistically don't need to exist. The damaging floor tiles, first seen in Final Fantasy I's Mount Gulg, appear in 2 dungeons later in the game, and there really is no point to this, in my opinion, because you're supposed to just cast Float to avoid taking damage. It doesn't add anything, no sense of danger or excitement. It's either annoying, or if you use Float, it's like it's not there at all, and consequently, it's pointless. I think the correct way to utilize this idea would be to do it more sparingly, and to implement it in a way that makes you consider if the drawback for crossing is worth it, rather than just making the only path to the exit damage you. So like, having two paths to an exit, one shorter, but fraught with danger because of these tiles, or one longer, safe from environmental damage, but you'll get more enemy encounters. Making the player choose like this suddenly gives these tiles a purpose, and also allows you to actually think about what's best, and feel a degree of control over the matter. In a similar vein, you could hide a chest behind a wee path of these damaging tiles, and then you have to toss up whether or not it's worth it. It's fine to have elements like these, but it's about balance and purpose. If you removed all of the floor is lava sections from this game, it would ultimately make no difference to how you approach the dungeons in question, and I can't see what it would add in any sort of aesthetic, environmental sense, so I don't really understand why it exists, if not just to introduce annoyance as some sort of artificial sense of difficulty. I know that older games did often make things intentionally hard to keep you playing for longer, and perhaps this is tangentially connected to that philosophy, but I don't think it was strictly necessary here, then or now. The other big dungeon change was introduced in the 3D remake, and it's the addition of a map which starts off empty and autofills as you explore. You also have a map available throughout the Pixel Remaster version. I've heard complaints about this before, but personally I don't think this is a problem in the slightest. In fact, I think it's a totally worthwhile and important addition. It's probably been added to help you keep your bearings with a new zoomed-in camera and change in perspective when in dungeons, but I like that they made it more interesting by giving you rewards for completing a map. The rewards aren't amazing, but this still actually incentivizes exploring, and there remains an element of difficulty and intrigue, because it isn't always obvious where hidden paths are, for example, even if you can see a chest on the map. Not having a dungeon minimap doesn't make things better. It's easy to conflate unnecessary ease with helpful quality of life, but I really believe this is a good change, and I can think of very few examples in games where I don't appreciate a map. It doesn't mean you've had all of the secrets and discovery taken away, it's just a nice feature to have, and if you're the type of person who is very anti-map, for immersion reasons or whatever, you don't have to use it. I'm not getting into the accessibility debate here, but this does remind me of it. There's no drawback to having a map, and it makes the game more accessible for more people, which is a good thing. Final Fantasy IV also has save points dotted throughout dungeons, unlike the previous three, which fulfill a similar accessibility purpose. Aside from that, not too much is different on the dungeon front, but if anything else is noteworthy, we'll bring it up later. Anyway, back to entering the underground waterway. There's not a lot to discuss here, aside from the introduction of a new character, who promptly decides to tag along when you discover that your goals slightly overlap, and you're both heading to Damcyan. Tella is unique in the Final Fantasy series up to this point, as being the first old person who joins your party. In Final Fantasy 1 and 3, your party is fixed as 4 young people. In Final Fantasy 2, there are multiple temporary party members, some of which are older than young adults, but not nearly as old as Tella. This is something very groundbreaking about Final Fantasy IV, how much it tries to vary party composition. So far, we have a 20-year-old Dark Knight who resents his own class, a 7-year-old summoner who barely knows any spells or summons, and a 60-year-old sage who, although clearly powerful and wise, has actually forgotten most of his spells. It's a proper motley bunch. Tella is heading to Damcyan because of his daughter, who is currently there after eloping with a vagrant bard following Tella's refusal to give his blessing to their union. You can actually find dialogue referencing this before you even meet Tella, which is a nice detail. Anyway, you beat a budget kraken, get through the underground waterway, and ahead of you is Damcyan Castle. Perfect. You breathe a sigh of relief, start heading over, but a second before you get there, disaster strikes, and the Red Wings, no longer under Cecil's command, fly over and raze Damcyan to the ground. Not good. The attack on the castle was devastating. Their crystal was taken, just like what happened in Mysidia, and one of the casualties from the salvo was Tella's daughter, Anna. she was fatally wounded protecting the man she eloped with, who we now find out is actually the Prince of Damcyan, Edward. If you know this game, you know that this exact moment is probably amongst the most iconic in Final Fantasy IV for the weirdest reason. It's all to do with a very unusual piece of translation. Tella tries to beat the shit out of Edward, holding him temporarily responsible for his daughter's fate, and says one of the most famous lines in video game history, "You spoony bard." Obviously, we have to talk about this. I'm a native English speaker. I consider myself to have a decent enough range of vocabulary, but prior to playing this game, and since, to be honest, I have literally never seen this word in any other context than this exact line. Look it up and you find that it means sentimentally or foolishly amorous, or foolish, silly. I guess that technically you could describe Edward like this. He is obviously very much smitten with Anna. He's clearly a romantic type. The point is that this description isn't inaccurate. It's just not very appropriate for the situation. Bear in mind, Tella is beyond furious, dealing with the imminent death of his child, and the insult he uses is hardly different from calling someone infatuated, or a little bit of a muppet. Also, at this point, Tella believes Edward has manipulated his daughter, not that they actually love each other. The tonal inconsistency here is insane, and this kind of language is not nearly strong enough for the situation. Such a bizarre word choice. I guess what we have to do is look at the original Japanese text to see what's going on. So, here's a short transcript of this whole section. We can tell from that first line that Tella is not trying to be polite in the slightest, which bolsters the tonal inconsistency from earlier. We can also see that all of the translation is a bit unusual, doesn't necessarily match what's being said at all, either literally or tonally. The most obvious example being the "you spoony bard" section, where there's almost no connection to the line it was translated from. The swindler bit is probably the only part that gets close to conveying the tone from the original, but even then, it lacks the necessary punch to truly get the right idea across, and it isn't the most natural and idiomatic word choice in the first place. I can understand why changes had to be made though. Being translated for release in the States meant that two things will have needed to happen. Firstly, censorship of any offensive language, and secondly, a truncation of the script in order to fit it into the text boxes, as English takes up more space than Japanese. That being said, this is fundamentally a poor translation. It's iconic, but it's only iconic because it sounds so weird and unnatural. The ultimate aim of translation is to be idiomatic. That is, to sound natural and of native level proficiency in the target language. This often means that words, or even whole clauses, would have to be totally modified, but if the translation manages to convey the same idea and tone as the original, even if it needs to change words or structure, that's totally fine, as long as it comes across as idiomatic. To achieve this kind of fluency though, almost all professional translation is done into the translator's native language. However, "You spoony bard" was not translated by a native English speaker. There's no way. That being said, I do love how much the games have run with the idea and used it to their advantage, and now you can find it in every re-released version of Final Fantasy IV. So yeah, ultimately, this is a terrible piece of translation work. It doesn't matter if spoony would technically be an accurate way to describe Edward, because the tone of the word doesn't match how Tella feels. And also, it is a ludicrous word choice that does not sound the slightest bit idiomatic, even in a fantasy context. Is it funny though? Yeah, absolutely. That's why Tom Slattery kept it when translating the 3D remake, even though he changed most of the other instances in which the translation was bad. Anyway, what's next? Anna dies, and we hear Edward bring up a name, the name of the man who has usurped Cecil's position as leader of the Red Wings, and led the attack on Damcyan. Golbez. This is a name we'll hear plenty more of. Tella changes his tune and blames Golbez for killing his daughter, and runs off to figure out how to get his revenge. That leaves us with Cecil, Rydia, and Edward, and one of the most bizarre scenes in the whole game. Edward is understandably distraught. He's just lost his home, his people, all of his living family, and his fiancée. I think he's allowed a wee bit of space to emotionally register what's happened and work his way through it. However, it seems Rydia and Cecil don't share that opinion.
Anna.
Coward.
Rydia is only 7. It's understandable for her to lack tact, but they are so unsympathetic with him that it beggars belief. Rydia tells him to stop crying because she has. Not sure if she forgot, but she took her trauma so badly that she caused a fucking natural disaster. I think he's allowed to cry. Then Cecil goes and absolutely leathers him, telling him to sort himself out, and then immediately he's like, I need a sand pearl, where is it? I like Cecil, and I know he's feeling a bit of urgency for helping Rosa, but this is out of order. I can't believe how impatient and mean they are to Edward, considering what's just happened to him. Having only just talked about tonal inconsistencies in the translation, this scene always strikes me as weird too. Cecil spends most of the game so far wallowing in self-pity, and Rydia should understand the pain of loss more keenly than anyone. They're the perfect two people to help Edward through this harrowing experience by relating to him, understanding him. Instead, they call him a wimp and smack him. What a weird 5 minutes of the game. Anyway, Edward joins the party to help lead you to the Sand Pearl so you can save Rosa. In battle, he is decidedly weak and cowardly. This is an example of gameplay synergizing with story. It makes sense, given his personality, that one of his battle options is literally hide. There's an interesting fact about Edward in battle though, an idea for the game that never got put into practice. Akihiko Matsui, most known for his work on Chrono Trigger and the 2 Final Fantasy MMOs, worked on Final Fantasy IV as his first job in games. In a post on the official Final Fantasy XI forum, he spoke about how Sakaguchi's original plan for Edward was that he awakens after Anna's death and becomes powerful in battle. Very shonen. Matsui then said, "A weakling does not stop being a weakling just because his girlfriend dies," and convinced Sakaguchi to rewrite Edward's character to what now exists in the game. Personally, I think this is for the best. We'll talk more about this later, but I like that not every character is courageous or strong. It allows for more interesting party dynamics and more room for character development later in the game. So, Edward takes you to a dungeon called the Antlion's Den, where you can find the cure for desert fever. I don't think there's much to say about this whole section. You fight the Antlion, get the Sand Pearl, take it back to Rosa, Edward has a moment where he gets a bit of closure from Anna's ghost, all stuff you'd expect. I think the only thing worth detailing here is how this acts as another example of something we discussed before, how good Final Fantasy IV is at progressing the plot. Your only tangible aim up to this point is saving Rosa, and when you achieve that, she gives you the info you need to keep going, but it makes total sense why she has that info. She's come from Baron, with insider knowledge about where they're planning on attacking next, which happens to be a place that holds another crystal. First it was Mysidia, then Damcyan, and next is Fabul, and we need to go warn them. You've now seen 2 crystals being seized, both involving the needless deaths of innocent people, and it's easy to understand that both us as players and the party want to prevent more tragedy, giving us impetus to continue the story with no narrative downtime. It might sound obvious, but I find this really impressive, that the next step you need to take in the story is almost always so well considered, and that the narrative flows so effortlessly. Less well considered is how Rosa got to Kaipo in the first place. Looking at a map, the only way to reach Kaipo from Baron by foot is through Mist. However, Mist was closed off, impassable, after Cecil and Kain reached it. Rosa also only left for Kaipo after hearing the erroneous report that Cecil had died in Mist. This leaves her 2 options for arrival as either by sea or by air, and there's no indication that she took either of those routes. She's run away to find Cecil, who is a traitor to Baron, so she'll have received no help on that front. With all that, it makes you wonder, how did she get here? What's happened? It's not really a big deal, but it does give me pause. Anyway, to reach Fabul, you need to scale and cross Mount Hobs. I was just talking about intelligent narrative design, and I think this is a good time to mention good map design too. You now have a hovercraft, allowing you much more freedom of movement, and you'll probably take advantage of that. However, it can sometimes be overwhelming being given this freedom, and the game wants to capitalize on the momentum of the story to keep pushing you onwards. This is why there's only one place you can actually access that you haven't already been to. Later, there are more options for exploration, a bit more freedom, but at this point the game is meant to feel urgent. The characters are in a rush to reach Fabul and let them know about Baron and Golbez's impending attack. As such, it makes total sense for the map to be designed in such a way that you can't really dawdle too much. However, it points you in the right direction without making you feel too constrained. You still feel a degree of agency, like you're coming across the answer yourself. I think it's a cool wee bit of design. Upon reaching Mount Hobs, there is a wall of ice blocking our way. Seems weird, but gets even weirder when you realize it somehow won't be the only time in the game that a mountain pass is blocked off by some rampant, unchecked element. Anyway, as our only black magic wielder, it's Rydia's job to cast fire and melt this ice so we can keep going. When you ask her to do that, though, she refuses. What I like about this moment of character development is that you can figure it out before it happens. As you play the game, you notice that Rydia's two main offensive spells are Blizzard and Thunder. You get very comfortable with that idea throughout the 2 dungeons that you've done with her. The only time you've been able to cast fire is when Tella was in the party. So, the chances are you've already noticed by now that it's unusual for her not to have this spell, and you've also possibly figured out why she doesn't. It's an excellent example of cohesion between the story and the battle system. Not too long ago, Rydia witnessed her hometown burn to the ground. The damage was so severe that when you go back there later in the game, the only items you find around the town are bomb fragments, which is just wonderful active storytelling. As such, Rydia understandably refuses to cast fire. Rosa convinces her to do it anyway, and she eventually manages it. This is just meant to represent Rydia overcoming part of her past trauma, not letting that hold her back anymore. That's pretty heavy for a 7-year-old, and it feels a bit pushy, but fair enough. The moment is nice, and the character development is good, but my favourite part of this is definitely that the clues about Rydia's refusal to cast fire have been there the whole time, and that the gameplay matches the character. It's a very cool way of integrating the story into how you play, but I don't know how much I love the way the scene plays out, with Rydia being pressured like that. Halfway up the mountain, we meet yet another character who will end up in our party. This time it's Yang, a monk from Fabul, the place we're heading to. Before saying anything about Yang or this part of the story, I just want to quickly mention jobs in this game, like in the Final Fantasy III sense of the word, character classes. You can't really say Final Fantasy IV has a job system, like in 3, because there's no flexibility with job choice. That doesn't mean that there aren't unique character roles though, and the game still makes an effort to provide novelty and fluidity, despite not allowing you the option to change jobs. This game features jobs that have pretty much all appeared before. So far, we've had Dark Knight, Dragoon, Summoner, Sage, Bard, White Mage, and now Monk, all of which you can play in Final Fantasy III, 2 of which technically originate from Final Fantasy II, Dragoon and Dark Knight, and 2 of which exist in the original Final Fantasy, White Mage and Monk. There are more jobs and characters to come as well. I guess this is linked to something I mentioned earlier about how the game was intended to combine the best elements of the previous 3 entries. The hardest part of that is definitely figuring out how to implement the job system in a way that doesn't negatively impact what they wanted to bring in from Final Fantasy II, which was having a game that put story and character at the forefront. If a character has a very specific role in the party, both narratively and mechanically, there's going to be a clearer vision in place. You can give them a stronger personality with a lot more ease. But if job choice was totally fluid, that character couldn't have any specific traits relevant to that original role. And it would also mean that it would be incredibly difficult to integrate jobs into the story, like Final Fantasy IV has done so much already, with Cecil's reluctance to be a Dark Knight, attempts being made on Rydia's life because she's a summoner, things like that. So, to keep battles interesting, and also to make sure the story doesn't stagnate, you're left in a situation where you have no choice over party build, but that party changes all the time to fit the narrative, and as such, the enemies you encounter are curated to match whatever your party at the time is. From a combat perspective, it's very closely controlled, and done with a lot of expertise, actually. Narratively, it's done with less expertise, but we'll get there eventually. Anyway, the jobs your party members possess at the time can always be used to your advantage, with one key exception you should keep an eye out for soon. The only character who never leaves the party at any point is Cecil, and everyone else is transient, comes and goes. That's similar to what happened in Final Fantasy II with the core party of Firion, Maria, and Guy, but the main difference is that guest party members in that game feel like guests. And in Final Fantasy IV, even if they don't stay for that long, most of them feel more like proper party members, even after they're gone. This is half down to the story integrating them well, and half down to them being consistently useful in battle, because all encounters in a relative context are designed with the relevant party members in mind, and using them in battle helps to consolidate their personalities outside of it. It's a unique and intuitive way of getting the best of both worlds from Final Fantasy II and III. Right, back to Yang joining the party. Probably a bit disappointing, but I have almost nothing to say about him at this point. What I do have I'll say later, but his role now is essentially to act as a narrative intermediary for arriving at Fabul, making sure that all goes smoothly, as well as giving your party another person for the front row, because you haven't had a second physical attacker since Kain right at the start. You have all 5 spaces filled now, so you've got to keep things balanced. You arrive at Fabul, an interesting place full of monks like Yang, and some of the best area music in the game. I won't have a wee section discussing it because the discussion would amount to nothing more than the introduction to this is amazing and the rest is pretty cool too, but you should listen to the song. There aren't many tunes in the game that make such a strong statement as immediately as this one. So you go ahead and inform the King of Fabul that Baron's forces are on their way, and as expected, they arrive exactly when it would be most appropriate to in order to keep the story fast-paced. Very polite of them. And you get forced into a battle gauntlet, where you somehow win every fight, but nonetheless keep getting pushed back until you end up in the crystal chamber itself. Then, quite surprisingly, Kain appears, much to Cecil's relief, because Kain is his friend, and there's no other reason he'd be here but to help, right? Unfortunately not. Kain's arrival here is as part of Baron's military, and you end up in a short battle against him. This is all very confusing. The game even calls him Dragoon instead of his name, which is unusual, although it makes sense later. The battle ends with Kain ready to kill Cecil. However, upon seeing Rosa, he starts to act strangely, and this serves as the moment for Golbez to finally show himself, asking Kain why he hesitates. This is a great introduction for a villain, and actually the first time Final Fantasy ever makes an attempt to fully integrate the primary antagonist into the story at such an early stage. And no, Garland doesn't count. Let's watch this scene so we can get an idea of who we're dealing with.
Kain, even you now?
Let me ease your suffering.
You'll do nothing!
Stop!
Rosa.
Kain, tell me you've not turned traitor.
Don't look at me.
Kain, why do you now hesitate?
Golbez! You're him, the usurper.
So, you are Cecil. Allow me to give you something. A gift to remember our meeting.
Cecil!
Let me through! I did not come to treat you well. Kain, enough of this foolishness. Bring me the crystal.
My lord.
Don't do it, Kain!
Rosa, let it be.
Oh, you care for this one, do you? Then let me take her along as well. To hold in trust until we are graced with the chance to meet again. Come, Kain.
I've come to appreciate Golbez's role in the narrative more and more in doing the research and preparation for this video. He's very intimidating, and the "I did not come to treat with worms" line is nothing short of perfection. Speaking of Garland a second ago, I wonder if his design served as some sort of aesthetic inspiration for Golbez. He's such an imposing, terrifying figure, who immediately displays that he is, beyond any doubt, the most powerful person in the room. He swats Edward and Yang away with no effort, orders Kain around with such dominance, and then when he figures out that Cecil cares for Rosa, he kidnaps her for use as a bargaining chip. He already feels unstoppable. He's such an effective antagonist because you get to tangibly experience how he interacts with you and your party. You get a first-hand account of the evil he commits, the power he wields, and the ruthlessness that he brings to bear. It's something that, up until now, the Final Fantasy games had never effectively managed to implement. But already in Final Fantasy IV, we have a genuinely compelling primary villain. I really like this first meeting with him. It's so much better to see what he can do than just hear about him like with Xande in Final Fantasy III. Anyway, a lot happens in this scene. As a refresher, Kain's alive, but working for Golbez now, though something's clearly up with him, which is good motivation to keep playing, finding out what his deal is. The third crystal has been taken, meaning that there's only one left, and Rosa has also been taken, which is very bad news for Cecil. I like how the game allows this to play out. The pacing in Final Fantasy IV is very fast, but there are still peaks and troughs within that pacing. It isn't sustainable to be all excitement, all exposition, all the time, but simultaneously, you need frequent enough motivation to latch onto and keep playing. After you get Rosa back in the party, up until you get to Fabul, that's the game's first big dip in pacing, and very little happens, which is why I've not had much to say about it, but this is necessary, and it's an attempt to find a balance between maintaining narrative intrigue and letting the player enjoy the more active elements of gameplay, like the exploration and the battle system. I personally think Final Fantasy IV could benefit from slowing down a bit more, but I can't help but admire how tightly constructed it all is. After the chaos that just unfolded in Fabul, the party all decide to take the fight to Baron and commandeer one of their airships, because that will make recovering Rosa significantly easier. So they devise a plan to enter the kingdom. Realizing that Baron's air force is much more prominent than their naval force, they ask the King of Fabul for a boat and decide to sail there. What could go wrong, right? Well, literally everything. Halfway along the voyage, it's clear that something is up, and a gargantuan sea serpent rises from the depths and absolutely fucks up your ship. Rydia is thrown overboard, Yang dives after her, and the next thing you know, you wake up face down on a beach, all alone, no sign of your party members or the boat and its crew. Looks like our trip back to Baron might be slightly postponed. When you regain control of Cecil, there's no recourse but to enter the nearby town and hope for succor. However, the second you enter this town and notice that it says Mysidia, you realize that you're fucked. I love how you don't know where you are until you enter, how much this seems like some sort of divine plan. Cecil washes up alone, the only option being to face head-on the site of his greatest disgrace. Fantastic. The music here, although it doesn't particularly mesh that well with the tone of the game at this exact point, is exceptional. Again, I won't talk about it in depth, but I really recommend listening to the Pixel Remaster version of this song. That's my favourite one for sure. The main thing about Mysidia that's worth speaking about though, is the power of NPC dialogue, and how much engaging in this optional dialogue can impact the story and characters. This part of the game has a lot of emotional weight behind it, because every time you talk to someone, you're personally interacting with people whose lives you've ruined. When Final Fantasy I and Final Fantasy III did NPC dialogue, it was almost exclusively clues to tell you where to go, or little bits of world-building trivia. Nothing like what we have here. Final Fantasy II did emotionally heavy NPC interactions like this quite well, for example after the assault of the Dreadnought, but that was slightly different because that wasn't your fault, and you were on the side of the suffering. This time, these people blame you and hate you, and will tell you that you are not welcome here. One NPC will run away from you in terror. One of them is perpetually inebriated, trying to cope with what happened to them in the wake of your actions. If you try to get a drink in that pub, the bartender will literally poison you. And if you talk to the dancer, she'll turn you into a pig. I know this last one is just because, alongside Toad, that's the only transformation status effect in the game, but because this is one of my videos, I would like to think this is some subtle Greek mythology reference, specifically referring to Circe, a powerful sorceress who turns Odysseus's men into pigs in Book 10 of the Odyssey. This is admittedly a slight digression, but stick with me, I think it ends up being relevant. There's actually a really excellent poem about Circe, written by a 19th century English poet called Augusta Webster, where she does what is essentially a monologue from Circe's perspective, and this excerpt is what she has to say about turning these people into pigs. Isn't that just gorgeous writing? Obviously, the point made in this poem is that Circe only showed these men what they truly were, a representation of their real selves. I think this perspective would definitely apply to Cecil, too. Cecil acknowledges that he was in the wrong when he led the attack on Mysidia. The whole game so far has been Cecil trying to figure out how to atone for what he's done. And in his own mind, I would expect he would consider all this treatment to be nothing less than he deserves. And his being transformed is representative of the cowardice and self-interest he showed in going through with the raid, even though he knew he shouldn't. However, the second half of this excerpt hints that if there had been one right true man, he would have been unaffected. This is the person Cecil wants to be, has potential to be. Perhaps it's who he really is deep down. And there is definitely something poetic in the fact that Mysidia, this place reminding him of his bottomless shame, is exactly where he needs to be in order to take the most decisive step towards his ultimate goal: redemption. In Mysidia, you speak to the village elder, who tells you that there's a path you can take that will allow you to atone. And that path entails scaling the nearby Mount Ordeals, atop which one can become a paladin. To help you, and also to spy on you, he assigns 2 apprentice mages to your retinue, who also happen to be twins, Palom and Porom. Like I said before, we'll chat more about specific characters when their story arcs hit their peak or finish, or if we have enough info to actually discuss it. But I will say now that Palom and Porom are quite comfortably my favourite characters in the game, Porom in particular. Palom is a black mage, Porom is a white mage, and they're the best. They're also 5 years old, which is certifiably insane, but I guess it's fantasy, isn't it? In Final Fantasy XIV, you can get minions of Palom and Porom, and the one for Porom even says that saving the world is a bit of a tall order for 2 5-year-olds. But it's fine, I guess. We've had a 7-year-old in the party for most of the game, so I guess we'll just have to take this in our stride. Even though we've had black magic users in the party, Rydia and Tella, we haven't had an actual black mage until now. However, Porom is, interestingly enough, the second white mage we've had after Rosa. This allows for an interesting comparison to be made, something that makes me appreciate the 3D remake even more. Here on screen you can see part of a table telling you when you learn certain spells. On the left we have Rosa, and on the right you have Porom. If you're playing this game not remade, they basically start at the exact same point. But in the remakes, Rosa has a lot more starting magic than Porom does. It almost sounds too obvious to bother explaining, but this is a fantastic example of the game making an effort to have that synergy and cohesion with the storytelling and the gameplay that we keep mentioning. Of course Rosa knows more. She's older, has more experience. It would be kind of weird if Rosa was at the same level as a 5-year-old, no matter how prodigious they were. There is also an appropriate comparison to be made between Rydia and Palom, our two juvenile black magic users. Rydia is a summoner, so only dabbles in other schools of magic, and hadn't received as much training as Palom. So with Rydia on the left and Palom on the right, you can see that Palom knows more from the start, which is totally consistent with everything we know about the characters, despite him being younger. I love seeing details like this, where common sense actually prevails in how the characters are intended to be used. It's a tough balancing act, making things accurate to the plot and also appropriate for gameplay, but this is a great example of how that can be done. Anyway, time to make our way to Mount Ordeals. Firstly, I just want to say, Mount Ordeals is a stupid name. By all accounts, it's an accurate translation, but Mount Ordeals? It could surely be something a bit more subtle. Most of this section, though, will be talking about the ordeal in question, so I guess it's appropriate, if not a bit jejune. In my opinion, this small, upcoming stretch of the game is the part that distances itself most from the Final Fantasy games that came before, and lets you know that this is miles ahead in every sense. So let's break this section down. Cecil is a Dark Knight. He was asked by the King of Baron to take up this role, and he acquiesced. Throughout this entire game, Cecil has been your go-to damage dealer, always reliable when needed, using this darkness as the foundation of his strength. However, most of the enemies you encounter on this ascent are undead, and as such, are very resistant to the darkness that acts as the power behind Cecil's attacks. So, with Palom knowing black magic, and with Porom's curative magic being able to damage the undead, Cecil is forced into the unusual position of supporting the other two instead of what we're used to, which is him being the one who's supported. He's rendered mostly useless for this entire climb, helpless against the evil barring his path. I've been harping on about Final Fantasy IV doing a good job synergizing the gameplay and storytelling, but this is one of the best examples. Cecil is scaling Mount Ordeals to leave his past behind, shed the darkness within him, and become a paladin. How fitting then, that in this final stretch on his path to the light, the darkness upon which he's relied fails him entirely. If he ever needed that last bit of evidence that drawing his power from darkness was not a sustainable way to continue onwards, this was it. As you reach the top of the mountain, you're waylaid by an encounter with someone called Scarmiglione. There was an earlier cutscene where Golbez sends him to stop you, and here he is. Scarmiglione is one of the 4 elemental archfiends, who are essentially Golbez's commanders. The 4 fiends are a big part of the game, and we will talk about them in more detail, but I'm going to wait until we've met all of them, and then discuss them in one fell swoop. So for now, I'm basically going to skip over this and say that we meet him, defeat him, re-meet him, and defeat him again. All we have to do, now we're at the top, is figure out how to become a paladin, whatever that means. Now is probably the best time to go into our first actual bit of character analysis, and how apt that Cecil, the main character, is the first who warrants discussion. Let's start by seeing if there's anything in his name, a reason why he's called Cecil. There are 2 potential origins for this name, both ultimately stemming from Latin. One of those is the name Sextilius, which comes from sextus, meaning sixth, and this then found its way into Old Welsh in the form of this name, which I do not have the courage or ability to pronounce. The other option is that Cecil comes from a different Latin name, this time Caecilius, stemming from the adjective caecus, which most often means blind. I don't know if Square actually looked into any of this when choosing a name, so there's a chance he's called Cecil totally arbitrarily. But if there is anything behind why he's called this, we're more likely to find it in that second origin, the caecus one. I've actually spent a fair amount of my life studying Latin, albeit not for a while now, but blind is the only translation I would have known for this word. This even shows in modern Romance languages like Italian and Spanish, where the words for blind, cieco and ciego respectively, are clearly derived from caecus. However, I looked on Wiktionary and came across this list of meanings that I had no idea about. I can't really speak to how regularly these other definitions were actually used, and I definitely have qualms about what neutral voice is supposed to mean in that final definition. But if we turn our focus to that first one, having no light, devoid of light, well, looks like we're onto something. Now that we know this, the chances are that Cecil is so named to represent his role in the game as a Dark Knight, or perhaps to represent the darkness within him that he's so desperate to expunge. Or perhaps it's entirely coincidental, and this is a completely fruitless exercise. Nevertheless, it's fun trying to figure this stuff out, and I'm going to choose to believe that there was some intent in the naming here, especially with how neatly it ties into who Cecil is. What we're discussing next, though, is how that whole idea is about to be turned on its head. Cecil approaches this plinth, dais thing, and is transported into an ethereal-looking chamber where a sword is bestowed upon him. Upon taking this sword, a brilliant light shines outward, and Cecil appears anew, pure and resplendent, and with much lighter hair than anyone expected. Perhaps you think that's it, transformation complete, but the game has one more trick up its sleeve. A physical manifestation of your past self appears and engages you in battle. There's only one way to win this fight, and it's to do absolutely nothing. Remember the Mist Dragon? You just have to take the hits, and eventually the Dark Knight will fall. There's so much to say here, so let's just start. It's important to remember that Cecil never wanted to be a Dark Knight, but took it up after being asked to by Baron's King. It isn't necessarily that being a Dark Knight makes you evil, but drawing upon darkness for strength isn't viable in the long run. Throughout the game, we see Cecil struggle, his fervent desire to do the right thing and be true to himself, constantly existing in stark contrast to what he's forced into doing by his kingdom. His strength of conviction is sapped away by the heavy burden of his tenebrous armor, which is also represented in the gameplay. Every time you use the darkness ability, you draw on your own vitality to find strength. This is what wins you the fight against the Dark Knight. They cast darkness and eventually extinguish their own flame. You see, as a paladin, Cecil gains two new abilities in place of darkness. The first of which is white magic. You hardly need a degree in literary criticism to understand the narrative implications regarding an ability that took health being traded for one that grants it. And the second ability is cover, which allows Cecil to protect a party member and take any hits intended for them. This is wonderful, because there's no better way to typify and express an idea, like Cecil's quest for atonement, than by consolidating it in the way you play the game. In that last section where you ascended the mountain, the darkness availed you nothing, and you had to rely on others. However, upon descending the mountain, armed with newfound holy power, Cecil is now perfectly equipped to deal with the hordes of undead in his way. It's really lovely how this section plays out, making the climb up a challenge, displaying to you firsthand the drawbacks of being thrall to the darkness, and then it allows you, despite Cecil's level being reset to 1, to smite your way down, protecting your allies all the while. This whole scene espouses the idea that real power isn't to be found in might, it's to be found in compassion and collaboration. That idea, though, leads into what I think is a common misconception about this section of the game. Cecil is on a quest for redemption, for atonement, but in becoming a paladin, he does not attain it. What he does attain is the ability and conviction to allow him to really take his first steps down that path. It isn't like Cecil renounces his darker side, embraces the light, and the past is forgotten. All this means is that from now on, Cecil can use this light for good, and he can find atonement in consistently being virtuous in the future, not by one change of tack suddenly erasing the sins of the past. The game deals with this theme tactfully, as Cecil does not expect absolution, and the story does not unilaterally reward him with it. For example, when you return to Mysidia, the townspeople respond to you becoming a paladin in various ways. Some are impressed, some are forgiving, some are reluctant to give you any credit, some are still very suspicious and mistrustful. This is excellent writing, and it's really good motivation for Cecil's character to keep developing, given that he isn't just forgiven by everyone. It's quite refreshing to see the game acknowledge that every person who has experienced trauma at the hands of another will process that in their own way and at their own speed, and that path doesn't always need to end at forgiveness. These are incredibly mature and complex themes, tackled with aplomb by a game that's over 30 years old, which is an astonishing achievement. Still one main thing to discuss with Cecil, and that's to do with the religious imagery regarding his character and this scene in particular. It comes across quite blatantly that this transformation segment leans heavily on Christian ideas to help get the point across. I'm not a religious person, so I'm probably not in the best position to convey these ideas with the experience that the topic deserves, but redemption and the absolving of sins seems quite central to the whole concept of Christianity, just as it is with Cecil's character. There's even a mystical disembodied voice who calls Cecil "my son," before cleansing him of darkness and imbuing him with righteousness. There are future biblical/religious references throughout the game, some of which we'll discuss, so I think it's a definite possibility that Square drew from this vast canon for inspiration when creating a few different elements of the game. I think the new job title for Cecil partly plays into this idea too. Paladin is almost identical to the Knight job from Final Fantasy III. However, in changing the name, the job suddenly takes on a whole new personality. What most of us will know of the term Paladin comes from its place in modern fantasy, be that in Dungeons & Dragons, other video games, whatever. In D&D, apparently Paladins are quite restricted in terms of what they can and can't do, and must always try to adhere to a virtuous and just path. At least, that's what Wikipedia says. I've never played D&D. This idea is interesting, and likely informed the majority of the creation of the job in Final Fantasy IV. All of these things seem to hold true for Cecil. But if we look a bit further back, there is a religious link to the title of Paladin too, not just a moral connection. Outside of a modern fantasy setting, you hear the term Paladin most frequently in reference to these 12 medieval French knights, who belonged to the court of Charlemagne back in the 8th century. It's a similar vibe to King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table, but French. The most prominent piece of literature detailing the exploits of these paladins is The Song of Roland, or La Chanson de Roland, a seminal piece of what is essentially medieval French epic poetry that I had the misfortune to study at university. I really did not enjoy it. The Song of Roland is unabashed Christian propaganda, recounting the events of essentially a religious crusade, with Charlemagne's Christian army fighting a Muslim army in what we'd now call Spain, and there is almost no ambiguity in how this poem portrays the Christians as good and the Muslims as bad. Ancient religious gesturing aside, the paladins play a major role in this story, with the titular Roland being one of them. The point here is to address the possibility that Cecil has become a paladin not only to reference this more modern fantasy take on the role, but also to tie into the evident Christian imagery being used to bolster his character. There is a religious association to being a paladin, with the most famous paladins being early Christians, so perhaps there's something in that. It's like for his name though, I don't know how deep Square will have looked into this, but I'd like to think none of this stuff is coincidence and is just the product of good research and characterization on their part. Anyway, to finish up talking about Cecil. He is realistically Final Fantasy's first main character. Firion is the only other up to this point who could give Cecil a run for his money, but I think Firion was just the most prominent of 3 leading characters. Whereas there is no debate that Cecil is the main character, the primary protagonist of Final Fantasy IV. It's ultimately his story. I would say that at this point in gaming history, upon the release of this game, Cecil is probably the best character to have ever featured in a video game, or at least the most complex and interesting. His character abandons what was once the source of his strength, accepts his sordid past, and chooses to look ahead to a future in which he can do good. The game manages to tell this story convincingly, without ever leaning too heavily on cliché, as well as making the gameplay experience match up with what's happening narratively, which is all really impressive for the time. Cecil's journey for redemption holds up incredibly well today, so I can't imagine how impressive it was when it was first released. My favourite thing about it all though, it's that we finally get to see his face. I'm sure there's a metaphor there about him finally feeling like he doesn't have to hide his true self anymore, shackles being broken and all that, but I think I'll just leave that one in the air. And with that, it's time to move on. The only other things I need to say before progressing with the story are that we also met Tella again on Mount Ordeals, I didn't mention that. He was looking for Meteor, a powerful spell he can use to kill Golbez, and he obtained it around the same time Cecil became a paladin. The other thing is, if you know this game really well, and you're wondering why I haven't discussed the music in this section because of its relevance to Cecil's character, we absolutely will talk about it, but not quite yet. If you cast your mind back, Before Cecil washed up at Mysidia, the aim was to head back to Baron. There's a mystical path in Mysidia that leads right there that was closed up after Baron's raid on the town, but after proving himself to be honourable, the Elder places his faith in Cecil and reopens the path, allowing him a quick return home. Although it definitely doesn't feel like home anymore. A huge strength of Final Fantasy IV is how it gets you to revisit areas in the game and never makes treading the same ground multiple times tiresome or boring. The second stretch of time in Baron has an entirely different vibe to the first one because at this point you're very unwelcome, essentially a traitor to the crown. There's a definite level of tension in the air when you return to the town, as expressed by the NPC dialogue, and I think the creepy and uncomfortable tone comes across really well here. So, what do we end up doing after our infiltration mission? We go to the pub for a few pints. What else would you do with an old man and 2 5-year-olds? In the pub, we see a familiar face and learn that Yang survived the shipwreck, but it seems that since we last saw him, his allegiances have become muddled. You smack some sense into him, a running theme with his character, as you'll see, and he rejoins the party. This is the first link in a chain of fake deaths in Final Fantasy IV, and I reckon that this element of the story is the thing I've heard the most complaints about regarding this game, more so than any other topic. There's nothing wrong with 1 or 2, especially if you can justify it well, but Final Fantasy IV arguably takes it too far. We'll get to them later. For now, we head to step 2 of Project Infiltration, and make our way through another kind of secret path that leads into the castle. We're still looking to get our hands on an airship, and we heard that Sid, the main airship engineer, is currently being held prisoner there, so it's time to find him and bust him out. On the way though, the party runs into a guy called Babil. I didn't mention him earlier, but he appears right at the start of the game, and after your mission in Mysidia, is the one who tells the king about your potentially treasonous inclinations. This time though, he seems to be on your side, and joins the party. That might seem unusual, and it is. You get the dialogue box, you get the jingle, but your party's full. There's no room. How has he joined? Well, he hasn't. You can figure out that Babil is a fraud by understanding that there isn't actually space to join, and that he's just playing a part. Palom and Porom even call him out, saying he's a bad actor, and he makes less of an effort than you'd expect to convince us that he's on our side. He transforms into a monster, you beat him, that's that. Yet again, the value of Palom and Porom being proven, because the adults were too short-sighted to see through the deceit. After this, you get to the throne room, see the king there, and he starts to bemoan Cecil's transformation from Dark Knight to Paladin, saying he has little use for the latter. And finally, we get some pretty important info about what's been happening with the king. What we have here is an ersatz king. The original king, the one who raised Cecil, is long dead and was secretly deposed by Kanyatso, the second of Golbez's archfiends. This serves to explain pretty much everything that's happened so far, and that Golbez has been working behind the scenes for a while now to further his evil aims. So, like with Scarmiglione, we'll get into Archfiend chat a bit later, but we defeat Kanyatso, and then Sid appears, having broken himself out of jail. So, we start to head out, but it seems Kanyatso has left us a little parting gift, in the form of a hallway with rapidly enclosing walls and locked doors. It's looking pretty dire for our party here, but thankfully we have the most heroic party members of all, who decide it's time to step up and save the day. Palom and Porom cast Break, and literally turn themselves to stone to stop the walls from closing in. I don't know how the physics of this would actually work. I do feel like the walls would just keep pushing in, but suspending our disbelief slightly, this is the most memorable set piece in the game, in my opinion, and I remember being genuinely shocked at this when I first played it. I'm actually just going to show the cutscene now, so we can get a wee refresher on it.
The walls! It's barred! This one too!
Palom! Porom!
It was almost like we gained an older brother.
What's gotten into you two?
We won't let you all die like this! Tella, look after Cecil for us. Together, now! Right!
Palom. Porom.
They turned themselves to stone? Hold on now. Asura! Fools. If any of us had to die, it ought to have been me. They were only children. I'll fire up the Enterprise! We'll venge them both!
You will answer for this, Golbez.
I think it's a really touching scene. Apart from Sid's line of dialogue at the end, which had the most out of place and inappropriate delivery, considering the situation. Ignoring that though, let's discuss a bit about why I like Palom and Porom. This won't take too long, it'll be a fraction of the length of when we just talked about Cecil, but that's fine. The main reason these two are my favourites is that more than any other characters in the game apart from Cecil, they come across as though they were written with such purpose, with such a concrete idea in mind regarding their characterization. What I mean by this is, if you were to pick out a random line of dialogue from this game, and you had to guess who said it, it would be easier to parse whether or not it was Palom or Porom than for any other character. In my opinion, at least. Despite their age, they feel so fully formed as characters, their voice is so specific. Palom is brash, boisterous, arrogant, but also charming, and works in perfect contrast with Porom, who is kind, polite, thoughtful, and the first person to smack her brother when he's being a prick. They have so much more personality and ebullience than any other party member, and both are able to perfectly straddle the line between being genuinely funny characters and genuinely heartbreaking characters. I mean, their sacrifice is the saddest thing that happens in the game. The most obvious reason for that is that they're just children. Precocious, sure, and more engaging than all the adults, but still kids at the end of the day. One other thing that makes it so tragic, although in a more abstract sense, is that their self-sacrifice is entirely in character, logical, within the framework of the narrative, and how that works ends up being pretty sad. Let me explain. Think about the connection Palom and Porom have. They're two halves of a whole. One's a black mage and one's a white mage. One's impudent and one's tactful. One's left-handed and one's right-handed. The colour scheme of their outfits is mirrored, and they even share an ability called Twincast, where they can unite to cast more powerful magic than either one could individually. They even come to the same conclusion in their final scene without having to speak to each other. Palom and Porom do bicker, but everything in their characters tells you that they are indelibly bound by their sibling connection, that twinship, which is probably a stronger bond than what we see between any other primary characters. Bear in mind that despite their prodigious nature, they are still young and impressionable, and it's clear that as they journey together with Cecil, he begins to influence them, and they become very fond of him, despite initially accompanying him to spy on him. This explains their dialogue just before they turn to stone. Palom tells Cecil that they'll miss him, and Porom says that it was like they'd gained an older brother. The twins had come to see Cecil as family. I mean, it's obvious that they would do anything for each other, so why not for their new sibling too? It's just one fraternal connection to another. How cruel a twist of fate, that Palom and Porom accompany and aid Cecil on his journey, helping him gain the ability to protect his allies. However, when the time comes, it's Palom and Porom that end up protecting him. But what makes their choice even more heartrending is how resolute and unfaltering they are in this decisive moment. Influence most likely taken from seeing Cecil face himself atop Mount Ordeals. Everything led up to this exact point. Palom can be puerile, but it's clear that both are mature enough to make a decision like this if the situation demands it. So, when the time came to emulate their new big brother figure and save him, they tackled the problem head on. It's all entirely in character. And something about the fact that these 5-year-old twins had the capacity to make such a sacrifice is incredibly tragic. It feels unfair, and knowing that they didn't waver makes it even more upsetting, because even if they could carry it, something like this should never have been their burden to bear, as expressed by the older party members who survived them. Interestingly, the older brother dialogue, the line that adds the most emotional weight of any moment in the game up to this point, is something that always existed in the original Japanese script, but not in the original English translation. You can actually see this reflected in the Pixel Remaster dialogue, where she calls him a friend instead. Thankfully, the 3D remake and PSP version include this detail. This additional bit of character development really helps to round out the small niche Palom and Porom carve out in the story. It's also really fascinating to see a slight subversion of one of fantasy's most ancient tropes. As a plot device, petrification is almost exclusively used in myth and literature as some form of punishment for a character. So it's especially interesting to have that idea turned on its head and have it be used willingly as a means of protection. It's still heartbreaking, but it's nice that there are no victims here, in a way. Remember, the twins have been turned to stone of their own volition. It shouldn't have had to happen, but there is something relieving about the fact that they were afforded a degree of autonomy in their final moment. I really do think they're brilliant characters, and I think the way their arc concludes is also great. They're just so charming, and even though they play a smaller role than most other party members do, I think they end up leaving a much bigger impression. Anyway, on with the game. Cid gets you in his airship, and when you set off, you encounter another airship belonging to the Red Wings, bearing a white flag. Aboard the airship is a decidedly mean Kain, who offers you a trade, which is really an ultimatum. Bring Golbez the Earth Crystal, the only one he doesn't yet have, and if you do, he'll return Rosa to you. Otherwise, it might not be looking so good for her. The party agrees and heads off to get that crystal. One thing I find interesting at this point of the story is that no one actually knows what Golbez is doing with the crystals, or why he wants them. The opposition at this point just comes from the fact that he's clearly a right fucking dick. It's the way he's gone about it. Raiding Mysidia, bombing Damcyan, infiltrating Fabul, all hallmark signs of a villain. So at this point really, it's a moral issue. You're opposing Golbez because there's no way he doesn't have something nefarious planned. And anyway, he's clearly a shitebag, so you've got to try and stop him out of principle. However, not knowing what he's up to makes it slightly easier to accept his proposition, and as such, you head to the home of the Earth Crystal. Troia. Troia is my favourite place in the game. You don't spend a lot of time there, but the main thing that cements it as being top of the list for me is the music. So let's listen to it and chat about Troia in the meantime. Okay, back to speaking. I'm sure this is a horrifying shock to the system every time it happens. One other thing to briefly bring up about Troia is to do with its name, and the name for its leaders. Both ultimately stem from Greek mythology. Troia is a seemingly obvious reference to Troy, the famous ancient city that staged the war that was the basis for Homer's Iliad. Troia was actually the ancient Greek and Latin word for the city, used interchangeably with Ilion or Ilium respectively, which is where we get the title for the Iliad. Assuming that Troia in Final Fantasy IV was named as a reference to Troy, I'm unfortunately left a bit stumped as to why they've done that. There doesn't necessarily need to be a concrete reason. I would just expect there to be some link, in any sense, between a feature of Troy as a city and Troia, but I just can't find one. Seems unusual to name the only place in the game that espouses the virtues of pacifism after the site of arguably the most famous war in ancient history, but it is the most likely origin. There's something else I've been seeing recently regarding this too, because a new take on Troia was just used as a dungeon in the latest Final Fantasy XIV patch as of this video's release, where people are discovering that this Italian word exists, and despite there being plenty of Italian inspiration in naming conventions for this game, as we'll see later, I reckon we can safely rule this one out. As for Troia's name for its leaders, this one differs depending on the game, but the translation I want to briefly explain is epopt, because that's a pretty esoteric reference. It's alluding to something called the Eleusinian Mysteries, which are a set of ancient Greek religious rites, very cult-like stuff. The purpose of these rites is essentially to reenact the myth of Persephone entering and returning from the underworld, supposedly giving any who take part some sort of benefit when it's their turn to make the first leg of that self-same trip. Anyway, that's not the important part. An epopt is simply someone who has been initiated into these mysteries, and now gets used as a name to describe a person who is privy to the inner workings of a secret society or system. This, like Troia, is unusual to me, and I don't really get why this specific term was chosen, aside from sounding very important. The original Japanese uses a term that would be translated as priestess in the context of the game. The English releases, pre-3D remake, went with cleric, which works pretty nicely as well, and now epopt seems the most commonly used term when this comes up in other Final Fantasy games, like in the After Years and 14. All these names have religious undertones, so that part has been kept consistent, but of the three, epopt is definitely the outlier. Ultimately, I like the word choice. It does add a degree of mystery and personality to Troia's political system, and there is a certain appeal to having an arcane and enigmatic name like this. I mean, it's actually so arcane that it could even come across as an original creation for the game. But despite the fact that I like the translation, it's one of those situations where I'm not convinced a change really needed to be made from priestess or cleric. Anyway, we're here for the Earth Crystal. Turns out it's been nicked by a dark elf, and we can borrow it for a while if we go and retrieve it. Sounds like a good deal. And also, we do not have a choice. Before we go though, if we quickly pop into the infirmary, we come across yet another familiar face. It turns out that Yang wasn't the only one to survive the shipwreck, and Edward has been recovering here. He's too frail to join you, but in a rare moment of prescience, he gives you a plant called Whisperweed, and with that in tow instead of him, you head off to get the crystal back. The dungeon you have to go to next is the Lodestone Cavern, going by remake naming conventions, and is a gimmicky sort of place, where the magnetic field is so strong that you'll be rendered immobile if anything you're equipped with is metallic. This feels like something I should talk about, but really, what is there to say? It's just a matter of taking off your metal equipment, putting on non-metal equipment, and modelling your way through. They tie this gimmick in slightly with the fight at the end against the Dark Elf, who by the way has the exact same appearance as Astos from Final Fantasy I. He initially batters you, and Cecil laments that he doesn't have his sword, but then Edward comes in clutch and plays a song on his harp, transmitting it through the Whisperweed he gave you, and this melody weakens the Dark Elf, allowing you to put your metal equipment back on, vanquish him, and reclaim the Earth Crystal. This is about the extent of what Edward does in the story, but I really like the small role he plays. When I was talking about Cecil earlier, I said that real power isn't to be found in might, it's to be found in compassion and collaboration, which also completely applies to a character like Edward too, and is surprisingly one of the most prominent ideas that the game is trying to convey. Edward is weak, and we know from that Matsui forum post earlier that it was an intentional decision to keep him weak, but this potential shortcoming is actually anything but, and instead works as a strength. He reminds me a lot of Gordon from Final Fantasy II, but done better. The way both characters are introduced is by seeing them lose a loved one. For Gordon, it's his brother. For Edward, it's his fiancée. Both belong to royalty, something they find to be an overwhelming burden, and most importantly, both are cowardly, but develop throughout the story and become courageous and determined. Edward, however, has a much more realistic narrative arc than Gordon, because Edward's timid streak never actually really disappears. What happens is he decides to act in spite of it, which seems a lot more authentic to me. It would be almost impossible to change so fundamentally in such a short time. But I reckon that's actually why I like Edward so much. Like Palom and Porom in a way, he's one of my favourites in the game. He isn't in the party for that long, but he never really does anything pathetic at any time, despite it being a default setting for him. His reaction to Anna dying is absolutely normal, and everything he does after, he sees through without real complaint. It's obvious that this isn't the path he would have chosen. He's the least natural fighter of every playable character, but it doesn't mean that he's not useful. Instead, he proves something quite refreshing, that battle prowess isn't the only thing that determines the value of a character. As I vaguely mentioned when we first met him, Edward travels the world as a bard, performing and learning music, all the while hiding his royal background. In a world as war-stricken as this one, it would be easy to consider any non-militaristic venture to be wasteful and improvident, but Edward is led by his passions, by art, and it's exclusively thanks to this that Cecil and co managed to reclaim the Earth Crystal. Edward had learned a song on his travels that was supposedly anathema to fey creatures like the Dark Elf, proving that there's more than one way to contribute to a party's success than just being good with a weapon. Like, both Yang and Edward survive the shipwreck, but it's interesting seeing the difference in the roles they play. Edward is infirm and doesn't have the constitution to rejoin the party like Yang. However, it feels as if there's so much more purpose in Edward surviving than in Yang's case. Edward's convalescence is actually vital to closing out his character arc. The game highlights his frailty, but in the decisive moment, he forces himself out of bed to give support to his friends. Save for the twins, Edward is arguably braver than any other character, because he still attempts to do the right thing in spite of his natural inclination towards timidity and cowardice. He puts his health and recovery at risk, and one of the most important things about this moment is that his valiant actions are held in an identical regard to those of the others. Upon returning to Troia to see him after getting the crystal back, the party show nothing but the utmost respect and reverence for him, despite not fighting physically, and Edward finally gets some closure, with Tella eventually saying to him that he was a worthy recipient of his daughter's love. It's satisfying to see a character who doesn't fit into the stereotypical fantasy party still contribute in an equally worthwhile way. The chances are that most people who play this game are likely much closer in base personality to Edward than any of the others, not sure how well we'd all do on the battlefield, so it feels very cathartic for Final Fantasy IV to not only conceive of a character like this, but actually utilise them so constructively within the overarching narrative. He's a good lad. There's one other tiny thing to say about Edward, but I'm shoehorning it in now after the character discussion, because it doesn't really thematically fit into that. Edward's name in Japanese is not Edward. When I made the video about Final Fantasy II, I spoke about how there was confusion regarding the character Ricard and his name. Despite his Japanese name being Richard, which ended up being faithfully translated, he was initially called Gareth in the Final Fantasy Origins translation, and Edward in the original official Final Fantasy II translation, which never saw the light of day. So there's precedent for names being significantly altered, and Final Fantasy IV's Edward is a great example of that, as his name in Japanese was Gilbert. It's possible that Ricard's name was going to be changed to Edward in Final Fantasy II, because Richard and Edward have something in common. Both are frequently used names for kings and nobility throughout British history. Going by that, Prince Edward in Final Fantasy IV is so named. It makes so much sense, in fact, that there are actually 2 Royal Edwards in this game. We just haven't met the second one yet. It does make you wonder though, why Gilbert? Also, why change it? To talk about this, I'll first bring up one of the handiest resources I used while researching this video, which is a website called legendsoflocalization.com, where an actual translator and localizer goes through various media and scrutinizes the quality of the translation. The analysis of Final Fantasy IV on here is unbelievably detailed and absolutely fascinating, although unfortunately as of yet unfinished. However, it's an amazing resource and totally worth reading through, and you can follow the link in the description to check it out. Anyway, we're going to follow the lead of someone much more knowledgeable than me here and see what he says about it. The first noteworthy bit of info is that the change from Gilbert to Edward was possibly due to name length limitations, which seems totally correct. No playable character in the game has a name longer than 6 letters. It's actually almost impossible to take a letter out of Gilbert and make the name sound the same. Your best bet would probably be to remove the R, but then it looks so much like the word giblet, and it's not a good idea. That might be the sole reason that a change needed to be made, and Edward was thus chosen on account of the royalty thing we mentioned previously. There is still the question of why he was called Gilbert in the first place, though. Looking at the katakana, you can see that the character for Ba is used, which has led some people to believe that his name should be Gilbert instead of Gilbert. Taking that idea forward, one idea I've seen before is that he was named after this banker person, James William Gilbert, and that this is also the inspiration used for naming the universal Final Fantasy currency, Gil. It's possible, but I don't really believe there to be anything in this. Seems a stretch for both this character and all the money in the series to be named after a random English banker most people will have never heard of. And if we look at the original Japanese manual for the game, it is supposed to be spelled Gilbert with an E. What I always assumed was that he was named Gilbert as a reference to Gilbert and Sullivan, two of the most famous names in musical theatre history, and that's why Edward was a musician prone to histrionics. But I've never heard anyone else ever make this point, so I don't know if it's a good theory or not. Anyway, that's enough of that. Let's keep going through the game. With the Earth Crystal finally in your hands, you head back to your ship, and essentially get airlifted to an incredibly perplexing and seemingly incongruous location. The Tower of Zot. Rosa is at the top, yet again under threat, and the clock is ticking for us to scale the tower and save her. This is a really confusing setting for a dungeon. The name is unusual and unlike anything else in the game. The location is a mystery and doesn't exist on the world map, but seems to be suspended in the air somehow based on how we arrived. The decor is also very strange and unlike anything we've seen up until now. We do eventually kind of learn what this area is all about, in a way, but on first entry, the whole place is bewildering and frankly intimidating, but that's what it's supposed to be. After all, this is Golbez HQ, his base of operations, and it's definitely not somewhere you're supposed to feel comfortable. I don't want to talk too much about Golbez just yet, that will come later, but I would like to momentarily discuss the music that plays in this area, and that will require a wee bit of Golbez chat to act as a segue. Okay, back to me. I mean, it was me writing that too, but you know what I'm saying. A fair bit happens in the Tower of Zot, and the first significant event is a surprise battle against the Magus sisters. My favourite game of all time is Final Fantasy X, a game I'd completed multiple times before I ever played Final Fantasy IV, and as such, this was incredibly surprising to me when I first played this game, because when I was younger, I just assumed that the Mega Sisters were originally from 10. The only real difference is that they're summonable in 10 and boss enemies in 4, but they have the same names, Sandy, Cindy, and Mindy, and they also look similar, albeit a bit less bug-like in Final Fantasy IV. When we get to the Final Fantasy X video in a billion years, I'm sure I'll have a bit more to say about them, but for now there isn't actually that much to bring up, although I feel like it would be remiss of me to not make an attempt, so here's one. The Final Fantasy wiki page for the Mega Sisters suggests that they may be references to the Fates from Greek mythology, something I'd never considered before. So let's zero in on that. I kind of see where this is coming from, although I think it's perhaps a bit of a stretch, but then again, I'm not a stranger to making similar stretches in these videos, so let's entertain the idea. Let's start with some info on the Fates. It might not seem like it's relevant to start, but stick with it, it'll come together soon. Generally, throughout Greek myth, the power of the Fates is unassailable, and above that of the gods themselves, and they did not serve the interests of Olympus or anyone else. However, myth is not absolute. There are variations, and there is ancient record of the Fates acting in service of one god, that being Zeus. So let's look at this example here and see if we can build any sort of case for the Mega Sisters being inspired by the Fates. There was an ancient Greek geographer called Pausanias, and in his description of Greece, he recounts visiting a temple of Zeus, in which the artwork depicting the god was unfinished due to a recent war. He said, describing the incomplete art, that above the head of Zeus are the seasons and fates, and all may see that he is the only god obeyed by destiny, and that he apportions the seasons as is due. In that example, destiny and fates are basically the same thing, just to clear that up. At this point though, it does all still seem tangential at best. I mean, what's the link? But one thing that could sway you on the idea is that the Mega Sisters act in service of Golbez's third elemental general, Barbaricia, the Archfiend of Wind, even known as the Empress of the Winds, and she is someone who holds dominion over the sky. The closest comparison to that in Greek myth would arguably be Zeus. So if we go with the myth that Zeus had power over the Fates, and Barbaricia has power over the Mega Sisters, this analogy starts to come together pretty nicely, actually. You could even bolster that theory by looking at Barbaricia's name, which means curly beard in Italian, something Zeus is often depicted with. Weird name for her to have, absolutely, but I guess we'll chat about that later. The other thing possibly connecting the Mega Sisters and the Fates is their reliance on teamwork. The Mega Sisters don't mimic the Fates in terms of what they wield. It would definitely be a different vibe if they had a distaff and spindle, a ruler and some scissors, instead of a spear, a knife and a scythe. But there's definitely something in the fact that both trios have to exist and work collectively to succeed at their jobs. The Fates each play an irreplaceable role in weaving the tapestries of life, and on a slightly less spiritual scale, the Mega Sisters also each play a unique role serving a greater purpose when you fight them, and taking even just one of them down usually spells ruin for all three. Their gimmick is using something they call delta attack, based on the idea that the Greek letter delta looks like a triangle in its uppercase form. And this move consists of Sandy casting the spell Reflect on Cindy, allowing Mindy to use offensive magic on Cindy and have it bounce off her, dealing unblockable damage. It's worth defeating Cindy first because she can resurrect her sisters, but generally the danger in this fight vanishes when one of them goes down. It's a decent fight, I like that they appear, and I think I'm on the verge of convincing myself that the Fates thing has some credence to it, but there is something weird about them nonetheless. It's hard to pin down, but I feel like their existence doesn't quite gel with anything else in the game from a design perspective. They look out of place in this world somehow. There's nothing else remotely similar to them, and we never get any information or context about where they're from or who they are. So ultimately, it's a weird one. I'm keen on it, in a way, mostly because of Final Fantasy X, to be honest. And if they intended the Fates analogy, that's cool too. But I can't help but feel like their existence is somehow in conflict with the rest of the world building. But perhaps it was a deliberate choice to put an incongruous boss fight in the game's most incongruous location so far. Nonetheless, it's interesting and transitions us nicely into our final moments in this dungeon. After this fight, you reach the top of the tower and come across Kain and Golbez, with Rosa nowhere to be seen. You relinquish the Earth Crystal, and then Golbez drops a "Who's Rosa?", which I absolutely love, by the way. And it's at this moment that Tella decides his moment has finally arrived, and Golbez cannot be permitted to live for a second longer. Tella engages Golbez in battle, and before I say anything about this section, I just want to offer a bit of appreciation for how fucking giant Golbez is here. Seems like it would be a total immersion breaker, we've just seen him and he's a normal height. But something about him being so gargantuan in this context is fantastic. Makes him seem terrifying, omnipotent almost. I think it's amazing. Ludicrous, but amazing. This whole narrative set piece is actually pretty fascinating in how it both succeeds and fails at its intended aim. Let's focus on the success first. Tella pops up with one of my favourite lines in the whole game, grandiloquently exclaiming, "Let my life fuel the spell that ends his." And if you remember, ever since we first reached Damcyan near the start of the game, this has been his plan. To avenge his daughter, no matter the cost to himself, and after gaining access to the spell Meteor atop Mount Ordeals, now's the time to go out in a blaze of glory. How the game approaches his act of brazen self-sacrifice is remarkably interesting from a mechanical perspective, and how it introduces a hereto unseen level of synergy between the laws of the game and the narrative taking place within it. So not really character analysis per se, but a quick word on Tella and the build up to this scene. Tella is old, and this is reflected in how his stats change as you level up. The first thing to note is that although some stats do rise as you progress, some actually decrease, which is basically unheard of up to this point. And these stats are often related to physical prowess, as opposed to mental, which kind of makes sense in a way and references that he is approaching his twilight years. The other interesting thing the game does with this is that it never lets his MP increase, and it always stays at 90. This is kind of frustrating when playing, especially after the events at Mount Ordeals when he recalls all of his forgotten magic, because this limited amount of MP doesn't afford you many opportunities to use this magic without then having to heal at an inn or with a tent or burn through ethers. Part of the reason for this is to build on the idea of his age impacting his ability and proficiency in battle. But the main reason for it is because the game doesn't want you to cast one of Tella's spells. Again, let's reiterate. After the death of his daughter, Tella's entire raison d'etre is to kill the person he holds responsible, that being Golbez, of course. He resolves to do this by utilizing a powerful and ancient magic, which is Meteor, as we know, a spell Porom calls dangerous, and one that would most likely kill Tella for casting it. But how exactly would that work? This spell costs 99 MP in the game, and you literally cannot use it until the story wants you to. And this is because Final Fantasy IV uses this idea of Tella overextending his body's capabilities, casting a spell that takes more out of him than he has to give, to be the explanation for his death. Obviously, we're all very used to the idea of a character dying because of health running out, but the game is essentially saying that MP can impact health as well, as you're drawing from a source which is not unlimited. And to make up that 9 MP that he's missing, that his dotage doesn't allow for, he taps into what remains of his HP. As well as being narratively powerful in the context of the game, this is a nice metaphor for real life as well and the negative effects of overextension and improper self-care. I reckon it's also meant to represent a difference between Cecil and Tella, in purpose of serving the greater themes of the story. Cecil knows all about how unsustainable it is to draw upon one's life force for power, and avowed to no longer do it after ascending Mount Ordeals. However, Tella gains the spell which will later bleed him dry at this exact same point, and did not heed the lesson he saw take place in that chamber. This is meant to say something about the purity of their intentions. Tella was consumed by an unquenchable thirst for revenge, which I have to admit is completely understandable given the circumstances. But in his dying moments, he seems to realize that this single-minded pursuit of vengeance was ultimately self-serving, and is what killed him off. However, after this epiphany, he immediately tells Cecil to avenge his daughter. What is the fucking point? Most of this narrative arc is so well constructed. You watch the seeds of this story beat begin to sprout earlier on in the game, and now you get to see them in full bloom. And with how it integrates the gameplay, it's probably the biggest instance of payoff in Final Fantasy IV so far. But the writing at the end of this segment is poor, and doesn't allow Tella a satisfying death. It would have been fine for him to die believing he did the right thing and that he contributed to the cause, or like what it seemed would be the case, that he realizes his folly at the end and advises us not to follow that self-destructive path. What you instead get is a combination of the two, and this renders the whole moment really unsatisfying, in spite of possibly the most interesting piece of gameplay story synergy that there's ever been in Final Fantasy up to this point. It leaves a slightly sour taste. I think it might also seem a bit pointless, depending on how you look at it, because this grand gesture amounts to very little. When we see the battle simulation of this event, Golbez looks like he's defeated, but it turns out that most of what Tella got out of this is getting Golbez to go, "Oof, that was sore." I find this really amusing, but I don't think it's meant to be a laugh. I think it's meant to reinforce how preternaturally powerful Golbez is, but I just can't help but see it as hysterically funny that he just gets up after this massive dramatic moment. He then decides to attack Cecil, but can't seem to bring himself to deal a finishing blow. We'll discuss this later. Anyway, after this, he just leaves. The one thing Tella's spell did achieve though, is that it brought about a change in Kain, who now seems back to himself, and you find out that Golbez essentially had him under a spell, which appears to have been broken. Cecil and Kain have a brief conversation before remembering that Rosa exists, and they rush in to save her, just in the nick of time as well. After this, Cecil and Rosa share a tender moment, in which they both attempt to candidly express their feelings towards one another, which is definite progress for Cecil. Awkward for Kain though. If you remember back to the start of this video, there's a whole love triangle thing happening here. And this specific moment where we actually see these three together for the first time is one of the most prominent examples of possibly my least favourite thing about Final Fantasy IV, which is the overuse of ellipses. Might sound like an odd complaint, but it really annoys me. The whole game has this problem, but for some reason, I find it most egregious right here. I know that the script for this game had to be cut, but whenever the dialogue starts to reach into emotional territory, the dots come flying out, and suddenly the act of saying someone's name with an ellipsis after it becomes the height of sentimental expression. It's just shite and boring, and I can't really accept this, even as a result of having to shorten the script. It's lazy and unappealing writing, and does genuine damage to the characters. The 3D version is better on this front, but it's still a guilty party. I just can't help but think that in these heartfelt moments, these touching reunions, we'd get more than just Cecil ... or Kain ... Rosa is probably the character who does this most often, so I guess we'll take this opportunity to have a look at what she's all about, and see if we can figure out why she does this. Rosa is interesting. That is, what's interesting about her is how uninteresting she is for a primary character. A caveat to open this up is that not every character in a story requires equal amounts of development or personality. It's fine for some people in the game to have a bit less going on than others. Probably the most widely accepted way of looking at this is an idea originally found in a book called Aspects of the Novel, written in 1927 by English author E.M. Forster. And it's the idea of stories having both flat and round characters. Admittedly, this book is about writing books, not games, but I think the idea travels between these media very naturally. Anyway, let's look at the text. He says, "We may divide characters into flat and round. Flat characters were called humours in the 17th century, and are sometimes called types, and sometimes caricatures. In their purest form, they are constructed round a single idea or quality. When there is more than one factor in them, we get the beginning of the curve towards the round." So if we apply this idea, we can safely assume that a character like Cecil is round, by virtue of having more going on than being constructed around a single idea, and as such he acts as an example of the complexity inherent in human nature. As for Rosa though, what's going on there? I guess if we're using this framework, Rosa would be characterized as flat, And the book does go on to explain that a novel that is at all complex often requires flat people as well as round. And that's true, but there's a way of going about that, and in this particular instance, I'm not sure it's done that well, something we can start to see when looking at Cecil and Rosa as a couple. The main problem here is that we want to perceive these two on an even level. As participants in their relationship, and as participants in this narrative, I would expect that we could get a similar level of characterization for both of these people. How else would we be expected to take their relationship seriously? If one of them is interesting and multifaceted, and the other one is one-dimensional, that doesn't do the story any favors. There are characters who could be flat, with no drawback to the story, but not someone as center stage as Rosa. It's not right. The reason I think she's flat is that there is genuinely only one element to her character, and that is her affection for Cecil. If we look at the story from a very unemotional and structural point of view, Rosa is actually barely a character, but more so a plot device to affect Cecil's characterization, and Kain's to a much smaller degree. I can barely think of a single thing she does in the story, a single action she takes, that is not ultimately in service of Cecil. It's not bad to be devoted, but this is too far gone. At the start, she's worried about Cecil after his mission. Then, she ends up with desert fever in Kaipo because she was concerned about Cecil. Then, she gets kidnapped by Golbez because it would upset Cecil. In that last example, she's barely even human, she's just a means to an end for the story. Final Fantasy IV is about Cecil, so I don't think it's unusual for him to have the focus at pretty much every point, but I find the discrepancy here in character depth quite distasteful. Look at it this way. Hypothetically, if you remove Rosa from the game, a few plot points would need rearranged, but ultimately, Cecil would be like 90% of the character we know him to be. Almost none of his personal development has been relevant to Rosa, and the game always treats him as a multifaceted individual. Now let's remove Cecil from the game. Again, he's the main character, it would all be different, but just pretend. If Cecil didn't exist, Rosa doesn't really do anything in the story. She would have essentially no role in the entire narrative, save for a few minor moments, like forcing a child to cast a spell against her will. Cecil is basically a complete character without her. Rosa is nothing without him. This is not a well-written relationship. Proof of this is that Rosa's musical theme is the theme of love, the motif that plays when the two of them are together. This sounds cute, but actually it's indicative of the very problem we've just encountered. Rosa is her relationship with Cecil, and nothing more. When this song plays, during Rosa's big moments in the story, it's always to do with Cecil. There are elements to their story and romance that I do like. I enjoy a fair amount of the dialogue they share, and as I said at the start, I also appreciate the fresh perspective of consolidating a pre-existing relationship in a JRPG, as opposed to developing one from scratch. But how am I meant to view this romance as being healthy and realistically represented, when the most three-dimensional party member and the most two-dimensional party member are put next to each other and juxtaposed so starkly? Look, let's briefly head back to that Takashi Tokita interview. When asked if there are any characters in the game he especially likes, he says this: "I gave life to them all myself, and essentially implemented the characters' movements to match the dialogue at the same time, so it feels almost as if I acted each scene out personally. I really do adore them all. I thought it might have been better to develop Rosa's character a little more, but if everyone had too rich of a personality, that wouldn't be good. She's such a strong character, some might say it's almost scary." So here we have an official statement from the man himself that Rosa is underdeveloped, and then he's kind of made the same flat versus round point we were talking about. However, that last bit seems like bullshit to me, like the kind of thing you'd say to convince yourself, because Rosa isn't a strong character. There's no hint of that, unless you're counting something like her being headstrong in escaping Baron to find Cecil at the start, but I don't really get it. I wish she was a strong character, but she isn't. Actually, this is something I'll bring up shortly when we get into discussing another character soon, but I think a lot of the character writing in this game is a bit suspect or unrefined, especially regarding female characters. with the flawlessly written Porom being the exception that proves the rule. In discussing Cecil, the twins, and Edward, I think we've actually already handled the best that Final Fantasy IV has to offer on the characterization front, but some of the stuff to come is still pretty interesting, I think. But yeah, for Rosa, I would love to see just a shred of autonomy in her character, because the niche that she's carved out in this narrative is little more than damsel in distress, or woman in love triangle, which is kind of depressing. Battle-wise, she's possibly the most useful character in the game, and the thought bubbles in the 3D remake really add a bit of colour and life to her personality, and help you see what she could have been with more development. But ultimately, in terms of character writing and the role she plays in this story, she stands out as one of the few things in the game that didn't improve along with the change in hardware. It's a shame. Anyway, with Rosa rescued and Kain unbrainwashed, it's time to leave the tower. But there to stop us in our tracks is Barbaricha, who we talked about briefly when discussing the Magus Sisters. As you already know, we'll chat about her later. So, you defeat her, and she collapses the tower in a last-ditch effort to take you out. Looks like trouble, but who steps up with a solution? Rosa. Perhaps I was wrong before. She's taken a step forward, seized control of the situation, and she's teleported us into the safe haven that is Cecil's room. Jesus Christ. Anyway, things are not looking good. Golbez has all 4 crystals now, so it seems like it's game over, but thankfully we've got someone tagging along who just so happens to have the inside scoop on all of Golbez's nefarious plans. This is where we learn that there are actually 4 more crystals, because the game needs to keep going for a while. In true Final Fantasy III style, these crystals are the 4 dark crystals, which are currently to be found in the Underworld. Golbez needs all 8 of the crystals to open the way to the moon, the true meaning of which remains a mystery. Kain is also in possession of something called a magma stone, which is supposed to open up a path to the Underworld, but he has no idea where this item is meant to be used. So now we're in the exciting situation of finding that out for ourselves. This seems like a pretty daunting task, but I actually really like how this part of the game is constructed. At this point we have full airship access, so we can go basically wherever we want, and we've actually already explored most of the map. The only large areas we haven't visited as part of the story so far are a large island to the southwest, a small island to the south, and an archipelago to the east. Casting your mind back to everywhere else you've been, you've never heard any mention of the Underworld or additional crystals, so it's easy to figure out that the answers you seek are likely in a place you've not been yet. There's a chance you've already checked out some of these places immediately before flying to Troia, so this might be a very short bout of exploration, but if not, it's a really nice change of pace, and the first time you get the opportunity to feel like you're genuinely choosing where you go next, which matters for some players. But realistically, the game is still controlling the momentum and pacing by leaving very few genuine options open. Final Fantasy IV is actually surprisingly linear. The game is very tightly crafted and absolutely takes you along a preordained path. It does it pretty well though. Like, I don't mind linearity, I actually really enjoy it, but I can understand why people get annoyed if it seems like the game is an on-rails experience. This is that kind of game for the most part, but the world and story are built in such a way that progression seems natural and obvious, like what I just mentioned, and I never felt like the game was playing me. Maybe a hot take here, but I think people often over-exaggerate the excitement associated with exploration in games. Sometimes it can be fascinating and enthralling. The Xenoblade titles are good examples of games where running around these huge, expansive maps is just a treat, and so much fun that I can't even explain it. But there are games like this, where if someone was to complain about the linearity, saying that it ruins the sense of adventure in the game, I'd be a bit skeptical. How much better would it actually feel to find somewhere like Fabul entirely on your own, as opposed to being led there for a specific reason that you give a shit about? Having a tightly controlled linear plot allows for things like Cecil washing up outside Mysidia, which couldn't happen otherwise. Exploration can be fun, but that sense of total freedom is not always needed for it to be enjoyable when discovering new people and places. Final Fantasy IV does this really well, and manages to simultaneously provide a little bit of autonomy, and also get across the point that sometimes it can be nice to be taken by the hand and led on an adventure. So the location we're meant to go to is Agart, a small town where the population are said to be descended from dwarves. There's a well in the centre of the town, and when you drop the magma stone in, a colossal crater opens in a nearby mountain and allows you access to the underworld. One thing I find weird is that no one mentions this after it happens, like the townspeople aren't shocked or terrified at this natural disaster level event that's just occurred. We've basically just caused a potential Pompeii 2.0, and no one gives a fuck. I think it would have been nice to have pre-crater dialogue and post, but maybe I'm just being picky. Anyway, fun fact before we head down, it's not that well known or widespread, but Agart is named after a place called Agartha, a fictional kingdom said to be located within the crust of the earth, like some kind of subterranean Atlantis. Not much more to say about it than that, but it's a cool reference for a place that allows you entry underground. Upon boarding the airship and making your way into the crater to see what lies below, it again feels similar to something from Final Fantasy III. That being taking that leap of faith from the floating continent and seeing a new, unfamiliar, and clearly troubled expanse. In Final Fantasy III, the world below was flooded, and this place is kind of the opposite. There are seas of a sort, but of lava, not water. This place is oppressively hot and unwelcoming, and what's more, it seems that the denizens of this land are currently embroiled in war with the Red Wings, and we get ourselves caught in the crossfire and plummet to the ground. Thankfully, we land near a castle and enter to find ourselves in the hub of a dwarven kingdom. Final Fantasy is no stranger to including dwarf communities. Both the first in the series and Final Fantasy III include dwarves, all the while adhering to the classic fantasy dwarf tropes of being short of stature, as well as being gifted blacksmiths. But this game's iteration adds one further element of potential accuracy when taking from the dwarven canon, if that's a thing, and that is that they live under the earth. Like so many fantasy tropes, it's really Tolkien who we have to thank for how we view these things now, and his dwarves were heavily influenced by Norse myth. The Völuspá is one of the most famous poems in Old Norse, and it basically outlines the Norse creation myth and the cycle of rebirth. There's a short section from it that I'd like to talk about. You can see the basic translation here, and this excerpt is describing the home of the dwarves. So I think this is interesting because this extract gives us the reasoning for most of the things we know about the modern interpretation of dwarves in fantasy, and in this game, provided we look at it with a relatively open mind. The "there stood in the north" bit is actually kind of confusing. In Norse cosmology, it's accepted that Niflheim, or Niflheim, however you want to pronounce it, a name Final Fantasy gets very fond of later by the way, is the northernmost plane. Norse myth does a weird thing though, where it conflates north with down, and results in images like this, which attempts to explain the shape of things in this mythos. Going by this image though, we can see that the home of the dwarves is to the north, and that would perhaps counterintuitively put them in what we would consider to be below ground level. The next bit refers to a place called Nidavellir. It's just spelled differently because the A with the acute accent is declining it into the dative case. Grammar aside, this name is one of the words often used to describe where the dwarves live. The first part means down, and the second means fields, so it's like the down fields that exist in the north, which is actually also down. Confusing, but we can already see why dwarves so often dwell underground in modern fantasy from these details. The next bit refers to the Golden Hall, which is a reference to the abundance of precious metals beneath the earth, and as such alludes to their proficiency in metalworking. In Final Fantasy IV, dwarf NPCs brag about the quality of their weapons and armor, expressing doubt that you'll be able to wield their wares properly. And the other Final Fantasy games also feature dwarves who are talented smiths. The final line, referring to Sindri's family, or kin, is how we know that this whole thing is talking about dwarves in the first place, as Sindri is a dwarf well known throughout Norse myth, especially in more recent retellings. Think 2018's God of War, for example, with Brock and Sindri. The only thing this passage doesn't specify is anything to do with height, but there's just been a lot of creative license taken with that over the centuries. Anyway, quite a long digression here to basically explain why the dwarves in this game live beneath the surface of the earth, but I guess the whole point of the video is to look into this kind of thing. There are details I've yet to discuss about dwarves in the Final Fantasy games, but I won't do any more here, because I might go into a few things in later videos. Dwarves only appear in 3 more main entries, and as a Scottish person, I have no doubt I'll be discussing the use of dialect in Final Fantasy IX, but for now, I reckon we'll leave the lore where it is. So, you enter the castle and chat with the king about the crystals in the underworld. Golbez already has 2 of them, and King Giot informs you that he's keeping one of the remaining crystals safe in a chamber behind his throne. However, dolls belonging to the king's daughter have somehow been possessed by Golbez, and upon infiltrating the crystal chamber, they inform him of the location. Fighting these dolls, who go by the name Calcabrina when combined, is an unusual experience. The whole thing is just quite bizarre, tonally out of place, but I imagine that's entirely intentional. We'll chat very briefly about this enemy later, or at least its name, but for now there isn't too much to say. The fight is interesting in the sense that you can actually defeat the individual dolls before they combine, and never have to fight the big one, but really this battle is a starter to prepare us for the main course. Golbez very snappily makes his way here to seize the crystal, and this is actually the first time you ever properly fight him. It's amazing, because it doesn't seem that way. It feels as if we've battled him multiple times already, but we actually haven't. This is just what happens when the villain is naturally integrated into the events of the game from an earlier stage. Honestly, I think this encounter with Golbez is probably my favourite fight in the game, and I'll try and explain why. Final Fantasy IV took inspiration from some of the more gimmicky battles in Final Fantasy III, and thought about how it could use combat as a way of storytelling, but without compromising on the combat, like so often happened in that game. This led to a variety of fights in Final Fantasy IV that changed things up a little bit. I kind of vacillate between calling them either gimmick fights or puzzle bosses, depending on how well they work, but examples of this are things like the Magus Sisters, where you have to figure out how to bypass their Delta attack, or Kanyatso, who needs a wee jolt of lightning when he puts up his watery shield, or Barbaricha, whose tornado can only be pierced from above with Kain's jump ability. There are lots of interesting ideas in these fights, mysteries that have to be solved, but all of these examples are only complex the first time. The effect doesn't persist, and I understand that's a harsh criticism, but I think it's more indicative of the fact that the challenge here is ultimately superficial, and on a second attempt, or even a little bit later in the same fight, the battle is trivialized. The fight against Golbez here manages to break that pattern, and is always interesting, thanks to its gimmick not being as one-track as the others. Golbez summons a dragon, and obliterates the party, until we're saved by the unlikeliest of sources, a vaguely familiar summoner, all garbed in green. This fight makes you strategize from a new angle, a perspective that no Final Fantasy had ever made you battle from. How combat works in JRPGs up to this point, the general modus operandi, is to go in with full health and do your best to not let it drop. This time, you're forced into battle in the exact opposite situation. With the ATB system breathing down your neck, and the fear that Golbez is just going to wipe you out before you can recover, the power dynamic completely shifts from predator to prey, and suddenly your main aim is healing, reviving, and surviving. But then you might think, wait a second, maybe the best way to get through this is to defeat Golbez before he can defeat us. And now you might be trying to balance resurrecting your party and keeping them healthy with whittling down the enemy's HP, and suddenly this has become the most immersive battle in the game so far, by a mile. It's the first time I think any Final Fantasy genuinely makes a battle strategic, putting you in a difficult position and then offering you multiple paths to victory. You get to choose how to do this. It isn't just thinking, oh, I'll jump when Barbaricha becomes a tornado, because that barely feels like a step up from the Mist Dragon fight at the start. No, this is genuinely engaging and exciting turn-based combat, and I think it's absolutely brilliant. However, a large part of the success of this set piece comes down to the narrative context surrounding it. The way that your party members being wiped out was perfectly integrated into the battle, with Rydia then appearing to save the day. Hironobu Sakaguchi did an interview with Famitsu in 1991, where he mentions something really interesting about how they tried to approach things differently in Final Fantasy IV. When asked about Final Fantasy IV being a tale of love and gallantry, he said this: "It's not the theme or anything, but if you look at Final Fantasy II, for a lot of people out there, the biggest shock in that game was when Joseph died, right? It's not that his death scene was spectacular or anything. You're struggling to get out of this dungeon where you can't use teleport, and then just as you can see the exit and think, at last, he suddenly dies. I think that was a big shock to players. I want to include more things like that. Not a story that unfolds in a straightforward fashion like a novel, but using the dungeons to prey on the player's psychology and expectations. For example, say you reach a certain area with your party nearly wiped out, and in that moment we throw a boss fight at you, but one that's balanced for the party's current weakened state. I'm hoping we can prepare a lot of scenes like this, stuff that's custom tailored to the psychological moment of the story. I love how much Final Fantasy IV made an effort to tell its story through moments like this. Think of Cecil's battle against the Dark Knight at the summit of Mount Ordeals. Think of Kain attacking Cecil, and how as a player you don't want to attack your friend. Think of Tella expending his life force in an attempt to finally take Golbez down. Rather than just show you these things in a cutscene, the game puts these moments in a context you're intimately familiar with, and sometimes gives you control in these situations, or at least puts it in the recognizable format of a battle, which does wonders for adding extra immersion and emotional heft into these significant narrative developments. I think this is really ahead of the curve, and deserves more credit than I can give. Despite that, the moment immediately after this feels somewhat ill-conceived. You defeat Golbez, and this following scene actually plays out slightly differently depending on if you're playing 2D or 3D. In all versions though, your party foolishly has an entire conversation while Golbez just lies there. I reckon they have to think that he's dead, otherwise they couldn't be so incautious, but they just have a huge chat about Rydia turning up, where she's been, and so on, and then everyone makes to leave, before Golbez proclaims something about not dying today, and he grabs the crystal and fucks off. In 2D, for some reason, it's a disembodied hand that takes the slowest route possible, and Cecil just stands there and watches it happen. This is the most ridiculous cutscene, and I think they realised this when making it in 3D, because in the remakes, he just quickly gets up and teleports away with it. Regardless of how this takes place, it's just insane to me that not only did they have a conversation over the guy without checking his pulse, they just decided to leave him in there with the very thing he was trying to steal. This is awful. I don't know if there were issues when constructing the story, where the people at Square were torn because they wanted to give you this moment of victory upon Rydia's return, but they also needed to make it so you don't get this crystal to continue the story. So they just unrealistically had the most powerful character in the game play possum, with no one thinking it might be a bad idea to leave him in the crystal chamber. It's a shame, because within just a few minutes, you go from one of the best parts of the game, a battle that manages to not only be mechanically interesting, but one that also manages to develop story and character, to one of the worst, where nuance is thrown out the window and you're looking at serious negligence, be it on the part of the characters or the writers. Either way, not good, unfortunately. We still aren't done for this section though, because the biggest thing that actually happens in this part of the game is something we've only glossed over. Rydia has returned, and she is an adult now. Bear in mind, when we last saw her, she was 7, and falling off the side of a ship. I'm not certain how much time has passed since then, but it isn't much. The game explains her dramatic change in appearance as being due to the fact that she was taken by Leviathan, the sea serpent that caused the shipwreck, to a place called the Feymarch, or Land of Summons, depending on which version you're playing. This is where all the summons live, an Eidolon community, essentially, and there, time apparently passes differently, meaning that for Rydia, years have passed since Cecil washed up on the shores of Mysidia. I love how she reappears. The Mist Dragon being summoned before you see her is an excellent choice. It lets you organically go from shock to elation when you realize what's happened. However, and this is probably the most controversial thing I'll say in the video, I don't really think Rydia is a good character. I'm not saying that for the sake of being contrarian or anything, but I just often hear people say how much they love Rydia when discussing this game, and I find it really confusing because for most of the game, she does nothing to be a compelling character. Rydia as a child had potential to be interesting. I like the setup when you get to Mist. I like how her character contrasts with Cecil in those opening moments where it's just the two of them. And I also appreciate what they were trying to do with the Wall of Ice at Mount Hobs, even though I think that scene is generally given a smidge too much credit. Apart from these small sections of the game, I genuinely believe that everything surrounding Rydia is uninspiring. So let's talk about that. Again, young Rydia had a bit more going for her, primarily because of the trauma she was dealing with. That added a degree of nuance and complexity to her character, gave her potential for development, and also gave the story further potential for meaningful allegory if dealt with tactfully. But I don't think this foundation was ever utilised fully or realistically. I find Rydia's actions and reactions throughout the story to be the most consistently confusing of any character, and I think it's ultimately because she isn't well written, just like Rosa. She's got more to her than Rosa, but if we'll give Rosa a bit of credit, she's consistent, and her character feels like it was written with a purpose, an overarching idea in mind of who she was supposed to be. That idea was also never developed to its full potential, but I know who Rosa is as a character, what part she plays in the wider narrative. I don't really know who Rydia is meant to be, or what role she's supposed to fulfill in the story, especially from this point onwards where she returns as an adult. The only thing Rydia does in the whole game that I find to be authentic and emotionally powerful is how she reacts to her mother's death and the destruction of her home. She loses it, as she should. This response to the situation was entirely appropriate. She's only a kid, and when faced with that much anguish, you wouldn't really be able to hold it all in at that age and remain yourself. You'd either entirely withdraw or entirely let loose, and she did the latter. Every other big moment, though, I find unusual. As we said earlier, she comes to trust Cecil, or at least opens up to him, far too quickly, for example. I know she's young and impressionable, perhaps, but I would expect far less clemency from a child in her position. I mean, Cecil has just ruined her life, and after one beneficent deed, he's back in the good books? I often see comments about how mature Rydia is, despite her age, but I don't think she's mature at all, even as an adult. I just think she's been created in a very amateurish way, without a clear sense of direction as a character. Like, if she forgave Cecil because of her precocious capacity for maturity, that's so incompatible with how we see her act otherwise. For example, if she has the kind of emotional maturity to look at that situation so dispassionately and understand Cecil's position, where does that maturity go when faced with Edward, someone she should empathise with far more? I actually think that looking at this situation in Damcyan, she should clam back up. When faced with another hellscape like the one she came from, I'm surprised that she can be so brash and rude, instead of the more realistic choice of finding it hard to process what's happening and conflating this traumatic event with the one she's already dealing with. She is clearly struggling to process what happened to her, and that's why she won't cast fire at Mount Hobs, but then all it takes is a please, and she's like, okay, and does it. This is odd. You can't have it both ways. People like Rydia because she's either mature for her age, especially considering what she's been through, or they like her because she's a good representation of the effects of trauma on a child. She's actually neither. Her character oscillates between mature and immature, being a victim and then berating another victim, between being internally tortured by her trauma and then talked out of it in 1 second. It's strange. I imagine that some people will hear this and think something along the lines of, the incongruence shown here could be viewed as her trauma response, the fluctuations in her personality being examples of her inability to fully reckon with that initial moment. However, I think that would be giving the game far too much credit, because I don't believe for a second that a story that treats one of its 2 primary female characters like decoration would pay so much attention to the other. It's just inconsistent characterization, that's all. In the 3D remake, Cecil even brings this whole idea up to Rydia after fighting Golbez, amused at why she would help him after the misery he brought upon her, and her answer is weird and non-committal, saying that she's been told that there's something at work behind the scenes and they need to band together. I think this is an effort on Tom Slattery's part to address this idea of forgiveness and trauma, as it gets swept under the rug and forgotten about in the original 2D entries, but it still doesn't feel right. Adult Rydia just doesn't give a shit anymore, and what happened to her as a child isn't really relevant to her character or the story from this point onward. It disappoints me, because if dealt with more carefully, Rydia has more potential than anyone to be a great character, but it never ends up coming together. Like, I'm not huge on her whole magically becoming an adult thing either. This feels incredibly contrived. What's the purpose of this, ultimately? I think there are two reasons, and I'm suspicious of both. Firstly, there's the fact that it's more of a mechanical choice than one that smoothly integrates into the plot. Given the rotating party thing in this game, there still needs to be balance, and they needed a caster for the final party, and Rydia fills that role. There have already been 3 black magic users in the game, it would maybe be excessive to introduce a 4th, so Rydia comes back after a short leave of absence to plug that gap. However, as well as it works battle-wise, I don't think she's ever adequately reintroduced into the story. She doesn't really do anything else throughout the game, apart from sometimes getting sad at character deaths, which is perhaps the only link to her childhood trauma that we see, but even then, it just feels tacked on and superficial. The second reason I think she came back older is the more jaded and cynical perspective, and it was so they could get away with basically sexualizing her, and giving an adult female character her worth the only way they know how to at this point, by making her a target for romantic conquest. We haven't met Edge in the story so far, but he's a right wee shite, and his whole shtick after the first few hours of knowing him is that he's one of those womanizer types, and has a thing for Rydia in particular. You'll remember earlier that I talked about how pleased I was that Final Fantasy IV's approach to romance was a bit more mature and subtle than you'd expect, in reference to Cecil and Rosa's pre-existing relationship. Well, ignoring that, and without wanting to overgeneralize, games like this, as well as anime, manga, whatever, so often have that trope of there being at least one weird pervert character. And that kind of happens here too. However, Rosa is already taken, so someone needed to be the object of Edge's affections, and as such, Rydia couldn't be a 7-year-old anymore. As I said before, maybe that's cynical of me, but I've played a lot of games and engaged with a lot of Japanese media, and if you have too, you do know exactly what I'm talking about. So, what we have is a character who's initially introduced as a victim of severe childhood trauma, with so much potential for personal growth and development, reduced to little more than an unwilling love interest. That's just terrible. I really don't know what the aim was for Rydia, or who she's meant to be, how she's meant to affect the story, or what relationships she's supposed to have with the other characters. We don't get enough information, and what we do get is muddled or confused or lazy. Obviously, the one thing I haven't really mentioned is her design, which is a lot of what appeals to people. The green motif is cool, and her general appearance has become pretty iconic, although I do find it weird how, when looking at her adult concept art and CG model, they clearly want you to find her attractive, even though you've spent most of the game with her being a vulnerable child. It's dodgy. I really wish I liked Rydia more, but I believe that ultimately the game let her down. Perhaps it's related to what Takashi Tokita said about the script being cut down to a quarter of its original size, or perhaps it was just naivety and inexperience from the writers. But I think Rydia is, as dramatic as it sounds, one of Final Fantasy IV's greatest failures. There was such promise there, but it all ended up being executed with such carelessness and oversight. It's odd because some characters are written pretty adeptly. I think Cecil is great for the most part. I'm a big fan of Edward too. But it can't be ignored how badly this game has written its 2 primary female characters. There are 12 playable characters in this game, and only 3 are female: Rosa, Rydia, and Porom. The fact that Porom is the best of those by a distance, in my opinion at least, is bewildering. Rosa and Rydia could have been amazing, but at the end of the day, they're little more than wasted potential. Sounds really harsh, although I do think it's true. Anyway, time to move on. Golbez has now got his mitts on the 7th crystal, meaning there's only one left. King Giot comes up with a plan, which is to infiltrate the Tower of Babil, a huge tower which connects the underworld and overworld, because it's there that the 7 crystals are being kept, while Golbez is trying to steal crystal number 8. With support fire from some Dwarven tanks, the gang gets inside the Tower of Babil and sets off to get those crystals back. Before we get into the nitty-gritty, let's quickly chat etymology. There are 2 towers in this game, Zot and Babil. The former is a complete mystery. I have no idea what the name is meant to mean, if it's meant to be some sort of illusion. Not everything needs to be, of course, but how blatant Babil is as an illusion makes me think that Zot must be one as well. The only thing that I can find is that it's an Albanian word, meaning what you can see on screen, but I don't believe this was the inspiration for the name of the tower. That would be so obscure and random. It's fine for it to be a mystery though. Babil, however, that one is easy to figure out. This seems like a clear reference to the Tower of Babil, a legendary sky-shattering tower from Genesis in the Old Testament, which was used as the basis for explaining why people speak different languages. Etiology aside, let's head back to the Legends of Localization website to see what they say about this, because there might be more to it than that. So, it turns out that the translation for this was pretty interesting, because the Japanese name for the in-game location is spelled fairly differently to how Babil would be spelled in the Bible. This is what led to Babil having an I instead of an E, and even led to another unusual translation choice in the original game, which is the dash splitting the word. I think this looks cool. Then, in the GBA translation, it briefly became Babil Tower, spelled like we would expect in English, before going back to Babil with an I. Why was it spelled differently to what we would expect in the first place, though? I'm not sure, and the professional translator isn't sure either, which is a slight relief. But it definitely still seems, despite a change in spelling, that it is still probably a reference to the biblical tower, and not something else. I guess that begs the question, though, why Babil? Well, I don't think it's anything to do with the religious context, or anything to do with historical linguistics. I think it's all to do with size. The Tower of Babil was supposed to be colossal, with varying sources over the millennia claiming different numbers. And the main thing connecting them all is how absurdly huge the figures are, making the tower seem almost otherworldly, verging on anachronistic. In Final Fantasy IV, the Tower of Babil could also be described with those 2 exact adjectives. It has a similar internal appearance to the Tower of Zot, giving the impression that it doesn't quite belong to this world, hint hint. And it's easily the largest building in the game, its height verging on inconceivable. Like, look at it in the opening cutscene from the 3D remake. It's off-the-screen levels of tall. I reckon there's not much more to it than that. Well, there is one more thing this tower does, actually, but we can't bring that up until a bit later. With that said though, it's all about ascending the tower. It's not particularly noteworthy, it's much like every other dungeon. But that being said, I would probably call this the most unfair location in the game for random battles, and I attribute that entirely to this enemy, the Flamehound. You better hope you don't run into any of these pricks on the first few floors here, or you're probably dead. Aside from that though, it's alright. You climb for a while, and then get a glimpse of the final of the 4 elemental archfiends, Rubicante. He immediately goes away, leaving you with this guy, an evil scientist called Dr. Luge. I'm saying this a lot at the moment, but I don't have much to say about this fight. It's interesting that it can go different ways depending on who you take out first, similar in a way to the Calcabrina boss fight, but there's not much more to it than that. Afterwards, it looks like the dwarves helping you from outside the tower are in trouble, and you make your way to the control room to stop them from being obliterated. Here, you take out the goblins manning the cannons, and Yang decides to self-sacrifice, in an attempt to destroy the apparatus controlling the artillery, which is attacking the dwarves, whilst also saving the party. We'll get to this shortly. You keep descending, trying to get out, and at the final moment, Golbez removes the bridge you're on, so it looks like you're heading for a lava bath, but Sid swoops in suddenly on his airship and catches everyone. At this point, the Red Wings are after you, and it's not looking good. So, you fly back to the crater that opened near Agart and try to get out of the underworld. But during this, Sid deems it necessary to also self-sacrifice. He jumps out of the airship and blows himself up, which closes the crater and stops the Red Wings from pursuing you. That's 2 character deaths in 5 minutes. Let's talk about this whole sequence for a second. I've spent a fair amount of time discussing characters in this video so far, but 2 that have been around for a while and I barely mentioned are Yang and Sid. You might think that this is where I finally talk about them after they've nobly laid down their lives, but everything about that would be wrong. I'm not going to talk about them here, and also neither of them are dead. I will talk about Yang briefly later, but generally I wouldn't have anything to say about these 2 if I tried to summarize them or analyze them like I have with some of the others. But we will talk about how they supposedly die, and why. Yang first. So it seems like the cannons in this room have been fiddled with and cannot be stopped. Yang chooses to stay and fix this problem despite the danger to his own life, and then does something admittedly amazing in roundhouse kicking everyone out of the room at the same time. Now, I'm gonna play this scene, and I want you to try and figure out what happens here. Like, what exactly does Yang do to resolve this situation?
It's too dangerous.
Young!
I will take care of things in here. The rest of you, get out!
Are you mad?
It's too late, Young!
Forgive me.
Young! Young!
If you should see my wife again, tell her to live enough for us both. Don't be a fool. Open the door.
Young! Please, Young! Don't throw your life away!
Young!
It has been an honor fighting with all of you.
Open the door, Young! Young!
I am usually okay with having to fill in some of the gaps in the narrative myself. One of the things I talked about near the start of the video was how much more affecting the scenes in Mist are, as well as the ones just after, when you use your imagination a bit, really envisage what's going on, how people would feel, so I'm not against this idea. This scene, however, I find very confusing, and I have no idea what's supposed to have happened from a logistical standpoint. I can't figure out the purpose of any course of action here. The cannons were supposed to be un-turn-offable, and Yang locks himself in, screams, there's a light, an explosion, and that's that. Everything seems to be fine after, but Yang is dead. It's more like I'm being told to have an emotional reaction, rather than one occurring organically. How am I meant to give a shit when I have no idea what's just happened, and I don't even know where to go to start filling in those gaps myself? It looked like things were just gonna blow up anyway. Could he not have just left and let the room explode, probably destroying the artillery system in the process? Does he die by destroying the cannons, causing an explosion which ends up killing him? Does he even have the power to do this, because we've definitely not seen it? The scream and light makes it seem like he does something, but what? We don't know much about Yang, or how these cannons work, or how to stop them. Does he hack into the mainframe and reroute the cannons before the room explodes? Was it the rampant electricity that caused the blast? Or was it the cannons backfiring somehow? I just don't get it, and especially knowing it was a fake death, it almost comes off as funny, which is not the intended atmosphere when considering this moment in the story. For Sid, it's the exact same. Maybe it's a me problem, but I can't get a grasp on the logistics here either. Again, let's watch the scene play out.
They're closing on us!
Come on! Enterprise! The engines can't take this! Cecil, take over!
Sid!
What are you doing?
Once you reach the surface, I'll seal off that hole for good with this!
No, not you too!
I was hoping I'd get to see your kids someday, but well, someone's gotta keep young company. You get yourselves back to Babil. Talk to my boys there.
But Sid!
You'll die!
And so young, too! Bombs away! Try stopping this, Golbez! My once-in-a-lifetime unaided way!
Sid. One after another.
Rushing to die like fools.
We go to Baron for Sid.
Okay, so firstly, I don't care much for Sid in this game, and I don't like his voice work very much, but the delivery and writing on the line, and so young too, are both 10 out of 10. It's so good that it almost makes up for everything else, which happens to be absolute lunacy. Bear in mind, we don't know this at the time, but Sid survives this. This, which you're seeing on screen. He blows himself up, and then there's an enormous eruption of lava that I can't imagine he's managed to avoid, since it seems he caused it. How? What is happening? Could he not just set the explosive off on a timer and drop it? Did he have to free fall off? How does this work, anyway? How would this explosion close off the crater in the first place? Does this erupted lava dry and close it up? Does it cause some sort of rockfall which blocks it? It doesn't look different when you regain access to the airship. The mountain range looks good as new. A small cutscene in the PSP version doesn't help to explain how this works either. Maybe I'm being too nitpicky here, but I don't think it's too much to ask to have a basic idea of the purpose of something that's supposed to be such a significant event. 2 party members are meant to be dead here, valiantly giving their lives for the cause. But what ends up happening is, because there's so little narrative explanation for these sacrifices, you start grasping for understanding, and then you figure out what's going on with all the fake deaths in this game. Final Fantasy IV doesn't quite perfect the art of disguising its mechanical limitations within the storytelling. What I mean by that is that characters die a lot in this game. Yang, Rydia, Edward, Palom and Porom, Tella, Yang again, and now Sid. That's only up to this point in the story, too. The only one of those characters who is actually dead is Tella. All the others are fake outs, some of which are particularly egregious. Why does this happen though? As we know, Final Fantasy IV has a fixed party system. You can't change the setup, and this system is linked to the story. Characters are supposed to join and leave fluidly, as we've seen, and the story and combat are supposed to be relevant to whoever is in the party. It's a curated experience, no doubt. The question is just, how expertly done is the curation in relation to the plot? The game is hemmed into only having 5 active party members with you at any given time, and if they need to squeeze another in, they have to get rid of one who's already there. It's a tough balancing act, and sometimes the act of leaving and rejoining the party is done super convincingly, like Golbez's kidnapping of Rosa and her eventual rescue, or Tella charging off in a rage after his daughter's death. These are perfectly believable, really well written parts of the story that integrate flawlessly with the mechanical side of the game as well. But when it doesn't work so smoothly, like with the last 2 deaths that seem like they didn't need to happen at all, it hits you. Characters are dying, not because it's best for the story and because it serves the overarching narrative, but because they're surplus to requirements for the fixed party system and the limitations of the game. Seeing behind the curtain like this is problematic, because you start to approach everything with a degree of cynicism, and moments like this transition from, oh man, I can't believe Sid and Yang died, how tragic, to, oh, of course Sid and Yang died. Now we have a 5th space open in the party to recruit another member. This cheapens the emotional impact of death in the game, knowing that it basically means nothing. And this is horrible because it then lessens the impact of any potential future deaths, because you reach a point where you just start assuming every death will be fake, so it doesn't have that much significance anymore. It's a real shame, to be honest, and one of the most legitimate complaints there is regarding Final Fantasy IV. Personally though, I'm keen to move on to something slightly more positive. We're back on the overworld for the first time in a while, and we're finally going to have the appropriate context for some leitmotif discussion. So, it's time to talk about some music. Okay, back to speaking. That one took a while. It probably seems like ages ago, so in case anyone's forgotten, we entered the Tower of Babil in the Underworld with the aim of reclaiming the 7 crystals Golbez had stolen. This is still our aim, it just got slightly postponed on our first attempt. So we get an upgrade to our ship and make our way to a place called Eblan, a kingdom situated near the upper levels of the Tower of Babil, hoping for some means of ingress. The castle is totally barren, absolutely lifeless, and looks similar to what happened at Damcyan. In fact, the music that plays here is the Castle Damcyan music. However, there's a cave nearby, reachable by boating over the shoals, and in this cave are the survivors of the recent attack on Eblan, an attack we find out was led by Rubicante, the 4th elemental archfiend. It turns out that the Prince of Eblan, a guy called Edge, has run off after Rubicante further through this cave, which also happens to lead back into the Tower of Babil. So this is a 2 birds with 1 stone kind of deal. Take down Golbez's last henchman and get back into the tower. It doesn't take long to come across Edge and Rubicante, and we get another one of those really interesting battle/cutscene situations, where we receive our first bit of exposition regarding Edge. That being that he's a right fucking bellend. What kind of person, in their attempt to defeat the Archfiend of Fire, would ever use an ability called Flame? Anyway, Rubicante rightly wipes the floor with him, retreats into the tower, and Edge is left prostrate, feeling sorry for himself. After convincing him your interests align, he deigns to join your party. For context on what's going on with him, Edge is under the impression that his parents have been killed by Rubicante during the attack on Eblan Castle, leaving him as the heir to the kingdom, which imbues him with that sense of responsibility to mete out justice to those that have wronged him and his people. So we have something similar to Tella in structure here. Edge's story is one of revenge. But we've learned our lesson from Tella, right? That there is nothing at the end of that path but regret? Well, I guess we'll see. With Edge's assistance, the party re-enters the Tower of Babil, and it doesn't take long before things start getting spooky. Suddenly, Edge's parents materialize out of nowhere, barring your path forward. You get one of the funniest lines in the game here, but what makes it funny is the sound effect when the line hits. I'm gonna play it here exactly as it is, just so you can experience it yourselves. What happens after this is the horrifying realization that the former king and queen have been transformed into chimeric abominations. So I can't imagine that the "to hell" line is supposed to be funny, but it is. You'll have noticed that this is a common theme. Some emotional moments don't quite hit the notes they're meant to. As for them attacking you, I'm a big fan of this, for the same reason I like some of the other battles we've already discussed. This is one of those fights which is realistically a cutscene reworked into a different form to give you an impression of agency. You can attack Edge's parents, but it doesn't feel right to do that for some reason, kind of like when you get attacked by Kain in Fabul. That's what's so amazing about these narrative battle sequences. So much of JRPGs are combat, and fighting is always vital to the story, but allowing the player to make the choice to not fight when they don't find it appropriate is incredible for helping with immersion. I have to give the game a lot of credit for this, because I don't like Edge, and I don't really care about his parents. But despite that, does it feel right to try and get Edge to attack them? Or anyone else in the party, for that matter? I don't think it does. Anyway, Edge's chimerants regain some lucidity, and basically end their own lives to escape the purgatory imposed upon them, which only serves to further fuel Edge's desire for vengeance. Rubicante appears after this, and does something very interesting, which is that he denounces the treatment of Edge's parents, attributing their new forms to the experimentation of Dr. Luge, who we've already dealt with. This is what makes Rubicante the most compelling of the 4 fiends. His clear sense of honor contrasts with the evil he commits in service to Golbez. Obviously, Edge doesn't really pay him any heed, and uses his newfound rage to unlock some latent ninja abilities. I hadn't actually mentioned that so far, but Edge is a ninja, as is custom in Eblan, and it's yet another Final Fantasy 1 and 3 job. Anyway, with these new powers awoken, Rubicante heals your party up, and you head into your long-awaited battle against Golbez's most powerful general. So, now we've met them all, let's pause this battle for a second, and instead use this moment to segue into discussion of the 4 elemental archfiends. There's some interesting things to say about them as a collective, first of all, and then we'll discuss them individually, but that shouldn't take too long. If you need a refresher, the 4 Fiends are as follows: Scarmiglione, Cagnazzo, Barbariccia, and Rubicante. It's hardly a secret that these names all sound incredibly Italian, and that's because they are. Again, I think this is common knowledge for Final Fantasy fans, but these 4 take their names from Inferno, the first of 3 parts of the Divine Comedy, a 14th century epic poem written by Dante Alighieri. This is one of the most famous pieces of literature of all time, and follows Dante as he journeys through the 3 different domains of the dead: Hell, Purgatory, and Heaven. Unsurprisingly, the 4 Fiends were taken from the Hell section. I mean, the word Archfiend literally refers to Satan, so let's have a look at where it is in Perdition that we can actually find them. According to Dante, Hell is comprised of 9 concentric circles deep within the earth, with each consecutive circle meant to represent a graver sin than the last. Where we need to look is in the 8th circle, a place called Malebolge, which focuses mainly on punishing those who have committed fraud in some sense. One of the areas in this circle specifically deals with those who have engaged in political fraud, graft, extortion, blackmail, things like that, and this is exactly where we can find some familiar faces. Dante, along with his guide, Virgil, the very same one who wrote the Aeneid, encounter a group of demonic creatures who go by the name Malebranche, and they parley with their leader, Malacoda, to ensure safe passage to the next area. Malacoda agrees and entreats his retinue of demons to help with that, for the meantime at least. The first name we see, just like in Final Fantasy IV, is Scarmiglione. After that, we have Alicino and Calcabrina, which is also a familiar name to us. I reckon that Calcabrina was named after one of the other Malebranche, just to indicate that, like the 4 Fiends, their purpose in the story is to serve Golbez. Then, we have Cagnazzo and Barbariccia, providing us with a bit of info that I find quite satisfying, which is that the order we fight the Archfiends in Final Fantasy IV exactly mimics the order in which they are brought up in Dante's Inferno. Very cool detail. In the next tercet, we have Libicoco, Dragonazzo, Ciriato, Graffiacane, Farfarello, and finally, Rubicante. The last one of those is the only one that's really relevant, but if you've played either Final Fantasy V or Final Fantasy XIV, some of those other names might sound a wee bit familiar. But yeah, this is ultimately the source for the 4 Fiends and their names, and I think it's probably sufficient to know that Final Fantasy IV's most famous evil minions are inspired by demons residing in the last millennium's most famous literary depiction of hell, but it wouldn't be one of my videos if we didn't at least try to see if there's anything else to it, any additional details we can squeeze out of the source material. So, starting with Scarmiglione, it already looks like a bit of a dead end. He's only mentioned once, in that first tercet we looked at, and the only bit of behaviour specifically attributed to him is in the tercet preceding that one, where the demons are chatting about causing some trouble before being shut down by their boss. That's basically all the info that exists regarding Scarmiglione specifically. Not really enough to give any solid reasoning for personality traits, save for subservience, and definitely not any basis for appearance or design. However, one of the other demons, Ciriato, is described as tusked on 2 separate occasions, but Ciriato wasn't chosen to feature in this game, so I wonder if that was taken and used as inspiration for Scarmiglione, because he's got some big tusks going on. As for whether or not the names of these demons mean anything that could be relevant to the game, it's hard to say. Generally, scholars of Dante agree that some of the names we've just listed off are most likely jumbled versions of his political contemporaries. Some are references to the culture of the time, like how Alicino is a bastardization of the Italian word arlecchino, meaning harlequin, and some are simple wordplay or portmanteaus. Scarmiglione almost definitely derives from the Italian verb scarmigliare, meaning to dishevel, which makes him the disheveled one, or something to that effect. It's a stretch, but this could work for his character. I mean, he doesn't look his best, does he? As for Cagnazzo, he has the honour of being mentioned twice, but again, we don't get an idea of who he could be. There's no real basis for designing a character here. the most we get is that he has a muzzle, which leads into the etymology of his name. It's most likely a variation on the word cagnaccio, which refers to an ugly and fierce dog, apparently. So there's basically nothing I can find linking the two cagnazzos in any sense, apart from their name. Not sure how we got to a scary murderous turtle posing as a king, but what can you do? We get a bit more info about Barbaricha than the previous two. We firstly find out that Barbaricha is second in command among the Malebranche, and is ordered to guide the 10 other demons. He's also considered to be particularly scary, more so than the others perhaps, as indicated in this tercet here. The other thing we learn about Barbaricha is that despite being a demon, he's quite measured and serious, not as mischievous as the others, as we can see in this tercet, where he speaks in a totally different manner to what you'd expect, showing respect to Dante and Virgil. I don't think there's ever an explicit four-fiend hierarchy laid out in Final Fantasy IV, but Rubicante is supposed to be the most powerful, and I think it's heavily implied that he would most likely be Golbez's right hand ahead of the other three, not Barbaricha, so I don't think this idea has really travelled cleanly between the media. Barbaricha is still in charge of the Mega Sisters, so I guess the game has afforded her some leadership, but all the descriptions above don't seem like they fit her character. They do fit Rubicante though. Second in command, powerful and intimidating, yet more dutiful and genteel than you'd expect from a demon. So I think wires must have been crossed here somehow, because it definitely appears that Dante's Barbaricha lines up a lot more with Final Fantasy IV's Rubicante. As for a name, Barbaricha is likely one of those political references from before, but I think what's more worth focusing on is what we already talked about when discussing the Mega Sisters earlier. Barbaricha means curly beard. This is kind of funny, considering that Barbaricha is the only stereotypically female-presenting character among the 4 Archfiends, and is the only one with a name that would seem to hint at a stereotypically masculine trait. I mean, she has a lot of hair, but I reckon that if there's a reason this name was bestowed upon a female character, it's just because it ends in an A, which is a traditionally female noun ending in some European languages. I don't know if there'd be much more to it than that. Her design is absurd, by the way. The 3 male fiends are demonic and scary, and the 1 female fiend just looks like an attractive, scantily clad woman. I've already spoken about this kind of thing at length before, so I'm not gonna retread that ground here, but it's pretty shady. Rubicante is the final fiend, and let's be honest, the best one. But we've just found out that the basis for that personality is actually Dante's Barbaricha, not Dante's Rubicante. In the poem, Rubicante only gets mentioned twice, like Cagnazzo, but we get slightly more information this time. Firstly, we get an adjective, Mad Rubicante. And then we get a tercet where the demons all tell Rubicante to get on with some flaying. This is more proof that the game's take on Rubicante is not based on his literary namesake, and actually his descriptors here would be more fitting for any of the others, maybe Cagnazzo in particular, as he seems the most sadistic of the 4 Archfiends. That being said, Rubicante's name probably had an impact on his appearance. There's an adjective in Italian, rubicondo, which likely informed his red colouring. I mean, it's easy to figure out without that though, if you just think of what colour a ruby is. The Cante bit is a reference to a bloke called Cante dei Gabrieli, who actually exiled Dante from his home of Florence, so I guess this is what counted as getting even back in the day. So, on the whole, I guess there's precedent for a few things here, but most of it is just original ideas for the game with a thin coat of medieval Italian paint. I reckon that the names were probably just chosen arbitrarily, and it could have realistically been any 4 of the 12 demons listed earlier, but I would be surprised if Rubicante isn't even slightly based on Barbaricha in the poem. Element-wise, there is nothing to any of this, really. I can't explain why any of the 4 fiends wield their respective element, from this standpoint at least, because it has no basis in Dante. The wider concept can be explained, as we will get into imminently, but if you want a subtextual reason as to why Cagnazzo is aligned with water, for example, I don't think you're going to get a satisfying answer. I don't know how it all came about, like if they had designs they needed to find names for, or if Amano was told to design something based on Barbaricia, Empress of the Winds, or what. But whatever the creative process was, there is Damcyan influence on the characters, albeit mostly superficial. However, if you've played Final Fantasy I, or Final Fantasy IX by extension, the idea of 4 elemental fiends should be familiar to you. Final Fantasy IV's elemental archfiends are basically improvements on what we saw in the first game, with Lich, Marilith, Kraken, and Tiamat. 4 enemies, all working under the primary antagonist. The order isn't the same, but the elements are. This whole premise is based on a concept from Buddhism, that of the 4 heavenly kings, 4 gods who each watch over one of the cardinal directions. The influence is light, though, mostly a name thing, and like with Dante, it isn't like the 4 fiends in either Final Fantasy I or 4 are literally based on these gods, even though the collective name used in Japanese for both the elemental fiends and these gods is exactly the same term. Heading back to our favourite translation website, we get some fascinating info on this idea, the standout being that this is also the term used to refer to the Elite Four in Pokemon. Really interesting. Also, as I've been writing this, I've been reading Dr. Stone for the first time, and literally came across a reference to this idea in that as well. So it's a pretty prevalent concept in Japanese media. But yeah, take the 4 heavenly kings, combine them with the 4 classical elements which I talked about in the Final Fantasy I video, add a few spritzes of mythological and literary references, and that's the basis for Final Fantasy's elemental fiends. Final Fantasy IVs are a lot of fun, and have interesting designs and disparate personalities, and now we know how they came to be. But just as a wee chaser, let's look back at that Takashi Tokita interview we've quoted a few times, and see if he says anything on the matter. He was asked how Golbez and the Archfiends joined forces, and this was the answer. There are a lot of theories and rumours about this, such as Rubicante having once been a wizard and so on, but we actually didn't put any thought into that at all. This is just my take thinking about it now, but as Golbez's actions aren't his own, I think the Archfiends could have been different people at one point as well. If they were always exactly the kind of people the story portrays them as, that would make them pretty eccentric, a little off to say the least. But if we included sympathetic backstories for them in the game, players would be apprehensive to take up arms against them. This is only what I imagine might be, but they probably were normal people or wizards or whatever originally. Slightly jumping the gun with some Golbez info there, but it's fine, this is a spoiler-heavy video. Usually I like seeing what the developers have to say, but this one kind of annoys me. Like when I looked into Odin's backstory in the Final Fantasy III video, because I just expect more thought to have gone into some of these things, or at least to get some straight answers, but it's fine. Still good to hear info like this from the horse's mouth. Nonetheless, I hope this section has been interesting to watch, because it was fun to research. There is one tiny additional thing that I'll add before moving on though, that I couldn't fit in earlier. There are 2 super bosses exclusive to the 3D version of the game, one of which is Geryon. As you can see, Geryon is a mishmash of the 4 elemental archfiends, and in keeping with the themes, is also a reference to Dante's Inferno. Dante and Virgil actually hitch a ride on Geryon to get from the 7th circle to the 8th, where the Malabranche hang out. Geryon is described in the poem as a chimeric being composed of various monster parts. So this was a cool name for the superboss, something linked to the appropriate section of Dante's Inferno, while also being a chimeric creation itself in the game. Geryon exists in Greek myth too, albeit in a totally different form. He was a giant who, depending on the descriptions, either had 1 head and 3 bodies, or 3 heads and 1 body. Either way, doesn't matter, it's a cool detail. Let's finally get back to that battle with Rubicante. The party vanquishes the 4th and final Archfiend, and in doing so, Edge finally gets some closure and manages to avenge his parents. And with that, his arc completely ends. Takes like 10 minutes. It would be great to have a wee section analysing Edge, discussing his character in detail like I have with a few of the others, but I really wouldn't be able to. As I just said, his arc starts when you find him getting battered by Rubicante, and ends shortly after when him and the rest of the party batter Rubicante right back. And that's about it. His role in the story after this event is little more than that of a placeholder, the compulsory 5th member to fill out your team. The party of Cecil, Kain, Rosa, Rydia, and Edge is the final party in the game, the team with which you'll take on the final boss, unless you play the PSP version, which allows you to do some mixing and matching just before the end. And knowing this, it's hard to see Edge as anything more than being a means of providing party balance, which he is good for. He's weaker than Cecil and Kain, but quicker, and has the ability to equip weapons that allow him to attack from both the front and back row. His ninja abilities act as a sort of backup set of spells to support either Rydia or Rosa, depending on what you use. He's the classic jack-of-all-trades, master-of-none character. He can throw shurikens for big damage, like ninjas could in Final Fantasy III, and he can steal, just like the thief job in that game. But otherwise, he almost strikes me as this game's take on a red mage. Not exactly, but the perfect party member for balance and utility. It's very hard to balance a 5-person party, which is possibly why the series never returns to this format in the future. I mean, a fair chunk of the game avoids this scenario entirely by giving you either 3 or 4 party members at a time, not 5. But the one role Edge fulfills most successfully is being the glue that makes your ultimate party function better. The part he plays in the rest of the story leaves a lot to be desired, though, and the theme of vengeance associated with his character amounts to very little in the end. He gets his revenge, and then it's like he just forgets about it and it's never relevant or discussed after this point. The only thing about him that sticks out to me, that I like at least, is something you can do during the Rubicante fight. Periodically in this battle, Rubicante will open his cloak, signifying that his biggest attack is coming, one called Inferno to consolidate the Dante references. But Edge can actually manipulate this fight by using Steel on Rubicante whenever he opens his cloak, causing him to close it, and in doing so, it stops him from using his most powerful attack. It's appropriate that after Rubicante causes him so much grief and absolutely rinses him in their first battle, it's Edge who actually ends up having power in this situation and can swing the fight in your favor. Feels like some sort of poetic justice. As I said though, he serves almost no purpose after this, but when he does chime in, I don't like it. His main thing is that he has a crush on Rydia, unrequited, which I've already spoken about when we chatted about her, and that's all there is. You could remove Edge from the story after the Rubicante fight, and it would make almost no difference to either the remaining events yet to play out, or the relationships between your party members. His story gets introduced and cleaned up within one small stretch of the game, and then he just never leaves. I guess this is indicative of something I'm wary to say out loud, although I did kind of say it earlier, which is that quite a few of Final Fantasy IV's characters actually aren't very good, or interesting, or well written. I mean, you can still like them. I like Rosa a lot, for example, even though there's not that much reason to. But it does feel incredibly harsh to judge this fault without the context. This was the most ambitious story ever told at this point in video game history, and that ambition transferred into everything else. The music, the world building, the new ATB system, and the characters. However, in this period of narrative nascency, the Final Fantasy games just hadn't figured it all out yet, and there are severe imbalances in character quality. With so many playable characters, and with such a complex story for a video game released in 1991, there was just too much to do. With it being impossible to give every character the same amount of love, especially with the cutbacks in script length due to limitations faced throughout development. If you want to look at it more generously, you could retake the flat and round character idea from earlier, and just say most of the characters are flat to accentuate how well-rounded a few of the others are. But I don't really believe that myself, so I'm not sure I could say that and mean it. The point is though, that despite the fact that I'm being negative here, and saying that a character like Edge is a bit crap, that's only one part of a game with myriad interlocking components, and it doesn't mean that I think that Final Fantasy IV as a whole is also crap by extension. Not at all. I really like Final Fantasy IV, but I have to try and be honest in making content like this, and this is just how I see it. I feel bad in lambasting some of the characters in particular, but I guess that's just part of the deal here. One more thing about Edge before we keep going though, unrelated to the quality of his character writing, but odd nonetheless. He's the other Royal Edward that we mentioned when discussing the first Edward. Edward Geraldine being his full name, shortened to Edge with the first syllable of each name. Again, the Final Fantasy XIV Edge minion pokes fun at this, saying that the name Edward couldn't be taken by two people in the tale, otherwise it would be too confusing. Remember, other Edward's name was initially Gilbert, so this doubling up of names is only something that came into being with the first localization of the game. But it is pretty unusual that there are two princes in the game, both join your party, and both are called Edward. Anyway, that's that. The party have just beat Rubicante. Yup, we're still there, and it's time to enter the Crystal Room and finally retrieve them. But you fall through a trap door, another roadblock for you to face, and end up in yet another airship, which gets christened as the Falcon, a reference to the Millennium Falcon from Star Wars, one of about a billion Star Wars references throughout the Final Fantasy series. Funny enough, the other airship in the game, the Enterprise, is also a sci-fi reference, but to the USS Enterprise from Star Trek, so representation on both fronts there. With the newly claimed Falcon, the party basically gives up on those 7 crystals, and they decide to claim the last remaining one before Golbez can get it, and thus prevent him from having all 8 and doing whatever moon stuff he's got planned. I guess we still don't really know. So the Dwarf King Giot gives us the key that gets us into the final crystal's sanctum, and off we pop to the sealed cave. In a somewhat refreshing change of pace, from my perspective, writing this insanely long video at least, this place is relatively uneventful, and what there is to say is pretty simple. I don't like this dungeon in the PSP version, because it feels like every random encounter is a back attack against these bullshit bats that take 1,000 years to attack you. But otherwise, the dungeon has a relatively interesting gimmick, that being its take on the classic Mimic encounter, with every door you pass through being a battle. The battle itself is pretty unique. The door will target a player for an instant kill move, but if you're quick enough you can cast Reflect with Rosa on whomever has been targeted, and end the fight pretty quickly. This is fun a few times, but every encounter is the same, so after a while it starts feeling more like the dungeons in Final Fantasy II, where there were loads of doorway choices, and if you chose wrong, you were put in the middle of an empty room with a sky-high encounter rate. This dungeon doesn't do that exactly, but the gimmick arguably draws on a bit too long, and when you have stretches like this, with multiple doors in a row, it can get tiresome. Some of these rooms have chests in them, some don't, but especially knowing the Reflect trick, this just becomes an exercise in patience more than anything else. If you don't know this trick, it can be quite a challenge, which is either a positive or a negative depending on the player. The balance between these two options isn't great. I will say though that this dungeon does use height and the newfound 3D perspective better than any other, and it really does feel like you're descending deeper and deeper as opposed to just going down some stairs and ending up on a new floor with no sense of scale or depth. So the environmental design here deserves a lot of credit. When you reach the end, you get the crystal, and upon leaving, you're pushed into an encounter with the Demon Wall. Possibly the most interesting concept for a boss fight in the game, save for the Golbez one earlier. This fight is a race, with the boss ceaselessly creeping towards you, and if you don't win before it reaches you, it's over. This is great. It feels made for the ATB system, adds a real tension and urgency that most fights don't manage to achieve. After winning, there's a great little detail in the 3D remake, an example of why I think this is the best way to play. If you head to the menu and look at the character thought bubbles, you can see most party members thinking about the fight they've just had, or what's up next, but you get to Kain, and something seems off. Very suspicious. When you get back to the entrance, the party's worst fears come true, and Golbez regains his grip on Kain's psyche, and dragoons him, we've been waiting to use that, into making an escape with the final crystal, leaving you empty-handed yet again, and in the exact position you were trying to avoid. I think that Kain being manipulated and controlled is a good idea for the narrative. Having a more powerful figure take advantage of the latent negative feelings clouding Kain's mind, and using that to his benefit, is fun storytelling. However, I kind of think it only works once. Kain being re-brainwashed makes me roll my eyes a bit. It's one Deus Ex Machina too many. I get that we have to lose all crystals to continue the story, but the manner of some of these losses are just scandalous, with Golbez's disembodied hand and Kain's second betrayal taking the cake. I mean, having this happen to Kain again just saps all of the impact out of the scene. It doesn't make you feel powerless, unable to combat Golbez's unrelenting might, like I think the game intends. It just makes you feel exasperated, incredulous that something else has popped up at the last second to throw in a twist. And this time, that twist is one that's already happened. Not sure about this bit, to be honest. So with this, it's our duty to return to King Giot and tell him, for a third time, by the way, that we've failed to retrieve or protect a crystal. But before this, it's actually the perfect time to do some optional content. So let's see what Final Fantasy IV has to offer in that regard. Technically, you can do some of this stuff before the sealed cave, and it's probably worthwhile considering you'd still have Kain in your party, but that's neither here nor there. The first thing we'll look at is a wee jaunt through the Sylph Cave. This is just a run-of-the-mill dungeon, and is one of the 2 guilty parties for the damaging floor tiles we spoke about a while back. But what's notable here is what you find at the end. It's a bit unusual to see a wee house in a dungeon, but even more unusual is what you see when you go in. A flutter of fairies, and a familiar face lying on the bed. Yang is clearly indestructible. I already mentioned that he wasn't really dead, but it turns out that he was found unconscious by the Sylphs after his heroics at the Tower of Babil, and brought here. Although it looks like he's not been able to wake up yet, so let's see what we can do about that. If you return to Fabul and speak to Sheila, Yang's wife, she gives you her trusty frying pan, and tells you in no uncertain terms to use it to smack the shit out of him. Much to the shock of the Sylphs, you do this, and Yang wakes up, speaking in a manner that heavily implies that this thwack is his daily alarm clock, because he immediately thinks he's back at home in Fabul. Pretty concerning. If you return to Sheila after this, she gives you her kitchen knife, which is the strongest throwing item in the game, and comes in handy during the final boss fight. I find this whole section quite funny. It's ridiculous, but that's obviously the point. Despite being optional, it's one of the most memorable things in the game, to the point where, yep, you guessed it, Takashi Tokita was asked about it in that interview we keep referring to. He said this about it. Farewells are so intensely dramatic. So, our original plan was for characters to start dying one after another. But Mr. Sakaguchi didn't think that was a viable element in a video game, and instead wanted to keep members alive, including them all in the party. We were able to make that happen in later ports of Final Fantasy IV, but there's no showmanship in just having everyone live on and on forever. So with Yang, we had you go to his wife and get the frying pan that has the power to wake him up. In Final Fantasy II, there was a scene where Firion is given a sword by the mother and child at the Dragoon's castle after Ricard dies. And we wanted to do the same kind of thing, where a character bestows an important item of theirs to the player. However, it's suffocating if the story is serious the whole time, so we tried to find something that might make people laugh a little. As always, it's good to hear what inspired moments like this, but I think the most curious part of that answer is definitely what he said at the start, that the plan was initially for the character deaths to be final before that idea was scrapped, and that there's no showmanship in endless fake deaths. That's why this was an attempt to almost appease the player, by trying to turn yet another fake death into a comedic moment, something on the complete opposite end of the spectrum. I've already spoken about the fake outs up to this point, but focusing on this one specifically, It's still very hard to justify this, all for the sake of wanting to keep members alive, just to include them in the party, something you can't even do in most versions of the game. With Yang in particular, this is another one of those situations where a character can be likable in some ways. I have no problem with who Yang is. I'm usually a fan of this kind of could beat you to death with his bare hands, but is actually very kind and gentle archetype. But you have to also consider his wider role in the game. And although Yang does play a part in some arguably pivotal moments, he's not hugely engaging. He barely fosters any relationships with other characters, and he definitely didn't need a third chance at life. Yang could easily stay dead after the Tower of Babil, and it would probably strengthen his claim for being a complex and intriguing character. For example, we haven't got to these plot points yet, but everything he's involved with after doing this, like manning a tank in a cutscene later on, praying with the superfluous party members, even what happens in the ending, none of it specifically benefits from his presence. He doesn't need to be there. He doesn't play a worthwhile role in these moments outside of a cheap cameo. It would be very easy to remove or rewrite his involvement in these scenes with no change to the overarching idea, meaning his reappearance is essentially of no consequence. It comes down to whether or not his character would have been better if he'd been allowed to go out with a bang and nobly lay down his life on his own terms, and I think that probably would have been best. I don't love his big scene in the control room, but I do think that him coming back for no real reason does devalue both his character and the role of death and finality in the story. But I've already said that earlier. So yeah, the frying pan debacle is amusing, but not a sufficient distraction from what's actually happening. But by helping Yang wake up, despite the unusual means of doing so, the Sylphs consider you trustworthy and allow Rydia to summon them. There are 3 new Eidolons in this game, summons that didn't appear in Final Fantasy III, 2 of which we'll discuss, and Sylph is one of them. So, similar to what I did with the other summons in the Final Fantasy III video, let's have a little check into the origins of Sylph and see where this comes from. The invention of the word Sylph is attributed to Paracelsus, a 16th century Swiss polymath who is best known for his contributions to the field of medicine. He wrote about a lot of stuff not to do with medicine though, a prime example being a treatise by the snappy title of A Book on Nymphs, Sylphs, Pygmies, and Salamanders, and on the other spirits, which, as you can tell by the name, at least partly focuses on Sylphs. I'm not really going to go into this text at all apart from for one thing, which is that it deals with the concept of there existing elemental beings, each corresponding to one of the 4 classical elements. Sounds familiar, right? What we see in the title are these beings, with Sylphs corresponding to air. Interestingly, Final Fantasy III had a boss called Salamander, who has a connection to fire, again lining up with Paracelsus, so there's already some established precedent for using hermetic ideas as a basis for character creation in the series. Anyway, Sylphs are meant to be beings of the air, often invisible, often female, as indicated by the most likely etymology of the name, a portmanteau of the Latin words silva, meaning forest or woods, and nympha, which just means nymph, referring to the all-female minor goddesses of nature in Greek mythology. There isn't a concrete original mythos detailing Sylphs outside of the works of Paracelsus, but the idea has been co-opted over the centuries in literature and throughout wider culture, which means that after a while, the concept of what a Sylph is has changed, and they've become somewhat synonymous with fairies, almost interchangeable. I reckon the biggest catalyst was probably when people started writing ballets about Sylphs in the 19th century. In 1832, a ballet called La Sylphide debuted, and this influenced another ballet in the early 20th century named Les Sylphides, and here is one of the outfits from that ballet, which was designed to be worn by a Sylph, with the little fairy wings and everything. This contributed to the cultural shift that led Final Fantasy IV into depicting Sylphs as these cute wee fae folk, and their affinity for air is why their summon move is called Whisperwind or Whispering Wind. And that's probably all we need to know. Speaking of fae though, let's move on to our next location, which is the Feymarch. The Feymarch is the location to which Rydia was taken after Leviathan's attack on the ship, a place where time flows differently, and it is the residence of the Eidolons that she summons. As I mentioned when Rydia came back during the fight against Golbez, the Feymarch was initially called the Land of Summons in earlier versions of the game, and Eidolons were just summons. Again, these changes, which are definitely improvements, are thanks to Tom Slattery, who did the localization for the DS remake. There's a great interview with him where he's asked about some of these changes, which as always you can find a link to down below, and we'll have a quick look now at what brought on these modifications and the general methodology behind how it all went down, because it's always more interesting to hear it from the source. He was asked a general question about changes he had to make or liberties he could take, and he said this: "My overarching goals with the retranslation were to give the world an appropriate and consistent feel, bring terminology and recurring references back in line with the most recent series entries, and correct outright errors in the translation. The GBA version, for instance, had Kain saying, 'We will rejoin the Red Wings in no time' at the beginning of the game, when Kain had never been a member of the Red Wings. He leads the Dragoons. It's an easy mistake to make working with a language where sentence subjects are optional, but knowing the story of the game, it's a fairly major one. The Mysidian legend was also something I had wanted to update badly, as previous translations had failed to convey effectively what it referenced. The naming related to summons was another. Every other Final Fantasy had given them a name: Espers, Eidolons, Guardian Forces, but Final Fantasy IV simply called them summons or summoned monsters. Esper had just been revived for 12, and Eidolon hadn't seen any love outside of 9, so I brought it back for 4 and then for 13 as well. I also felt the creature's world deserved a proper name. Who would call their own realm the Land of Summoned Monsters? And hey, inventing new words is always fun. Feymarch had 0 Google hits before the game came out. Now it has tens of thousands. This is so fascinating. It's funny how much more Final Fantasy the game feels just by having a word like Eidolon involved. By the way, if you're curious about what an Eidolon actually is, here's a definition for you on screen. But yeah, Feymarch is just an invention, a combination of the word Fey, as we know, and of the word March, which is an archaic term referring to a border region. And it's such a fantastic choice of word, making the place seem so much more mystical and ethereal, possibly drawing inspiration from the Feywood in Final Fantasy XII as well. I don't think the place itself lives up to its lofty name, though. For what is supposed to be the domicile of all manner of fantastical and powerful beings, it seems awfully plain, or dull, perhaps. The thing I think every time I've played the game is that it reminds me of Sprout Tower from Pokemon Gold and Silver, which, given the monks that you battle there, imbues the place with this aura of asceticism, which feels weird for what is supposed to be a home for all of these varied and interesting Eidolons. When you hear that there's a land of summons, and you trek through this mental dungeon full of lava and spider webs to get there, it's hard to not feel disappointed when you arrive, and it's just wood everywhere. I don't know how it's possible that the place where the monsters live has the most boring aesthetic of any location in the game, but here we are. As for what we find here, there are things I like and things I don't. I love the library, where you can spend some time reading up on fun facts about the world and the summons, and if you pay attention, you can find out helpful information. For example, if you read up on Odin, someone we'll get to shortly, the book will give you a hint that he might be weak to thunder spells, and that knowledge comes in pretty clutch during the fight, because it's kind of a stressful one. You would probably be fine not knowing this, but I love that you can be rewarded for taking the time to read everything that the developers and writers went to the effort of creating, and it allows for a really satisfying feeling when you put that information into practice. I don't love how the game glosses over the shipwreck earlier in the story though. Leviathan is the king of the Feymarch, and along with his wife Asura, who again we'll get to shortly, he basically raised Rydia after she first left the party. I think a place like this would be perfect for exposition, wider world building, helping to strengthen Rydia's character, anything like that. but the Feymarch is totally wasted, to be honest. I reckon everyone who plays this game wants to know answers to things like, why did Leviathan attack the ship? And we never really get a satisfying conclusion to this. The thing that makes the most sense is that, counterintuitively, it was an attempt to protect/retrieve Rydia, given that she is basically the last of her kind, the last real intermediary between the world of the Eidolons and the world of man. And she was heading back to Baron, the very place attempting to kill her, so Leviathan steps in and ensures her safety. That's all conjecture, though. The party meets Leviathan, and you don't get a single drop of good information or context out of him at all. We literally never hear about the other sailors or captain on that boat, but they weren't named characters, so don't have plot armor, and as such we can probably assume that Leviathan straight up murdered them? If he was just a sea snake led by territorial animal instinct, this could be forgiven, but he seems to be the leader of a sovereign nation, so should know slightly better than to indiscriminately kill innocents. It's fine to not give every bit of info away, it's nice to infer some things, let the players suss it out for themselves, but what irks me so much about this place is that it's so forgettable, and to be honest, if you miss it and don't go there, the story doesn't feel different either way. You'd skip getting some new Eidolons, which come in handy, but it doesn't half feel like they've missed a trick here. While on the topic of Leviathan though, before we get to Asura, it's worth bringing up something that was likely a source of inspiration for this part of the story. Rydia being taken to the Feymarch has a lot in common with the Japanese fairy tale of Urashima Taro, a fisherman who is taken to a palace beneath the waves, which is ruled over by Ryujin, the dragon kami of the sea. Two things make this likely. The first is that Urashima Taro spends what he believes to be a few days in the Dragon King's palace, but on his return finds that he has been gone for over a century, possibly multiple centuries. Rydia wasn't gone for that long, but she does state that time flows differently in the Feymarch, and that's why she's changed so drastically. The second thing that makes this a probable reference is that Ryujin is the likeliest origin for Final Fantasy's depiction of Leviathan, something I mentioned in my Final Fantasy III video. Leviathan is the one who takes Rydia to the Feymarch and rules over it, just as the Ryujin does his undersea palace. This is fantastic. Ultimately, I'm a simple man, and I just like mythological illusions. Although I don't love how Rydia's rapid adolescence is written, and I'm not huge on this game's take on Leviathan, it doesn't stop this being fascinating, and it provides a whole new light and context to these elements of the game. Speaking of illusions though, let's chat about Asura. Asura is one of the other new summons introduced in Final Fantasy IV. As a quick aside, if you're wondering if I'm going to mention the item summons you can get, like Goblin and Cockatrice and all them, it's not happening. Maybe in the future, but not here. I mentioned before that there are actually 3 significant new summons, with Rydia's Mist Dragon being the other one, but I don't think I have anything to say about it other than it's a dragon made of mist. There's probably something more to it, but I don't know it and I couldn't find anything, so I'm just leaving it. I'm also not going to discuss wit at all either. Nothing worth saying. Asura is easier to figure out and has interwoven roots in both Buddhism and Hinduism, although we want to focus more on the former. An Asura, like an Ifrit, as we spoke about in the last video, is not a singular being, but rather one of many. In Buddhism, an Asura is a demigod-esque entity, with 3 faces and multiple arms. This is how we know that Final Fantasy IV took its inspiration from this source, because when you look at Asura, you can pretty quickly tell that that's exactly what she looks like. Knowing this, the main thing I feel compelled to look into here is whether or not there's any precedent for the 3 faces all looking very different in Final Fantasy IV. When you summon her, it's essentially rolling the dice and seeing what face you land on, each one giving you a different benefit. So the most interesting thing, in my opinion, would be seeing if that idea is original, or if it has a basis in something. So with the caveat that Indic mythology is not a strength of mine, I've basically found nothing within Buddhism or Hinduism specific to Asura that has helped elucidate this matter. No indication that any Asura in any mythos had faces showing disparate emotions, and it's more likely that this more than one face deal is just part and parcel of Hinduism in particular, with so many different deities within the wider religion having multiple faces or heads. So we have to look elsewhere. Both of these religions originated in ancient India, and although Hinduism didn't really gain a foothold in Japan, Buddhism did, and the concept of Asura bled into Japanese culture. This blend of Indic and Japanese myth is where we get the inspiration for games like Asura's Wrath, for example. But that game doesn't copy over the multiple faces thing. And if you look at Yoshitaka Amano's concept art for Asura, it's clear from the unique expressions that the faces are meant to represent different personalities, or concepts, or emotions. I'll be honest, I love doing the research for these kind of things. That's why this video is 1,000 hours long. I usually don't know when to stop. But this particular topic has been a right fucking ball ache, because I'm sure there's a good answer somewhere that's just eluding me. Polycephaly and multiple faces are rampant features throughout mythologies across the world, but it's usually a trait reserved for more monstrous creatures. And I can't help but think there's another example somewhere, maybe more recent even, of a character who keeps swapping faces and personalities like Asura does when she's summoned, or something to that effect. I can't think of anything past the three-headed giant from Monty Python and the Holy Grail for some reason, for three faces representing different ideas, but there's no chance that's what inspired this. I mean, there are also endless examples in ancient culture and modern media of trios with different dispositions, but I can't find anything exactly like Final Fantasy IV's Asura, even though I think it probably exists somewhere. So I'll end this by saying that inspiration was taken for Asura from Buddhist origins, in every facet but the different faces, which is possibly a melange of myths and ideas from multiple sources, subject to acculturation, which led to Final Fantasy IV's Asura being a partly original idea. Or not. It's a good lesson that you don't always get the answers you look for, but the important thing is that you try anyway. How's that for some cliché? For now though, let's do some last bits of side quest cleanup before continuing into the final stretch of the story. There's a fun chain of quests that's reminiscent of some features in Final Fantasy I, with familiar names like Adamantite and Rat Tail, which when traded correctly will lead to the upgrade of Cecil's first paladin sword, the Mythgraven Blade, into Excalibur, which has now been a legendary weapon in every Final Fantasy so far. Pretty fun. This next one's not really a side quest, but there's a secret place in the Dwarven Castle that leads to a developer's office, where you can chat to some of the people who made the game. Aside from that though, most optional content in Final Fantasy IV is centered around getting summons, and we have two that we're yet to collect: Odin and Bahamut. In going from playing Final Fantasy III twice in a row to Final Fantasy IV 3 times in a row, you'd be well positioned to notice all the similarities between them, and of all the things in the two games, I think it's possibly the summons that changed the least. The first way is in their appearances, which are all pretty much the same in 4 as they were in 3. It would be nice to see variation on a base idea, like you get later in the series, but I'm not actually mad about this at all, to be honest. It's the same for their attacks, all of which in 4 are essentially identical to their high-summoned counterparts in 3, and again, that's fine. No issues there. If anything, it helps to consolidate the identities and roles of the summons throughout the series. I don't really want Shiva to do anything except Diamond Dust, you know? It's her thing. It would be weird if there was a significant change in some sense. These similarities are not a problem. They're possibly even good. But there are two more similarities that I am not as keen on. Firstly, the manner in which you attain Odin and Bahamut in particular, Leviathan to a lesser extent, is too similar to Final Fantasy III, in my opinion. Because rather than consolidation of an idea, this feels like laziness or a lack of invention, and I would have loved to see some sort of structural change here, because these similarities don't do much for me. Odin in Final Fantasy III can be found underneath Saronia Castle, and can be found under Baron Castle in Final Fantasy IV, with the spirit of the deposed king becoming Odin somehow. I don't know, it wasn't very well explained. This feels more like they didn't know where they could put Odin in 4, so they just copied 3 because they didn't have a better idea, not because there's some actual reason for Odin being underneath these castles. And I know, by the way, that this castle/basement trend continues for the next few games, and it's always irked me a bit because it feels really arbitrary, and in these specific 2 entries, insufficiently connected to the world building. Like, I understand that for Bahamut, he's the most powerful, so it might make sense that he's isolated from the others to denote how far ahead of them he is. But in both games, he's at the end of a cave, basically. It feels a bit boring for a being so powerful. Like how you approach acquiring these 2 summons in Final Fantasy VIII, for example? That's good stuff. Feels really different. But it'll be a while till we get to that video, at the rate I make these. Anyway, getting these Eidolons in Final Fantasy IV feels like I've done the same thing 5 times, instead of doing it 2 times in Final Fantasy III, and then differently 3 times in Final Fantasy IV, if you get what I'm saying. I get that there's limitations and time pressure and the stress of switching to a new console, but it doesn't stop this element of the game feeling trite. What bolsters that idea is that the battles to obtain these summons are also pretty much identical. Beat Odin in time, or he uses Damcyan for an instant kill. For Bahamut, cast Reflect on everyone, and deal with Mega Flare that way. I appreciate that the 3D remake changed that particular gimmick, but for most versions, there's almost no difference in these fights at all. The Leviathan fight is basically the same idea too. Again, I'm not saying that I don't want Odin to use Damcyan or anything like that. I just wish it wasn't so blatantly a copy and paste job, because it makes the optional content feel very unoriginal. Getting the Adamantite and Rat Tail for Excalibur was a fun reference to Final Fantasy I, but still felt like it was unique to 4 because the way you get those items was different to in 1. The way you used them was different, but there's still things along the way, like a dwarf making the sword for you, or Excalibur being holy elemental, that give you that sense of familiarity, which is so important in creating a series like this. It's a hard balancing act, but to best achieve the self-referentiality that Final Fantasy wants to, the connections between the games, it generally needs to copy less and allude more. And I think eventually, the series figures this out. Okay, once again, back to the story. We've lost all the crystals, and as a last resort, King Giot mentions something called the Lunar Whale, which turns out to be a ship of some sort, and starts to recite a verse identical to the Mysidian legend, which is Final Fantasy IV's take on the prophecies you see in Final Fantasy I and III. Honestly, I don't like the prophecies in these early games, and it's mostly because they're all terribly written. In the excerpt of that Tom Slattery interview we looked at recently, he basically said that. The Mysidian legend was also something I had wanted to update badly, as previous translations had failed to convey effectively what it referenced. It looks a lot better with him having reworked it, but I still don't think it's a worthwhile endeavour trying to bleed this text dry. It's basically meant to just cryptically spell out the wider events of the game. After this chat with Giot, you return to Mysidia, and with the aid of the Elder, you manage to get the Lunar Whale to rise from the ocean depths. A lovely detail here in the 3D version is that Rydia's thought bubbles are used to try and explain to the player some of the details that could be missed here, given how obscure some of the writing in the prophecy is. When she hears the dragon's maw bit, she's confused, but after seeing the Lunar Whale rise up, she realizes that the landmass upon which Mysidia is situated is shaped like a dragon, with its mouth being the bay from which the ship appears. I love the thought bubble system so much. It's no doubt one of the best changes made in the remake, both in helping give more life and spark to underwritten characters, but also in helping explain lore and plot developments that don't get quite enough attention in the regular dialogue. Fantastic system, so detailed and carefully constructed. Anyway, the Lunar Whale has risen from the sea, and it is a big fuck-off airship that can take us to the moon. I think the whale thing is mostly an English language change. It seems like the original Japanese doesn't express that idea, but looking at it, it's obvious why it's been called this. It looks like a big whale. I think the reason why it looks like this in the first place is because it's supposed to seem alien. It wasn't intended to look like a whale, that was just a happy side effect. It was just supposed to indicate that it belongs to a society more technologically advanced, and as such, it was given an unusual colour and shape to distinguish it from the other airships, But the inside of the ship is definitely meant to call back to locations like the Tower of Zot and Tower of Babil that also seem out of place, almost like vestiges of some distant culture, and there's a reason for that that becomes evident not too long from now. So it's time to head moonward and see what's going on. I'd like to just reiterate that we still don't fully know why we're going to the moon. All we know is that Golbez has collected the crystals to unlock some sort of hidden power connected to it. Oh, and now would be a good time to explain that there are 2 moons in this game. There's a bigger one, which is analogous to our moon, and a smaller one, often referred to as the Red Moon. And because that's where all the drama is, that's where we're heading. The lunar whale reaches the moon. You step out, and it's pretty moon-like. Yeah, not much in the way of surprises here, aside from a giant crystal palace that definitely doesn't seem like the obvious place for us to go. We'll get there in a sec. The map here on the moon is very small, but there are some other locales to check out. One is the cave, where you can find Bahamut, and another is the home of the Hummingways, a group of unusual but endearing rabbit-like creatures. As you play Final Fantasy IV, you'll constantly run into one of these guys, Naming Way, who will change your party members' names if you want. In the remake, that isn't an option, but they use Naming Way in a few different ways, like with him becoming Mapping Way and helping you out with a new dungeon map system. I usually try not to refer too heavily to future games in the series, but this is also the inspiration for the Loporrits in Endwalker, although that's probably pretty well known at this point. The real question is, why are there rabbits on the moon? It's probably down to a certain bit of East Asian folklore, which is that if you look at the darker plains and crater sites on the moon and use your imagination a bit, you can see the outline of a rabbit. This is referenced pretty commonly in modern Japanese media, with examples from other video games being Ruby from Animal Crossing, a rabbit with a moon-themed house. Umbreon from Pokemon is possibly connected to this idea too. Having rabbit-like ears and moon markings is even known as the Moonlight Pokemon. And also, in A Link to the Past, you turn into a rabbit when in the Dark World until you find an item called a Moon Pearl. Also, I said I was reading Dr. Stone when writing this video earlier on, and this idea also got referenced in that. I'd never come across this rabbit-moon association until pretty recently, but it's just not a part of the culture I grew up in. However, it clearly plays some sort of role in Japanese culture, given its appearances in their media, so if you ever wondered what these lads were up to on the moon, now you know. Now we've looked around a bit, let's head to that Crystal Palace. After adding a few more minutes of time onto your save file, by making you navigate these tunnels to get there, you enter the palace, and you get ready for the juiciest gossip in the game so far. Awaiting you is an old man named Fusoya, who takes it upon himself to explain pretty much the entire game to you, all the bits that we didn't know up to this point, which is actually quite a lot. Fusoya is a Lunarian, whose job is to watch over the rest of his people as they sleep. The Red Moon isn't a real moon, but instead it's more like a construct housing the Lunarian race, who after some cataclysmic event on their original planet were forced into a mass exodus and escaped to our planet, the one this game takes place on. However, because humanity was still evolving and was less advanced than the Lunarians, they decided to build the Red Moon and exist in a sort of stasis until the time was right to integrate into Terran society. That's why Fusoya is here, keeping watch on the planet and his people. But he's also keeping an eye on a specific Lunarian, a guy by the name of Zemus, who was loath to wait for humanity to develop and preferred the option of mass genocide, considering it a better course of action to raise the planet, wipe out the lesser beings, and start afresh. So, Fusoya bound him and forced him into the same sleep as the others. Zemus's will was so strong, though, that it essentially became sentient and reached out to men with tainted hearts, twisting them into beings yet darker still. And this is where we find out that Golbez has actually been controlled by Zemus this whole time, and the whole plot with the crystals is not the machinations of whom we expected. We do finally find out here what the purpose of the crystals actually is, which is welcome information. They are an energy source with which Zemus plans to activate the interdimensional elevator in the Tower of Babil, allowing him to unleash the power of the Giant of Babil on the planet, which will achieve his ultimate goal of worldwide annihilation. To explain that a bit, the Tower of Babil basically acts as an earthly conduit, allowing the Giant of Babil, a superweapon which rests within the Red Moon, to be teleported down. You can kind of tell what's going on in this cutscene. Then, back to the conversation, Cecil asks about the Lunar Whale, and here's where we get the biggest reveal yet. Fusoya's younger brother, Kluya, built the ship, and actually used it to emigrate to our planet. Some of the things that exist in the world of the game, like the Devil's Road between Baron and Mysidia, and airship technology, are actually Lunarian in origin and introduced to the world by Kluya. But that's not all that's Lunarian in origin. Kluya fell in love, got married, and him and his wife had 2 children, one of them being Cecil. I feel like everyone already knows this. It's like one of those video game spoilers where it's kind of just assumed by now that it's common knowledge, rather than something to really keep quiet about. Anyway, Cecil hears this and immediately twigs that the voice who called him son on Mount Ordeals and bestowed upon him the holy power of the Paladin was Kluya, his father. A fun little detail here that I think almost everyone would miss on a first playthrough is that there's some excellent musical foreshadowing at that point of the story. I'm gonna play a short clip here just so you can listen to the music, and then I'll do the same for the conversation we've just been seeing with Fusoya.
Long have I awaited this, the day that you would come. A tragedy unfolds now, which pains me more than you can know. To end it, I will give to you my light. Though in so doing, I condemn myself to sorrow greater still. But the hour is late, no other road remains.
So this song is called The Lunarians, and is the theme that plays in the tunnels on the moon, as well as during key cutscenes regarding Lunarian people. So hours and hours before we've even considered the idea of people living on the moon, the game uses this motif to symbolize that Cecil is half Lunarian, and is in conversation with his Lunarian father. I love this. It's an example of something Final Fantasy becomes absolutely unparalleled at, which is good utilization of musical motifs and song choice to add narrative detail. And this is such a brilliant way of starting that trend. It's really cool. Back to the moon for now though. Fusoya elects to join the party as the 12th and final playable character in the game, and you make for the Tower of Babil to try and put a stop to whatever Zemus/Golbez is trying to achieve here. Let's pause before that though, and ruminate a little bit on what we've just heard. We've received some really good information here, exposition that I've been desperate to get, and it really does change the course of the narrative, as well as the genre, almost. We've essentially extended the story from a classic fantasy tale into the realms of science fiction, with the introduction of an advanced alien race, waiting for the development of another planet so they can eventually assimilate. Playing the first few hours of Final Fantasy IV, the story is very micro. It's based mostly around Cecil and what his most immediate concern is at the time. Imagine being told at that point, maybe at like Fabul or something, that the story is actually about extraterrestrials sleeping in the moon, waiting to live with you, but one of them wants to kill you all by using a magic lift to summon a giant death machine. Oh, and Cecil is half alien. You wouldn't believe it. I don't say that as a bad thing, by the way, because when you get to this point, it somehow doesn't seem that weird anymore. I love how ridiculous it gets. I think it's one of the game's greatest charms. And I feel this way about most Final Fantasy games, because they all tend to get a bit mental in the last quarter. They also tend to have a not entirely human protagonist, just like Cecil, but I'm sure we'll expand on that in the relevant videos. The downside here, though, depending on what kind of player you are, is that in getting important exposition, instead of this new context answering questions you already had, it often poses more questions, or in answering a question, opens up another which doesn't get answered. This is perhaps more of a me problem than a game problem, I have no issue saying that, but I always want to know every tiny detail, and sometimes I find it annoying when I don't get that. Like with Zemus, for example. We know he wanted to destroy and rebuild, that's the classic JRPG final boss way of thinking, but why? What made him that way? Was he always like that? Or was he once not genocidal, and was driven to it out of desperation to find a home for him and his people? And the humiliation of being locked away is what ended up causing his madness, perhaps. Like, the game says that his will became conscious and started influencing people on Earth from the moon? Excuse me? I mean, this is fantasy, so I'll buy into anything in these games if it's explained decently enough, even just within whatever vague magic system the game has in place. But as soon as I find out that Zemus is the mastermind, Golbez is the puppet, it recontextualizes everything. Naturally, I want all the details, but the game doesn't provide them. There are these crystals in the Crystal Palace that you can speak to for a bit more info on Zemus and how he's locked up, but it doesn't really answer what I want to be answered, and it leaves me a bit frustrated. Again, I'll reiterate, this is a me thing, not trying to criticize the game too much here. I just like having deep lore to dig into, and I find it kind of hard to invest myself without it. After saying that, it's probably the perfect time to say that I understand that there's some supplementary lore in the after years, additional world building, and in Interlude 2 to a lesser extent. And I was honestly planning on doing an after years video as a wee chaser to this one, because I'd never played it, and I thought it would be a good chance to. Well, now I have played it, and I'd heard that it was shit, and I thought, nah, I love Final Fantasy, even the shit ones, I'll be fine. And no, it was awful, and I really didn't enjoy it, and I don't have anything to say about it. Felt like shite cash grab fanfiction. So I'm sorry if you were expecting that video, it was in my plans, but not anymore. Oh, and the other thing I wanted to say before moving on, not after years related, is that there isn't sufficient context in the game to talk about Fusoya in length, like with some of the other characters. His role is essentially to provide information, and to fill the decidedly Kain-shaped gap in your party. He's centuries, if not millennia old, so it's not like we're gonna get the whole gamut of character development with him, and that's not a problem. Okay, with all that, it's time to return to Earth to try and stop the Giant of Babil from awakening and causing untold damage. Unfortunately, we're a smidge too late, and we basically arrive just as the Giant is getting its party started. There's now a change in plan. We have to take this thing down, and it looks like the only way of doing that is by shutting it off from the inside. Thankfully, everyone we've met through the game, all of our previous party members, even Palom and Porom, who have since been unstatued by the Mysidian Elder, come to our aid and provide a distraction, allowing for the infiltration of the Giant of Babil. The appearance of the giant is fascinating, because it has a fair few variations. Let's look at the Amano concept art first. There are 2 of these images, as you can see, both very different to each other. The first one is more clearly humanoid, and the second one is less so. You don't actually see anything resembling that second picture in the game, but this design goes on to play a hugely important role in the series, and its castle-like features undoubtedly inspired the creation of Alexander, my favourite Final Fantasy summon. So, assuming that the first image is what inspired the giant in the game, let's look at it in each of the 3 versions we're playing in this video. In the Pixel Remaster version, the Giant of Babil is a big chrome-looking robot, not too much in common with the humanoid concept art. It has the same head shape, same shoulder pad kind of effect, but it doesn't seem too similar. The PSP version is a bit less chrome, and definitely more in line with the colour scheme of the concept art, but still feels unique to all other alternate versions we've seen. If anything, it feels like inspiration has been taken from Final Fantasy VII, with that big red core being very reminiscent of the various weapons from that game. The original giant has that too, technically, but it's much less prominent in its design, only appearing when it shoots. In the 3D remake, we again get something totally different, although still vaguely weapon-esque in shape, with those big pauldrons seeming very emerald or diamond inspired. All of these giants are humanoid, but I wouldn't say that it's obvious they're all meant to be separate takes on the same idea. It's a curious situation, because there's always at least a tiny bit of diversion from the concept art when it comes to rendering it in the actual game, but this one is noteworthy as being the furthest away in all of Final Fantasy IV. The PSP version gets the closest, but it's still not really the same. It's just interesting, because when looking at the original release, what we're seeing through the slightly upgraded lens of the Pixel Remaster, we can actually pin down a totally separate origin for the Giant of Babil's design that's nothing to do with the concept art, which is mad because everything else in the game tends to stick to that pretty closely. I still think that retroactive inspiration from weapons plays the biggest role for the other 2, but the original really leans into the newfound sci-fi direction the game is heading in, and references one of the most iconic sci-fi films of all time, 1951's The Day the Earth Stood Still. I'm not going to read out the synopsis here, you can Google it yourself if you're interested, but this iteration of the Giant of Babil seems to be based on Gort, a chrome humanoid robot figure with immense destructive potential. In the game, the giant shoots a laser and is besieged by tanks. In the film, Gort shoots lasers that can disintegrate anything and shows that off by vaporizing a tank. This is a fun reference. Serves no other purpose but to build on the whole new sci-fi vibe the game has, but if you're gonna do it, you might as well be guided by a classic of the genre. The dungeon itself is the penultimate one in the game. Yes, we are getting to the end after all this time, and it's a fun one. It's a great length for a dungeon, it doesn't go on for too long, it has some of the best music in the game, and it's thematically fascinating. Nothing is more indicative of the impressively done genre shift in this game than the fact that we're navigating the inside of a giant robot genocide machine, trying to destroy its CPU, and it somehow feels like normal progression for a story that has, for the most part, fit quite snugly into the mold of medieval fantasy. Just before you reach the giant's core, you get forced into a gauntlet with who else but the 4 elemental archfiends, who've been revived by Zemus, and resolve to take you down, now that you've taught them the value of working together instead of separately. That being said, they still do fight one at a time, not really together, but I really like this little stretch of the game, and this fight against the 4 fiends is actually an example of something I was talking about not too long ago with the summons, and how sometimes the game needs to copy less and elude more. The 4 fiends in Final Fantasy IV are a great example of that kind of illusion, being loosely based around the same parameters of the 4 elemental fiends from Final Fantasy I, but they were built upon and changed and developed. At the end of Final Fantasy I, you're forced to refight Lich, Marilith, Kraken, and Tiamat, and Final Fantasy IV references this, but improves it by adding a context specific to Final Fantasy IV. After beating Edge alone, and losing to Edge when he's in a party, Rubicante heeds that lesson and changes tack. And now you get one final challenge from these memorable villains who have proven that they can also develop, and it's fantastic. It feels like a classic Final Fantasy moment in a wider sense, while still being a quintessentially Final Fantasy IV experience. It's a perfect example of how to tactfully self-reference within the series as a whole. After this is the CPU fight, which is unusual, because Fusoya gives some advice, saying to kill the defense node first, as it heals the CPU. And you can win like that, but it makes more sense to take down the attack node first, because then you aren't in much danger of dying, and you can damage the CPU faster than it can be healed. It's not like it's wrong advice, but I don't know if it should be taken as gospel, even though it's what the game tells you to do. The party wins anyway, and shuts the giant down, which means Golbez turns up, raging that you've ruined his plans. Fusoya works his magic, and asks Golbez who he really is. We already know that Zemus is manipulating him, but what we don't know, unless you've already figured it out by now, is who Golbez was before he became Zemus's puppet. The Lunarian's theme starts playing again, and Golbez, now having been snapped out of his tyrannical stupor, recalls that his father's name is Kluya, meaning that Cecil and Golbez are brothers. Cecil is shocked by this, and then ponders exactly what it was that made Zemus choose Golbez over him, considering it was their Lunarian blood that supposedly made them easier targets for brainwashing. Golbez replies to this, saying that he already had the seeds of evil in him, making him the better choice for manipulation. If you're not playing the remake, this scene ends here, and Golbez and Fusoya head back to the moon to put an end to Zemus once and for all. However, if you're playing the remake, you get an additional scene, which gives a bit more context to Golbez's "I was already evil" claim. One that starts off by Golbez telling Cecil that he was the one who abandoned him outside Baron as a baby. So, after using this new remake-specific info as a springboard, let's finally dive into some character analysis on Golbez. Firstly, we'll set the scene again. Cecil was raised as an orphan by the King of Baron, but until the remake, the background behind that was never explained. There was the information that Cecil was Kluya's son, and then that Cecil was raised in Baron without his father, but we never knew what happened in between. So we start with a flashback. Kluya and his wife, Cecilia, have just had a baby, one they name Theodore, as according to Cecilia, it means gift of the gods, which is true, and her knowing that definitely raises some questions about the existence of ancient Greek in Final Fantasy IV's worldbuilding, but ignoring that, we can infer that Theodore is Golbez's real name. We then learn about how Kluya has shared his Lunarian knowledge with the people of Earth, and how some worry that these advancements will be used to nefarious ends, which we eventually see with Baron militarizing his airship technology. Later, Theodore learns that he's going to be a big brother, but before he can get too excited, disaster strikes, and it turns out that Kluya has been murdered by those who disagreed with his teachings. Theodore trying to cast Cure on his dad is one of the saddest things in the entire game, and it isn't even in most versions, which is absolutely criminal. Before we know it, Kluya's dead, baby number 2 appears, and with it, more disaster, as Theodore and Cecil's mother dies in childbirth, leaving the children alone and parentless. Perhaps it could have gone okay, it takes a village to raise a child and all that, but it's at this moment of weakness that Zemus first whispers into Theodore's ear and starts to plant those very seeds spoken of by his older self. Zemus names Theodore Golbez for some reason. I guess they had to try and explain why he's called that. And then we see baby Cecil, all swaddled up, abandoned by his brother on the outskirts of Baron. The king looks at Cecil and immediately recognizes him as having his mother's features, something that doesn't get elaborated upon much further, and he decides to take him in. Golbez tells Cecil that he blamed him for their mother's death, and after abandoning him, went into hiding until he became who he is now. So here we have the origin story, something that never gets any further detail outside of the remake, and I think that's a proper shame because it really does a lot to help Golbez's cause as one of the best characters in Final Fantasy IV. In any 2D version, he's possibly up there, but in the remake, he definitely is. There's a whole other dimension you have to consider, entirely new facets to his character that also have a knock-on effect on Cecil's development and personality too. There's a lot of positive impact from this, with no discernible drawbacks. I'd even say that the context provided by this additional information feels necessary for a complete experience of the game. Without this, Golbez is still, by a mile, the best villain in the series up to this point, in the ways that we discussed already. The presence, the power, the intimidation, the terror. He's excellent. A bit one note, perhaps, but I don't think that's a flaw. It's just you only realise how much better he becomes when you get a smidge more exposition. So let's ask and answer 2 questions. Firstly, is Golbez a good villain? In every version, yes. In that case, let's ask this. Is Golbez an interesting character outside of his villainy? In the remake, I think yes, and in the 2D versions, I'd say nearly. There are hints throughout the game that not all is as it seems with Golbez, a prime example being his inability to finish off Cecil in the Tower of Zot, his latent memories of his brother preventing him from doing serious harm. When you learn about their fraternal connection and look back, that scene makes sense, but with the additional context of learning about Golbez's underlying guilt after abandoning his baby brother, considering all the time he spent as a puppet for achieving ends he ultimately didn't believe in, and realizing that he is actually a victim as well, you can reflect back and you end up seeing the events of the game in a totally different light. In a single story, Golbez manages to be both a fierce and menacing villain, and also sympathetic and tragic and pitiful, a dichotomy achieved exclusively by further exposition. I can see another side to this though. With this new context, it's suddenly even clearer that everything Golbez does in the game wasn't really him. You think he's the one dominating by force, but really it was him being cowed all along. So can you actually attribute any of the heinous acts in this game to Golbez? Is he even a villain anymore if he's not the one who was actually behind any of it? Knowing this, can I still agree with my earlier answer, saying Golbez is a good villain? I think it's an interesting dilemma, and I could understand this point being used in an argument to undermine Golbez as a villain, bolstering Zemus in the process, I guess. But I think for something so central to Final Fantasy IV's story, you still have to consider how you feel when playing the game for the first time, unaware of all these plot points. Reflection and retrospect are important tools, both narratively and analytically, but even if it would make sense to not consider Golbez a villain anymore, I think it does a disservice to the raw impact he has in some earlier scenes. Having someone spend their last bit of life as a resource to take you down, and then brushing it off? That's some fucking primo villain content. Getting every crystal, despite the party's best efforts? He seemed unstoppable. He's an overwhelming and commandeering presence in every scene for the first 9/10 of the game, and it would seem a real shame to try and rationalize it in a way that devalues the impression he makes on a first playthrough. I guess if we put this in a different context, we can finally address the elephant in the room and talk about how Golbez is meant to be Darth Vader. It's not really an elephant anymore, I mean we kind of brought this up ages ago, but just act like this is Star Wars for a second. Let's correlate the 2D versions of the game, without the extra Golbez exposition, with the original Star Wars trilogy, 4, 5, and 6. Great villain, with a slight underlying element of tragedy, but ultimately your prevailing feeling is something like Darth Vader / Golbez is scary as shit. Now, I'm not making any comparisons regarding quality here, just info and context, but let's compare what we learn in that additional scene in the Final Fantasy IV remake to what we learn about Darth Vader's past in the Star Wars prequels. This information helps to build up and round out the character, and makes you realize, with Zemus being Final Fantasy IV's Palpatine, that the primary villain has a bit more going on than you initially thought. However, knowing that Anakin was also a victim in his own way doesn't make the original trilogy's Darth Vader have any less impact, right? Plus, to sweeten this deal, we even have a secret family connection here. We've already had the I am your father style reveal in Final Fantasy IV, so I guess brothers will have to do. The bottom line with this analogy is that the Golbez we knew as a villain, and the penitent Golbez we know now, can be viewed separately, despite being inextricably linked. He's a very fun villain, one I've really come to appreciate over my hundreds of hours playing and thinking about and writing about this game, and I think it's best to view him not exclusively as the victim he ends up being, but also as that iconic, assertive figure that adds that desperately needed panache and punch to the game's narrative. One last thing, because I'm shockingly bad at segues and couldn't fit it in earlier, you'll know by now that I like looking at names, and Golbez is one that's always confused me. Usually, you look these things up and one of two things happens. You either get an answer, or you don't. This time, we get a magical third possibility, which is that you find an answer, but it's so weird that it feels like you actually know less than when you first looked. So let's head back to the wonderful Legends of Localization website and see what's going on. Firstly, Golbez's name in Japanese has an A on the end. That doesn't really matter or change anything, just worth saying in case you didn't know. As is explained here on the website, the general consensus is that if you pronounce the katakana in Golbez's name, it bears a resemblance to the name of a small Serbian village, Golubac. Now, this town is the namesake of a kind of fly, a fly that supposedly plays a role in Balkan folklore, and on Merriam-Webster, it describes this fly, although with a slightly modified name, as a black fly said to be sometimes present in numbers as to be fatal to children or animals. Golbez is clad in black and is sometimes fatal to children or animals? Sounds fishy. I haven't found anything better. I mean, there's a chance this is all correct, but it's probably the weirdest, most niche source for a name I've ever come across. I mean, naming a villain after a village in Serbia because of its association with a certain type of fly? Pretty bizarre, but I guess that's just how it is. So, back to the Giant of Babil. After Golbez and Fusoya head back to the moon to sort Zemus out, the giant starts to collapse, Tower of Zot style, and it's not looking good. But then Kain appears to save the day, and he helps everyone escape, his faculties restored after Zemus lost his grip on Golbez's mind. There's layers to the brainwashing in this game. I'm not sure why Rosa couldn't just teleport us out like before, but I guess there's no better time than now, just before the end, to get Kain to rejoin the team. So, with our final party of 5, it's time to set off and follow the other 2 to Zemus and put an end to this story once and for all. Well, I say party of 5, but it seems like the lads in the group have a better idea, which is that the women stay at home because it's too dangerous for them. This is real, an actual thing that happens in this game. Spoilers, the plan doesn't work. Rydia and Rosa only pretend to leave, before reappearing after the lunar whale lands on the moon. But the fact that this was a plot point at all is bewildering, to say the least. Makes absolutely no sense that here is where you draw the line after everything else that's happened. I can understand that Cecil wants to protect Rosa, that's obvious, but getting that idea across in this manner is a waste. I think a better way to manage this situation, or at least more efficiently integrate Cecil's desire to protect into the narrative, would be to have one of those battle/cutscene set pieces, where Rosa is in danger, and Cecil uses his job-specific action, cover, to take a hit in her place. I think that something like this would get across Cecil's feelings for her way more appropriately, and make use of something that they set up earlier in the game, imbuing additional purpose to Cecil's transformation on Mount Ordeals. It would still be a bit too damsel in distress, sure, but if the game wanted to convey this concept and not have it aged terribly, it should have made use of the innovative gameplay story synergies that worked so effectively at earlier junctures throughout. Speaking of cover and job-specific abilities, and considering we're with our most probable final party setup, let's briefly sneak into a wee discussion about Augments. This is a feature exclusive to the 3D remake, and is something that I think improves the game significantly, to the point where, for me at least, it feels like there's an element really missing from the combat system when you play a 2D version of the game. Augments are one-time use abilities that you can give to a character, and then you can mix and match these abilities, having 5 available at any given time. So like how Cecil has cover and white magic, you can actually replace them with other skills if you're so inclined. Sometimes you just find the augments lying about, some you get through plot progression, but the most noteworthy way is every time one of the other party members leaves your group for the last time, depending on how many augments you gave them, they'll give you some of their own, meaning that even if a character has left your party for good, you'll still get to use their abilities. Obviously, there's a big drawback here, which is that on a first playthrough, assuming you're going in blind, you'll miss out on a lot of these, because I don't think the game ever does a good job of explaining the premise of obtaining augments to the player. But if you do know about it, or can figure it out partway in, I believe that it genuinely improves the overall experience. Skills like Porom's Cry, Yang's Kick, Fusoya's Bless, these are all so helpful, and now instead of only having them for a while, you get them for the rest of the game. And I don't think it ever negatively affects the tight balancing act the game does in matching the combat situation to your current party. Plus, it makes up for not being able to change your party members at the end, which, as we mentioned, you are now able to do in the PSP take on Final Fantasy IV, which I think is definitely the most significant USP for that version of the game. Anyway, just as they don't mess with the balancing, the augments don't ruin the integrity of the pre-established jobs either. For example, in my playthrough, Kain had the aforementioned Cry, and then he had Cecil's Darkness, which also worked well because that fits his character thematically. Using Cry to lower defense, then Darkness to boost attack, didn't take away from his role as a Dragoon, because the whole purpose of using them was to make Jump stronger. No part of the job's personality was taken away, and now I have a means to actually improve it. It's a brilliant system. Another example, give Cecil, the best defensive character, the draw attacks and counter augments, and suddenly you get an extra move pretty much every time the enemy attacks. Not only that, it fits his character, which I like. He's protecting everyone else, taking all the hits. That's his job. It's so much fun, and when done right, is the most engaging gameplay element in any version of Final Fantasy IV. It should have been explained much more clearly in the game though. So yeah, it's an amazing idea, should be enough on its own to sell someone on playing the remake, but the game can be a bit unclear on how it all works, and it's a shame that a lot of first-time players will miss out on the full potential of it, not of their own fault. In any case, it's taken a while, but we're in the final stretch now. We're back on the moon, ready to head into its center, and give Zemus a right telling off. To do that, we enter the Lunar Subterrane, and we're met with a familiar song. Have a listen. Okay, back to me. This music does change when you get near the end, and within the Giant, the theme that plays in the Giant of Babil takes center stage. But that's also one of the best songs in the game, so no complaints here. As a final dungeon, the Lunar Subterrane itself is a bit hit or miss for me. I really like it in some ways. The aesthetic is flawless, especially on the lower floors. And despite not having a unique and distinctive musical theme, like Final Fantasy II's Pandemonium, for example, it's the visuals that really give you that final dungeon vibe, which is really impressive. In some other ways, though, I find the gameplay content a bit anticlimactic, or verging on boring. However, like with the summons, part of that is because I've just come here from doing a video on Final Fantasy III, and the similarities between 3's Eureka and 4's Lunar Subterrane definitely don't go unnoticed. Eureka was basically an optional dungeon within Final Fantasy III's Crystal Tower, pretty much the final area in the game, and if you explored it, you could get what you'd maybe consider to be ultimate weapons, probably better weapons than you've seen so far at least, but you'd need to beat a hard boss fight for every weapon or accessory you get. I'm pretty cool with this idea, but Final Fantasy IV nicks this premise quite blatantly, with some of the weapons you get even being the same, like Masamune, which we spoke about in the last video, or Ragnarok, which we'll speak about in a future video. So, despite enjoying this concept in Final Fantasy III, I'll admit that I find it uninspired this time around. Especially considering that, like the summons again, some of these encounters are more or less copies of other fights in the game, which in turn are copies from Final Fantasy III. For example, the Plague fight is mechanically just the same as Odin, but with Doom instead of Zantetsken. And two of the battles are against Dark Bahamut and Ogopogo, which are just Bahamut and Leviathan reskins respectively. I can't complain too much because these fights are optional, the game doesn't make you do these, but you almost definitely will, because it seems wasteful otherwise to pass up stronger weapons before the final boss. It's just a bit dull, really, doing these same fights over and over, even without the context of having played Final Fantasy III, which, to its credit, had a bit more uniqueness in this sense. But this is nothing compared to a few floors just before the end, where there are only 3 possible enemies, but all 3 are essentially boss fights turned into random encounters, and all 3 of them are aggravating. They're initially annoying because they're difficult, but after a while you figure out the patterns, they stop being hard, and then they just become tests of patience. It really feels like padding. I don't want to be sighing every time I get an encounter when I'm approaching the final boss fight. I want to be excited, and I also want to feel like I have some momentum going into it, which this section totally kills stone dead. The final floor before the big boss fight has 2 different enemies, both quite unusual, and they slightly help to restore the momentum. But honestly, if I never saw another Death Mask or Behemoth again, it'd be too soon. After this though, we finally reach the moment the whole game has been building towards, and we arrive just in time to watch Golbez and Fusoya defeat Zemus. Seems a bit of a letdown being taken down that easy, but it's time for Final Fantasy to be Final Fantasy. And I say that with nothing but the utmost love in my heart. I sort of mentioned this earlier, but usually the last bit of any given Final Fantasy game gets pretty zany, and I think this game is probably the progenitor of all that, more so than the previous 3, given that it makes a lot more of an effort to build its world and create a cogent narrative, and then decides to get wacky with it, making the contrast much more evident. Zemus dies, but he says some weird stuff that makes it seem like that's what he wanted all along. There's some celebrations which definitely give off the same vibe as when you think you've defeated Golbez, when Rydia returns, and then he just gets up and leaves. And that's exactly what happens here. Well, he doesn't exactly get up and leave, but he does precisely what I'm sure you're all expecting him to do, which has become the very manifestation of hatred and rancor itself. There's definitely a degree of Final Fantasy III analog in this sequence, which is so often the case in this game. In 3, you think the whole time that the villain is Xande, but it's actually the Cloud of Darkness, a primordial entity of sorts whose purpose is to extinguish all life and return the world to nothingness. In 4, you think the villain is Golbez, but it actually turns out to be Zemus, who becomes Zeromus, another seemingly omnipotent entity who is the very embodiment of the notion of hate. Very similar framework here, with the primary villain Fakeout leading into trying to defeat some intangible being, which is almost more of a concept than a monster. And obviously, your party initially falls to this adversary, because the odds are clearly insurmountable. How are 4 kids meant to defeat the personification of the void? How are 5 young adults supposed to eradicate the very idea of loathing? Well, the answer's been there the whole time. The power of friendship. It's a JRPG. How else would they do it? Just like how Doga collects up your pals at the end of Final Fantasy III to help break the curse you're under, and then Doga and Une sacrifice themselves to revive you, in Final Fantasy IV, all the people you've met along the way are in Mysidia at the Tower of Prayers, adhering to its name and praying for your success and safety. It's also at this point in the game where we first hear the Final Fantasy main theme, not the overworld one, but the general series-wide one, which is really nice and adds a bit more gravitas to the situation, slightly papering over the wee bits of cliché sneaking through into the scene. Golbez then hands you a crystal that has the ability to render Zeromus susceptible to damage. Golbez has walked the path of darkness, so can't use it effectively, but Cecil walks the path of light, so it works for him. Don't think I really need to expand on that, to be honest. Anyway, all the prayers from your friends eventually reach you, and the final battle starts off as a cutscene, in which you see the well wishes of your comrades slowly revive and empower your party. Then Cecil uses the crystal given to him by his brother, Zeromus shows his true face, and the final encounter begins in earnest. The final boss theme is spectacular, and the visuals in the fight itself are also amazing, with Square using the SNES's new capabilities, Mode 7's background scrolling feature in particular, to great effect. The combat itself, though, doesn't feel like an improvement on a similar scale to that. Like every final boss in the series before him, Zeromus is difficult, but has less variety than I would hope for. Not quite as bad as Cloud of Darkness, but I honestly expect a bit more from this game. As much as I still enjoy all of them, none of these final battles have actually been that interesting. They've all been tough, but those two adjectives don't necessarily overlap. Zeromus does big party-wide damage with Big Bang, nullifies any status effects with Black Hole, and counters magic and summons with either a big spell of his own or Osmose. He also casts Meteor when he's nearly dead. There are subtle differences in the fight depending on the version you play, but the fundamentals remain the same throughout. And unfortunately, I think those fundamentals are a bit uninspired for a battle of this magnitude. This is just my own take, though. The fight is fun, in a way, but even though it's hard, it just doesn't really feel like a final boss to me. Personally, I want there to be an appropriate level of difficulty in any given final encounter. It probably should be challenging, but I think what's way more important is having a fight which is either thematically interesting or mechanically interesting. Ideally, you'd have both, as well as the right difficulty, but that's a hard balance to strike. Like, I would have no issue with the fight being slightly more scripted too, almost dipping in and out of being a cutscene, if it would help to add more narrative impact to the battle. Zeromus exists for like 3 seconds before you fight him, and it's kind of hard to give a shit about him or Zemus, to be honest. So this encounter lacks any sort of emotional connection that could have been developed through the game. Obviously, you still want to win, but let's think of a hypothetical situation where you'd feel more of a connection to this moment. The story would have to be totally different, but try to imagine if Golbez was the final battle. He was still evil, and Zemus wasn't really in the picture or whatever, but we would still have the context that he was Cecil's brother. If this could impact Cecil's behaviour in the battle in some sense, or Golbez for that matter, that's the kind of thing I'd hope for. Let's imagine that it would start as a 1v1 between Cecil and Golbez, and that as their HP gets lower, neither of them can find it in themselves to deal a final blow, and their attacks keep missing or something like that, calling back to what happened at the Tower of Zot. I say this because Final Fantasy IV has shown how impressively it can achieve storytelling through combat, so this wouldn't be out of their reach. Then it can become a whole party affair, with something like Golbez focusing down on the other party members, perhaps Rosa in particular, because he can't manage to kill Cecil himself, and this would be the next best way to cause severe emotional damage. In Cecil guarding Rosa, we would then have that callback to Cecil's transformation from aggressor to protector. And it would also aid in him having to come to terms with the fact that he's going to have to kill his only remaining direct family for the sake of his found family. At that point, we would have the setup for a difficult final boss fight. I mean, something like that, anyway. The game would have to be totally different for that specific scenario to play out, but it's just an example of the kind of thing I would personally appreciate a lot more in a battle like this, instead of fighting the coalesced corporeal form of hate, with no real background about what led Zemus to be so consumed by it. Like, Xande from Final Fantasy III wasn't a great character, wasn't executed very well, but the idea behind his story, villainy stemming from a fear of death, being driven to extremes when faced with his own mortality, is brilliant. Whether or not it was well written, the concept upon which he's based is gripping, persuasive, and kind of relatable. Villains don't need to be relatable to be good, but having the evil mastermind in the subsequent game be a guy who became the very idea of hatred because he was angry about not being allowed to commit genocide is a definite step backwards. Look, the music is incredible. Aesthetically, it's as good as we've ever seen up to this point. But aside from just enjoying the turn-based combat on a surface level, this fight and this enemy don't come across as special or unique, and it really needs to for the game and its story to finish with any sort of momentum or dynamism. It's an NES grade final boss, stuck in what should be an SNES grade game. It's still satisfying when you win, but not as much as it could have been. So, when you finally vanquished Zeromus, it's time for things to come to a close. To finish this video off, let's have a look at the ending sequence, and then conclude by having a wee retrospective look at the game as a whole. After winning the battle, there's a bit of conversation, nothing too interesting, and then Fusoya says that it's time for him to rejoin the Lunarians in their sleep, now that Zemus no longer needs babysitting, and Golbez asks if he can join him, saying that he cannot return to Earth after all the damage he has wrought, and that he'd like to meet the rest of his father's people. Then he turns to Cecil and basically tells him that he does not expect forgiveness from him on account of the suffering he has caused, and he makes to leave alongside Fusoya. The other party members get on Cecil's case about just letting Golbez leave because they're family, and Cecil eventually says, "Goodbye, my brother." And then the ending sequence starts. I feel like this plays into a trope I kind of hate whenever it turns up in any media, which is the whole idea of family being sacrosanct or inviolable just by virtue of its existence. Before that, what I do really like is that Golbez doesn't ask for forgiveness at any point. Even though you could argue for his innocence, he still takes responsibility for his actions and realizes how impossible it would be to try and divest himself of his guilt. Because regardless of whether or not it was him behind the wheel, the damage done by the crashes won't just disappear because he says sorry. So that's fantastic. I love how the game treated that, and Golbez generally, to be honest. What I hate though, is that the other party members try and force Cecil into forgiving him. Obviously, forgiveness is a major theme of this game, which we'll chat about soon when we talk about what Final Fantasy IV is actually about as a whole, but as we saw in Mysidia when Cecil returned there, an equally important element of portraying this theme is that not all actions ought to be forgiven. I mean, we learned that the two of them share blood, and suddenly Cecil's expected to let that fact wash away everything that's happened? I know that different cultures have different takes on what these blood ties mean and represent, but I still think it's absolutely farcical. It's actually mostly the peer pressure that annoys me in this situation. I don't have any problem with Cecil's decision, as it's ultimately his choice. You could see him going either way here, and both would be fine if he comes to that conclusion autonomously. I appreciate that Cecil really struggles with this information, and doesn't quite know how best to respond. And I think it would have been really interesting if Cecil just didn't acknowledge him. But when you think about it, it's appropriate for Cecil to come round to the idea, with forgiveness making contextual sense for his character in his journey to become a true paladin. We just mentioned Cecil's troubles in Mysidia, and from that we know that he understands better than anyone else that even if you crave absolution, you don't always deserve it. As such, it's his personal experience with this dilemma that leads him to say these parting words to Golbez, as it would ultimately be hypocritical of him, after having walked the path of darkness himself, to imagine that Golbez could never take that first step towards redemption. So I actually really like how Cecil and Golbez's relationship turned out. Both characters are excellent, among the best in the game. Their story was tragic and emotional, and best of all, ended in a way that's contextually suitable within the framework of the narrative. But, back on point, I really dislike that everyone else tries to force Cecil's hand. Like, I know that Rydia has lost family, for example, so she might find it imprudent to throw away a relationship like this, but still, it's tasteless behaviour, and I'm glad that the game manages to make the choice Cecil's own, one that fits into the story too, and that it's not just a result of his pals being pushy. After this parting, you get a final cutscene, where you see some cute slice-of-life moments featuring all of the main characters to act as a bit of closure. It starts with Palom and Porom, still the best two, almost engaging in slapstick comedy, with Palom bragging about his accomplishments to a girl in the town, Porom coming over and smacking him, telling him he's late for class with the Elder, and then he essentially gets some sort of detention. It's all pretty funny. After that, we have Edge, having taken his place on Eblan's throne, but he has no interest in ruling because he's still crushing on Rydia. Speaking of, she's back in the Feymarch, telling a young summon that there's no difference between humans and Eidolons, that everyone is the same on the inside, which is the exact kind of shallow platitude we'd expect from post-timeskip Rydia, to be honest. Next up is Yang, who has become the King of Fabul. We know that the previous king was also a monk, so this is clearly how their society works, but it's still a relatively unexpected development. His wife refuses to speak in a way that would befit royalty, so she's immediately become my new favourite character in the game. I find it funny that they never made a new model for this scene, with the former king just kicking about in his crown and robes while Yang's topless on the throne. After this, we see Edward, overseeing the repairs to Damcyan Castle, who's then asked by some kids if he can sing them the song about the Paladin, which is sweet. He then asks Anna to wait for him while he continues to serve the people of Damcyan. I really like Edward, and this is a wonderful way to round off his story as he finally finds a purpose after Anna's death. Then we get to see Giot and Luca, his daughter. Not to learn anything about them, but to segue into the fact that we're about to see a wedding, and that Cecil and Rosa are about to become the king and queen of Baron. The moment where Cecil and Rosa actually both appear is really exciting, because it's the most prominent example in this ending of Uematsu doing something he becomes very accomplished at, which is writing music specifically for cutscenes, especially ending ones. The theme of Love Melody is integrated into the ending song, and is timed so that it starts out as soon as you see Cecil and Rosa. I love this. There's a whole thing that plays out here where everyone is invited to the wedding. You see all the characters come in one by one, and it's honestly really nice seeing a positive ending, where everything seems to have turned out okay. I do think there's a bit too much royalty going on though. Cecil, Rosa, and Yang become monarchs. The two Edwards were already royals, but are now also in charge of their respective kingdoms. That means that every kingdom in the overworld of the game, almost every large settlement, is ruled over by one of our party members. The only place not really represented is Troia, who have eschewed royalty as antiquated, and are controlled by a slightly more democratic process. I like them the most. I get why this has happened, it's very classic fantasy, it's a reliable way of tying up loose ends and character arcs, but I worry that having so many party members end up in power is a bit too cliched. I guess it's nice that it guarantees a lack of corruption at the top of the food chain, and I also appreciate the game's effort to provide satisfying closure, but perhaps it's just the anti-royalist in me bleeding through that makes this feel like an unusual way to end things. You may have realized, though, that when seeing the party members go about their lives and appear at the wedding, there was one character who was conveniently missing, which is Kain, of course. You do actually see a clip of Kain before the wedding, but I saved it for this section here, because it's time for our final bit of character analysis in this video. In the ending, we see Kain alone on Mount Ordeals. He takes off his helmet, reveals his surprisingly impressive hairdo, and says that he has no right to bear witness to Cecil and Rosa's joy. Not like this. He plans to temper himself on the mountain, and when he's become an even finer dragoon than his father, maybe he'll return. First things first, there's an immediate analogue to Golbez here, with him and Kain both feeling unworthy of forgiveness due to their actions. The two of them act as foils to Cecil in slightly different ways, although both relationships we see in the story ultimately stem from acts of betrayal. Golbez is technically Cecil's sibling, and abandoned him as a baby after Zemus whispered in his ear. But Kain is actually the one who has played that sibling role in Golbez's absence, and his betrayal of Cecil is actually so relevant to who he is as a character and his purpose in the story that it actually ends up being the origin of his name. Kain is called Kain as a reference to the biblical story of Cain and Abel. Cain and Abel were the first two sons of Adam and Eve, who, according to the Abrahamic religions, such as Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, were the first two people ever, the progenitors of all human life. So when we're talking Cain and Abel, we're going pretty far back. To simplify what happened between these two, Cain and Abel both gave offerings to God, sacrifices, and God favoured Abel's. Cain took umbrage at being snubbed in this way, and vented his frustrations by murdering his brother. Bit drastic, to be honest. There's a fair bit of debate about how exactly he did this, with my favourite extra-biblical idea being that he used a donkey's jawbone to commit this crime. But that's not really relevant, it's just funny. The actual point is that Final Fantasy IV is drawing reference from this story, not only in Cain representing Cain, but also in Cecil representing Abel. This exemplum is basically the origin story of betrayal, the most fundamental case of fraternal perfidy in all of Western culture. And how Final Fantasy IV incorporates it is not by having Cain kill Cecil, like Cain with a C does with Abel. The moral quandary underpinning the parable of Cain and Abel is all to do with jealousy, and how insidiously it affects people and their ability to act rationally. I'm not saying that Rosa is God in this coming example, but if we think about that original story, jealousy and betrayal on account of your brother being preferred by the target of your affections, does that not sound exactly like what's happened in Final Fantasy IV? Golbez/Zemus was able to manipulate Cain on account of the ill will he bore towards Cecil, because of the secret resentment festering within him from knowing that Rosa loved his friend instead of him. There's even a cutscene unique to the 3D remake where you see Cecil and Cain talking as children, and Cain is cruel towards Cecil because he believes the king treats Cecil preferentially. These seeds of jealousy were planted at a young age, and it's now we're seeing them bear fruit. Plus, regarding Cecil being favoured, try and cast your mind back, probably a few hours now, to the unambiguous Christian symbolism that played a role in Cecil's transformation to a paladin. At that part in the story, Cain is keeping Rosa incarcerated, watching Cecil essentially become one of God's chosen, imparted with newfound holy power, and all the while, Kain has been reduced to a non-autonomous lackey, smouldering with indignation, becoming ever more bitter and angry, a cyclical process keeping him under Zemus and Golbez's yoke. Obviously, there's also a definite Zemus being the devil on Kain's shoulder, Kluya being the angel on Cecil's shoulder sort of comparison here too, which all kind of works alongside the whole biblical illusion thing the game dips into every now and again. It always makes characters and plots more interesting when you can see and understand the inspiration taken to create them. I wonder sometimes if people see this kind of thing as unoriginal, but I think it's the exact opposite. This is actually depth. Stories are, and have always been, fluid. Myths and scripture are also fluid, are subject to change depending on the people telling these tales, and the people who are hearing them. We naturally gravitate towards stories because they help us comprehend our own multifaceted natures more inherently, more completely. So, this is why Final Fantasy IV has based this particular narrative element on a biblical story. It isn't derivative, it just adds context and should be encouraged. But anyway, let's keep chatting about Kain for now. At this point, we understand the basis for his character and the role he plays in the story. We know he's a foil to Cecil, similar to Golbez in certain ways, but I guess the one thing we haven't discussed yet is whether or not any of this is actually done well. Is Kain a good character? How naturally does he integrate into the wider story? Well, I'll start by saying this. Kain is probably the coolest character in Final Fantasy up to this point, depending on how you look at it. His design is legendary, holds up perfectly to this day. His voice acting in the 3D version is gruff and deep, matches the Dragoon aesthetic to a T, and has clearly served as inspiration for Astinian's voice actor as well. Kain also has the whole aloof, mysterious loner vibe, which makes him appealing and interesting. You want to know more about him. He's so popular that he got selected as the third character choice for Final Fantasy IV in Duodecim, after Cecil and Golbez, and he's often the face of Final Fantasy IV ahead of those two. Look at the logo art, for example. The 3D remake uses Golbez, and the original North American Final Fantasy II doesn't have anyone, but the most commonly used version has Kain slap bang in the middle, doing his classic one-leg up pose, just like in the Amano concept art. So, if you'd heard about Final Fantasy IV, seen people talk about it, knew anything about what characters were in it, but hadn't yet played it, I think you'd be pretty surprised at how much of a non-entity Kain is throughout. He seems like he'd be a primary character, but in actuality, Kain is just one of many characters whose relevance to the story is primarily linked to how they affect Cecil. Like he's the sun, and most other characters just orbit around him. As well as not being one of the leads in the game though, when he does appear, Kain's not that likable either. I can seldom think of a character more unusual in this regard, where his appearance and the general perception of him is in such stark contrast to who he actually is in the story. Kain isn't quite a villain, but he's definitely not heroic. He's floating in a moral purgatory, somewhere in between. He's selfish, easily manipulated, and let himself be consumed by bitterness and resentment. And if we go the other way, and we're talking positive qualities Kain has, we have to dig a bit deeper. Most of what you'll find are based on things he does at the start, where he stands up for Cecil in front of the king after the raid on Mysidia, for example. But generally, he comes across as an incredibly flawed individual. I would say though that misguided and imperfect characters are often the most interesting because they have more room to develop. Whether or not Kain develops enough throughout the game to be considered one of the most interesting is a matter of debate, and I think he probably just falls a bit short. Kain has very little development through the story. He's a pal, then he's not, then he is again, but he's a bit regretful, then he's not again, then he is again, and he does have that cool line where he tells Edge to kill him if he betrays them one more time. But despite all these narrative changes, this vacillation regarding his allegiances, does Kain fundamentally differ from the beginning, like Cecil, for example? Have we seen any significant character development aside from expressing regret? No, not really. It's only from the Giant of Babil onwards where you start to get the impression of a newfound resolve in him. where Kain seems to begin his journey towards redemption. And this is why I think his scene in the ending is the best one. Whereas every other character's arc comes to a conclusion, Kain seems like he's just getting started. I love closure as much as the next guy, and I'm actually not usually a big fan of ambiguous endings, but I can really get behind Kain showing some purpose here at the end, when most other characters seem to kind of stagnate and become the establishment. And although I wish I'd seen more of his arc during the game, I appreciate that it's acknowledged that Kain's story isn't quite over yet. Again, we'd spoken about it ad nauseam with Cecil and Golbez, but I like that Kain doesn't believe he's earned the forgiveness and acceptance that he received. And this ending scene makes him a more nuanced character. Is it all too little, too late, though? I find it hard to decide, to be honest. I like Kain in a way, but I also find his character to be somewhat unpleasant, and I don't think the game does enough in its runtime to work on some of those more unpleasant qualities. He plays his role in the wider story relatively well, but until the final stages of the game, it's a Rosa situation. Kain seems more like a plot device with a name, rather than an actual person. He's brainwashed when it's convenient for the story, he rejoins when it's convenient. If something needs to happen to progress the plot, there's a chance Kain will be involved, but it'll be totally unrelated to his character's development, like having the magma stone to get into the underworld, or fucking off with the final crystal. And I think this leaves him in a really weird place, where I like him and I don't, where I appreciate the purpose he serves in the story, but also think that it negatively impacts his potential for character growth. He looks so cool. His dragoon armor and lance and pose are all so iconic, but good design alone does not a good character make. Unfortunately, I fear that Kain actually edges more towards the not so well written character pile. But if it's any consolation to him, he's one hell of an effective MacGuffin. And with that, we've got past the ending, and there's nothing new left to look at. So it's time to bring this video to an end by summing up my general thoughts on Final Fantasy IV as a whole. Before we reach a verdict of sorts on Final Fantasy IV though, I want to briefly talk about what I think this game is about. Every Final Fantasy has one or two overarching themes, ideas that underpin what kind of message the game is trying to convey, and by using the story and characters to delve into these complex ideas so often intrinsically linked to the human condition, it gives us as players the ability to better understand these nebulous concepts and apply what we learn through these experiences to our own lives. That's the whole point of narrative media, and the idea behind videos like this is to try and unravel the mysteries within these stories. Hopefully I've done that so far, but let's have a look at our final topic. Final Fantasy IV is the first game in the series to truly propose a clear theme, and constantly presents unique examples of it within its framework, with each problem requiring a different solution, each conflict requiring a different means of resolution. And it's by doing this that we gain a new perspective on the matter by the end. Some of the suggested themes I've seen for this game include love, family, war, hope, and betrayal, which is a good one. But despite those things all playing a part in Final Fantasy IV, I wholeheartedly believe that the big topic this game was attempting to dissect was redemption. And if there were to be sub-themes, they would be forgiveness, atonement, and self-actualization. But I think that they're all included within the scope of redemption as an idea. I've said throughout the whole video that Final Fantasy IV is primarily about Cecil, and redemption is the concept most critical to his development over the course of the game. After the events in Mist, every action Cecil takes serves the greater purpose of being redemptive, hoping that acts of magnanimity and compassion will set him on the right path, and he takes significant steps towards that goal. It isn't just him though. Kain wants to atone for his treachery, whereas Cecil wants to atone for his cowardice. So these ideas get dealt with differently. Golbez has committed atrocities, although it might be hard to blame him for them. But again, although redemption is key to the direction his character takes, It's a totally new perspective, as he does not believe he deserves it, and does not expect his actions to be forgiven, which is such an interesting take on the idea. Edward and Tella are also characters who seek redemption, as both blame themselves for Anna's death, and they react in complete opposite ways. Tella attempts to make up for his mistake by means of fire and brimstone, by plotting revenge, and Edward doesn't know what to do, and seeks to soothe his pain by providing others with the help he can no longer render unto his beloved. Some of the other characters don't require redemption themselves, but play a pivotal role in helping others walk that path. Palom and Porom prove invaluable to Cecil in his mission to become a paladin, and as we discussed, he wouldn't have been able to ascend the mountain on his own, teaching him the value of relying on others, and being someone who can be relied upon himself. Rydia, as someone Cecil has personally wronged as a victim of his, still managed to have faith in him, saw that he was a good person, and in doing that, allowed Cecil to believe that it was possible for him to walk that path of atonement. Rosa was mostly a plot device, but it was nice to see how Cecil's path to righteousness impacted the dynamic of their relationship, and how it allowed him to speak to her with much more candor, now that he'd shed a bit of what was weighing him down. Pretty much every character, every significant plot thread, serves the greater purpose of exploring the complexities surrounding this theme. And generally, I think the game does an amazing job showing how wide the scope can be, how every situation is unique, and every person can react differently to the stimuli they're presented with. Like, something I've made reference to is how much I love that this game is tackling a pretty heavy theme, and it would be easy to make it a straight path to redemption for the characters who desire it, but Final Fantasy IV shows us the more realistic side of things, like that one good action doesn't erase a bad one, that people don't have to forgive, some wounds go too deep, and not everyone gets what they want. I think that the way Final Fantasy IV addresses this whole idea is actually its single greatest strength, and even when the story or characters are running a bit thin, the theme never wavers. Part of this is to do with how well integrated it is into every aspect of the game, but also credit has to go to the research that went into it. I spent a lot of time in this video looking into why things are the way they are, why certain illusions were chosen, and a lot of these wee bits of info act as building blocks upon which the themes of the game can thrive, and I think it's really impressively done. That's enough on that though. Let's move on and close things up by having one last chat about the game as a whole. Even though I've been quite harsh at points, let's be clear that as an overall experience, this game is very good, and I like it a lot. I mean, there's such a gap in quality when looking at the previous three that it's hard to even compare them with something like this. You can compare individual elements, sure, but as a complete experience, this blows them out of the water. For how early in the life cycle of the JRPG this was released, what Final Fantasy IV achieves is outstanding, and the fact that it's held up pretty well to this point has proven that it can and will continue to stand the test of time. As I think I made abundantly clear, I really do believe that the 3D remake is the ideal way to play the game, the one that conveys the spirit and soul of Final Fantasy IV with the most integrity, and allows for the story to be told in a way that does a better job of fulfilling its original potential. It isn't that the 2D versions of the game are bad, they're still good, but I feel a lot less connection to the game when playing those renditions of the story than I do when playing the remake. It isn't because it's 2D either, because I find Final Fantasy VI, a game that has not yet been remade in 3D, to be a considerably more emotional and engaging experience than Final Fantasy IV is at its best. It's to do with how convincingly the characters are written, and how hard those emotional story beats can hit because of that. Final Fantasy IV tells an exciting, tragic, tightly woven story, but you can't expect it to be too much of a life changer, or to live up to the standard set by some of the all-time greats of the genre. It's really good for what it is, a first attempt at a fully realized fantasy narrative on a console, but just like it'd be unfair to compare this with the first three, because it's so far ahead, It's almost unfair to compare this to later Final Fantasy games, from 6 onwards in particular, where Square have honed their craft over time, and have more resources and experience at their disposal. For example, if I'm ranking the main numbered games in this series, I would probably say that I don't like this one as much as nearly all the ones that come after. But that doesn't mean I don't like it, because I really do. I still absolutely appreciate and value Final Fantasy IV for what it managed to accomplish, and it would be senselessly reductive to denigrate it on account of not living up to the complexity of a later Final Fantasy story. To expand on that, one thing that's absolutely vital when looking back at games like this is making sure to distinguish between story beats and tropes that are actually trite, and ones that seem trite, but at the time of the game's inception were actually novel, and that caused the continued proliferation of said trope that makes it seem trite now in retrospect. Final Fantasy IV came out over 30 years ago, and features a lot of what we would now call JRPG tropes and cliches. But it's unfair to do that because they weren't at the time. Basically every future JRPG took inspiration from Final Fantasy, especially from 4 onwards, and it's bewildering to think of the level of influence this game has had on the genre, and on fans who care about the series. As an example of that, one funny thing that I kept thinking when writing this video was whenever I criticized an element of the game, my brain immediately went somewhere like, oh, people are gonna hate me for this. And that's fair enough. But I think what that proves is how much of a step forward this game is compared to the first 3, where I had absolutely no concerns about upsetting anyone, because very few people have a deep emotional connection to those games. But for this one, they really do, and that's part of what makes Final Fantasy the absolute best. I think this is one of those where, if you grew up with this game, and it was an important component of your childhood, you'll just like it more. It makes sense. My first Final Fantasy isn't my favourite, 8 was my first, 10 is my favourite, but the ones that came out from the late 90s to the early 2000s are generally the ones I'm most attached to in the series, because of the fundamental role they played in my childhood. It's probably like that for most Final Fantasy fans. The generation they grew up with is probably their favourite. As such, 4 is often held in high regard, like best in the series kind of high regard. And although I can see why, I can't quite put it there myself. Ultimately though, in the context of its release, Final Fantasy IV was nothing short of a triumph, an outstanding trendsetter that pushed the limits of the medium more than any other game up to that point. But that begs the question as to whether or not we can excuse the flaws and issues pervading the game by attributing them to the unavoidable growing pains incurred as Final Fantasy began to truly spread its wings. It's hard to pick and choose, and I'm lost somewhere in between, where I think Final Fantasy IV is an astonishing accomplishment that's also not as good as most of the other games in the series. It's a game that deserves endless credit and praise for pushing the boat out when it comes to emotionally resonant video game storytelling, but I can't just ignore the often threadbare characterization and how clumsily the ever-changing party was integrated into the narrative. It almost feels like there's an endless number of ways you can choose to perceive this game with its multiple iterations, whether or not you judge it by the standards of the time or by how well it holds up. And it leaves me in a really perplexed position when trying to come up with 1 or 2 defining statements to sum up how I feel about it, but let's give it a go. Final Fantasy IV is arguably one of the most influential games of all time, and its role in the consequent development of the medium cannot be understated, but I can't help but feel a bit sorry for it. It's been condemned to forever existing in a liminal space, where it's far superior to its predecessors, yet completely eclipsed by what's yet to come. It's a game that occasionally suffers from the expected pitfalls of a first crack at something so adventurous. A game that sometimes buckles under the weight of what it's trying to achieve, with the exception of the music, which is essentially perfection. But it's the very nature of these errors, made in an attempt to be venturesome and audacious, that keeps this game enticing and engaging and wondrous to this day. Despite it all, Final Fantasy IV is a remarkable game. A whirlwind adventure filled with whimsy, beauty, drama, trauma, and shocking twists and turns, and I can't wait to see what Final Fantasy V has in store for us in the next video. Okay, so if you've got this far, I want to say a massive thank you. Because at this point, I don't know exactly how long this video is, but I know it's pretty fucking long. It's nearly 60,000 words, so I'm incredibly grateful that you've watched it, even if it was just a little bit of it. This analysis took me nearly 9 months to make, and although my health issues make it a challenge sometimes, it's still a lot of fun, and I had a good time making it. So I hope you also enjoyed watching it. If you did, and would like to support the channel, I would ask that you consider checking out my Patreon. You can find a link in the description for that. It's the most direct way to help me and the channel out. Speaking of, I'd like to give a shout out to my top tier patrons, 4CatCat, Christopher Oliver, Genetic Jen, Josh Bull, Conuna, Madeline, and the Greenhorn Lowborn. You are the best. If Patreon isn't your thing, then please consider liking the video, leaving a comment, sharing it around, whatever works for you. If you want to hear more from me, you can find me on Twitter, link in the description as well, and I'm also hoping to start doing some streaming soon, so keep your eyes peeled for that. Thanks so much for watching, everyone. This was a hell of a ride, and hopefully see you for the next one. Cheers.